Hello, welcome to the Fanfic Majesty. If you want more content, you can follow me on Patreon. I will be uploading more content on there that will be exclusive. The link is in the description. Please support me. 2DF. Open black lens bracket 051 close black lens bracket. Cooligite. Sky Island. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. A. Sky Island. Hearing Blackbeard's sudden words, the entire Black group members were completely confused and suddenly exclaimed. Carmen raised her head. Teach, are you serious? Badgers held his head. Stop joking, Captain. Nami. That's right, aren't things like Sky Island only found in storybooks? Fan Oka. Fortunately, we didn't go to the tavern to ask for information, otherwise we would have been laughed to death. Bartolomeo. No, why do I feel that the name Mont Blanc Rolando is familiar to me? Robin. Ha ha ha, of course it sounds familiar. He was the great adventurer 400 years ago. But later he was called a liar. All the lies about adventure were made up by him. Such as Golden Township or something. Quote. Poison Q. I see. By the way, is there really such a thing as Sky Island? Bartolomeo. Captain Teach said there is Sky Island, then there is Sky Island. While everyone in the Black group exclaimed, the Mont Blanc Cooligite on the opposite side also reacted at this time. Do these people actually want to go to Sky Island? With this thought, a smile appeared on Guy's lips. What an idiot, do you really believe that there is such a thing as Sky Island? But what really makes me curious is, sir, you said you could help me prove my ancestors. Is this related to the Sky Island you mentioned? Bang. Blackbeard jumped directly from the bow of the ship to Cooligite and said with a smile. Do you still need to ask me about this kind of thing, Mr. Cooligite? For those of you who keep diving here to hunt for treasures, you should actually have some preparations in mind, right? Where did the remaining half of Gaia Island go? Since it didn't sink into the deep sea, did it fly into the sky? But how did it fly into the sky? You must have paid a lot of attention to the strange rising currents in the nearby waters in recent years, right? You Guy. Cooley. 790. Guy was so shocked by Blackbeard's words that his eyes suddenly widened. Nami and the others also heard some signs at this time. It turns out that this chestnut-headed uncle is actually a descendant of the former Mont Blanc Rolando. In fact, they still trust their captain's words very much. After all, Blackbeard has been a very reliable person from the beginning until now. And he also acts very purposefully. Now that I have given them such a big surprise and said they are going to Sky Island, it seems not impossible. Especially now that Rolando's descendants have been accurately found. And this descendant seems to be proving his ancestors all the time. Thinking about this kind of thing is still very passionate. How's it going? Am I right? Blackbeard grinned and said. Judging from the information I collected in the waters near Magic Valley Town, whether it's the giant figure that occasionally appears in the fog, or the rising currents, or the gold you collected. This all proves one thing. The Golden Land did indeed exist. The other half of Gaia Island that disappeared was probably washed up into the sky by rising sea currents. This can actually be seen very clearly in the sky. Guide all things. As he spoke, Blackbeard soared into the sky with the shocked Cooligite. Nani. When Cooligite was shocked, Blackbeard took him directly to a height of several hundred meters, and then pointed down. Cooligite also calmed down after the shock. Looking at the half of the island that disappeared below him, there was light in his eyes, and he immediately laughed and said. Ha ha ha, maybe everything is really like, I don't know what to call you yet. Marshall D. Teach. You can call me Blackbeard, or you can call me Teach. Blackbeard grinned. That pirate supernova Teach with a bounty of 250 million belly. Cooligite exclaimed. Advertisement. Yes. Blackbeard didn't hide it either. Then he returned to the ground with Cooligite. Cooligite laughed and said. I didn't expect that a guy like you would believe in the existence of Sky Island and collect so much information. You are really a persistent guy. Thief ha 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 ha. Blackbeard sat directly on the ground and laughed. One's dreams never end, don't they, Mr. Cooligite? Everyone in the Black group and Cooligite were shocked when they heard this, and then their eyes towards Blackbeard became brighter. A man's dream never ends. Ha 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 ha. Since you are so courageous, Mr. Teach, what if I help you just once? Cooligite also laughed heartily. After that, He immediately contacted his two brothers, the Mountain Ape Alliance, who had been salvaging in the nearby waters. The two brothers rushed back at full speed after receiving a call from their boss, Coolie Guide. When they learned that Blackbeard and his party were going to Sky Island, these people were also very shocked. Then, at Coolie Guide's urging, they began to modify the ship. After all, if you want to go to Sky Island, the latest upwelling current is approaching and will arrive in 5 days. As the Sabaru is considered a large ship, the renovation task time is still relatively tight. However, with the participation of everyone in the Black Group, the transformation speed has been accelerated. After all, the strength of everyone in the Black Group is obvious to all, and all kinds of heavy work can be left to them. Blackbeard's abilities are even more effortless and convenient. In this way, 5 days flew by. The Blackbeard Sabaru has also been completely renovated. Not only are the sides of the ship equipped with wings, but a tail fin to guide the wind is also added to the stern. It can be said that the Sabaru at this time has a sense of déjà vu as a sky battleship. After the transformation was completed, Coolie Guide led the Mountain Ape Alliance to guide the Black Group towards the darkened sea ahead. After more than an hour, the 3 ships finally arrived at the sea under the black sky. At this time, it was already overcast here, and it looked like it was going to rain heavily. The sea also became extremely rough. There is only one place that seems extremely mysterious, and that is the place in the middle of the large Uzumaki on the sea in front. Only the circular sea surface with a diameter of several hundred meters was still calm. That's the place. The more dangerous thing now is to get the ship close to the center of the rising current, which is close to the huge Uzumaki. Coolie Guide pointed at the Uzumaki center ahead and shouted. These are minor issues. Blackbeard waved his hand and shouted. I said, do you 3 want to go to Sky Island with us to see 10 views? I can tell you clearly that Sky Island does exist. The golden bell your ancestors heard about does exist. Why don't you go and take a look? Masla and Orangutan, where are you 2? With my ability, at least ensuring everyone's safety is no problem. After hearing Blackbeard's words, both of them looked at Coolie Guide with hopeful eyes. Hiss. Coolie Guide took a gulp of the cigarette in his mouth, blew out a smoke ring and grinned. Good. Then take a look. No matter what, this has also been my dream for many years. If that golden land is really washed up into the sky, it can be completely proved to my ancestors. He is a great man. After saying that, Coolie Guide jumped directly to the captain of the Black Group. After Masla and the orangutan gave instructions to their younger brothers, they also jumped on the Sabaru. Seeing this, Blackbeard grinned and said, everyone, sit still, we will fly directly to the center of thousands of ocean currents. Guide all things. Wow. As Blackbeard's ability was activated, the entire Sabaru flew into the air amidst the exclamations of everyone in the Mountain Saru Alliance and flew directly towards the calm sea area in the center of Uzumaki. Standing on the boat, you can still see that many sea kings among the large Uzumaki below were swallowed up instantly. Advertisement. From here you can see how terrifying this Uzumaki is. Bang. However, a few minutes later, the Sabaru landed safely in the center of the rising current. Seeing this, Coolie Guide couldn't help but sigh. Teach, your ability is really convenient. Who says it isn't? Blackbeard smiled proudly, then turned to look at Nami and said. Nami, what's going on now? Standing on the observation basin, Nami felt the wind and sea currents around her. Staring at the unusually calm sea below, her expression suddenly changed and she shouted. Everyone, hold on tight, don't get thrown down, the rising tide is coming. So fast. Everyone in the Black Group was shocked, but they immediately started to implement what Nami said, and everyone grabbed the railing. Rumble. Just a few seconds later, the entire Sabaru rose directly into the sky with a slight vibration. Oh. Seeing this scene, the people in the Black Group lying on the side of the ship exclaimed excitedly. Bartolomeo. Hey ha, it's taking off, it's really taking off. Fanoka. I hope everyone is okay. Robin. Haha, it's hard to say. It's possible that the ship will fall directly from a height of 10,000 meters and smash us to pieces. Nami. No, Robin-chan, what you said is too scary. Badgers. Hahaha, it's so exciting. Crow. Hey, aren't you a little too messy? Poison Q. God bless. Zhuangzhuang. Gui lv. As for Masla and the orangutan, Guy was already holding Cooley and wouldn't let go, and kept screaming. Cooley, Guy is okay. Blackbeard took him up to a height of 100 meters in one breath, which makes him feel a lot better now. But even so, his face was still a little pale. Thief, ha ha ha. Blackbeard stood on the bow of the ship, looking up at the sky that had been carved out by the rising sea currents, with anticipation in his heart. Wow. At this moment, the Saberoo, which was originally following the rising current and rushing into the sky, suddenly tilted and was about to fall back. Ah! This made everyone on the boat exclaim. Nami was calm at this time and shouted at Badgers and the others. Yang Fan, Doctor immediately. Everyone was a little surprised when they heard this. Wouldn't the sailboat fall faster now that it is closed? With rising currents, we can only use the power of sails to give the ship a stronger lift. Coupled with the weight of our big ship, the modified wings and tail can maintain balance very well. Just in time, now the rising wind will take us higher into the sky. Nami calmly explained to everyone. When Nami explained, everyone started to take action. After all, Nami's mastery of sailing these days has been recognized by everyone. Hoo. As the sails were retracted, the Saberoo, which had originally tilted backwards, actually broke away from the rising current. Amidst everyone's exclamations, it seemed as if an invisible big hand was pushing them upward. Oh. Everyone on the boat immediately exclaimed when they saw this scene. Nami looked at the permanent pointer on her wrist, then put her hand on the awning and looked out and shouted again. Everyone, the ship is about to start accelerating. If there is really a sky island above, then we should rush to an altitude of 10,000 meters in one breath. Everyone, you must hold on tight and don't fall off halfway. Otherwise, it will really fall to pieces. Quote. The crowd screamed again. Nami smiled confidently. Who is the navigator on this ship? Advertisement. Everyone laughed and shouted in unison. It's Nami. Then just believe me and just hold on tight. Nami raised her hand to brush away her long orange hair, with a confident smile on her pretty face. After everyone heard this, they also clung to the hull of the ship again. Woo. Sure enough, within a few seconds, the entire ship completely broke away from the rising current. Coupled with the modified side wings and tail fins, the Saberoo can directly soar into the sky. It's really for flushing. The strong wind blew everyone's eyes open. They now understand why Nami told them to hurry up. Looking at the sky getting closer and closer, everyone has a feeling of excitement. They are really going to take to the sky. Everyone in the Mountain Ape Alliance army above the distant sea cheered when they saw this scene. Boss, they really flew into the sky. Ha. We succeeded. Sora. There may really be a sky island. Hurry up and take pictures. This will definitely sell a big piece of news and make a lot of money. Puff. Just as the Oryx Alliance army was celebrating and taking photos below, the Saberoo also completely shot into the clouds. Immediately afterwards, everyone felt a sense of suffocation, and the feeling like being in water was particularly obvious. It's just different from the bottom of the sea, there is basically no pressure. However, this still has some effects on demon fruit power. Blackbeard, Crow, Bartolomeo, Poison Q, and Zhuang all appeared unwell. But fortunately, they didn't feel particularly weak like when they were locked in seastone handcuffs. This is also due to the fact that Blackbeard makes them wear seastone handcuffs during daily practice, which greatly enhances their resistance. After this suffocating feeling lasted for more than a minute, I suddenly became enlightened. Wow. Boom. 5.8 In the next moment, everyone suddenly felt their eyes light up, and a feeling of weightlessness came, followed by the sound of the Saberoo crashing down heavily. Open your eyes and take a look. There is a vast sea of white clouds in front of you, and golden sunlight is shining above your head. The ship was parked quietly on the sea of clouds at this time. Seeing this scene, everyone immediately held their breath and stared with wide eyes. Sky Island has really arrived. Even as calm as Robin, he couldn't help but raise his hand to cover his mouth, widened his beautiful eyes and murmured. The Sky Island that my mother and Dr. Clover once talked about turned out to really exist. It's so beautiful. Thief, ha. At this moment, Blackbeard's hearty laughter sounded. We haven't reached Sky Island yet. Sky Island is still above our heads. First we have to go up through the cloud road. Only then did everyone wake up from the shock. Mr. Teach, you seem to know Sky Island very well. Have you been here before? Robin was surprised to see the curiosity in her beautiful eyes. Others were thoughtful when they heard the words. Blackbeard laughed. Don't forget that I am the captain of the 0 Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. When we had a banquet with Roger, I heard that guy bragging. Hiss. Everyone gasped in the thin air of Sky Island. Have a party with Roger, the Pirate King. Although he knew that his captain was not a simple man, he never expected that the other party had seen such a legendary pirate. Oh, he's from the Whitebeard Pirates, so that's okay. The legendary pirate, Whitebeard, isn't he too? He's still alive. However, everyone still sighed at this. At this moment, Badger's eyes flashed red and he said in surprise. Huh, Captain, someone is coming, so fast. Well, I noticed it. Blackbeard laughed. It just so happened that we needed a friend to lead the way, so we decided it was him. 052 close black lens bracket. What I like the most is to drag God down from the altar. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Universal pull. What? Call out. Snapped. In the distance above the sea of clouds, a guy on skateboards who was approaching quickly was directly pulled over by Blackbeard's ability. As a result, he was caught in Blackbeard's hand before he even had time to react. But this guy is not a pushover either. Being grabbed by Blackbeard's neck, he still wanted to resist. He put his palms together and aimed at Blackbeard's face, intending to hit him with a volley. Planning. It's just that Blackbeard is not like Luffy or the others. His strong physique allowed him to overcome Sky Island's high reflexes when he first came up. Therefore, when he saw that the other party wanted to resist, he grabbed his neck and slammed him to the ground. Boom. The Saburu's hull was shaken violently, and the box plate shattered into a dent. The warrior dressed as a Sandian was embedded in the deck with blood bleeding from the corner of his mouth. The cannon barrel and shield in his hand also fell to the side, obviously shaken by the blow. Blackbeard directly took off his mask, and immediately he saw the somewhat familiar face under the mask. As a hardcore ocean fan for 20 years in my previous life, I naturally watched the Sky Island chapter many times. He still recognized Weber's face at a glance. This guy is quite diligent. Whenever someone comes to Sky Island, he will work tirelessly to cause trouble. A Sandian, right? What's your name? Forget it, I can't even tell you looking like this. When Blackbeard saw Weber's stinky face, he knew that this guy was suffocated by Enel's beating, so he didn't bother to warm his face against his cold butt. Guy just casually raised his hand and pointed at the curious coolie beside him and said, This guy's name is Mont Blanc Coolie Gite. As a Sandian, you should understand the meaning of this surname, right? Their family has been looking for you in order to prove their ancestors. What? Mont Blanc? Weber, who was still like a dead dog, suddenly ejected from the deck as if he was having a flashback, staring at Coolie Gite in disbelief. His eyes were already bloodshot. Coolie Gite was also taken aback by Weber's actions. Masla and the orangutan immediately protected him and looked at Weber warily and shouted. What do you want to do? No need to be nervous. Blackbeard waved his hand and said. The Sandians have also been waiting for your eldest brother. No, it should be said that the 11 people behind Rolando have been waiting for more than 400 years. Whoosh. Weber turned to look at Blackbeard in astonishment, his eyes full of disbelief. He couldn't understand how these Sky Island people who had just come up from below knew so clearly about the friendship between Sandia and Rolando. But then he thought of the Rolando descendants brought by the other party, and it seemed that he could understand it again. Boom. Just when Coolie Guy was also in shock, Weibai said in a deep voice. Are you, really the descendant of Rolando's great benefactor? We Sandians have never forgotten Lord Rolando's friendship for a moment. It's just that we didn't expect that our Shantora would be washed up on Sky Island, making it impossible to fulfill the agreement with Mr. Rolando. Even the Golden Bell has been lost, I'm really sorry. Coolie Guy's lips trembled, and his body was also trembling. There was sparkle in his eyes, and he smiled happily. There is no need to blame yourself. I think my ancestors would be happy to have a group of friends like you who keep their promises and keep their word. After that, the two began to sit on the deck and talk about old times. Blackbeard is not in a hurry now, but sits and listens with interest. At the same time, it also gave other members of the Black group a breath of relief. After all, the physical fitness of the other members of the Black group is not as good as that of Blackbeard, and it is impossible for them to adapt to high reflection at once. It just so happens that I'm slowing down here right now. Weber, a guy who looked like a devil, cried like a child after hearing that Rolando died unjustly and was ridiculed as the great liar Rolando. Keep saying it's their fault. Coolie Guide was another comfort. Maybe this is the charm brought by Shenyi. Advertisement. Blackbeard couldn't help but sigh. In his previous life, he regretted that Uncle Chestnuthead could not board Sky Island with Luffy and the others. At least it can be regarded as a different kind of dream fulfillment for yourself, to make up for your regrets. Just as he was thinking about this, Blackbeard was shocked to find that his knowledge had quietly broken through. Moreover, the traveler's clock seems to have changed. Putting aside the surprise of the breakthrough, Blackbeard immediately immersed himself in the space of traveler's clock. I saw that the hour hand that had accumulated to the V scale actually moved forward by one scale, and now it had reached the V scale. You know, because he was in a hurry to go to Sky Island, Blackbeard hadn't figured out where to use the scale this time, so he saved it for the time being. I originally thought about using it after going to Sky Island, but I didn't expect that the scale that originally stopped moved forward by one scale. Could it be that the accumulated ticks of Traveler's clock changed from 1 to 2? Wrong. The seconds haven't stopped spinning yet, which means they can continue to accumulate. Blackbeard was really surprised this time. He originally felt uncomfortable because he couldn't accumulate points. Especially if he had tried to awaken Dark Fruit before, it would have taken at least 3 levels. But if the Traveler's clock could not accumulate scale, he had no way to awaken Dark Fruit immediately. At that time, he thought he could only develop it slowly in the future. He still has the confidence to develop Dark Fruit to its awakening, it is just a matter of time. But the disappearance of Ace gave him a sense of world closure and gave him a sense of urgency. Because the Summit War is likely to happen again. Therefore, Blackbeard still aims to improve his strength as soon as possible. Now that the Traveler's clock scale has changed, it is undoubtedly good news for him. Maybe the awakening of his Dark Fruit ability is really possible on Sky Island. With these thoughts in his mind, he turned to look at Weber and Guy Cooley, who were already reminiscing about old times. After hearing that Webster wanted to invite Guy Cooley to their current residence of the Sandians, he raised his hand. He made a stop movement and said, "I have no objection to inviting Cooley Guy, but I have a suggestion. If you want to hold a banquet, you can choose to hold it in Shangela, the Golden Country. At the same time, you can also bathe in the sound of the Golden Bell, wouldn't that be more atmospheric?" Cooley, Guy and others all looked at Weber excitedly when they heard this. Nami's eyes had transformed into Bailey's. She clasped her hands together and looked at Weber with hope. Is there really a golden land? The kind where the ground is full of gold? Robin also turned to look at Weber with great curiosity. Weber's face looked a little ugly, then he sighed and said very seriously. "Shandora, we can't go back for the time being. As I said before, shortly after Gaia Island was washed up by rising sea currents, we had a war with the Sky Island Aborigines here. The main reason is that Sky Island lacks land, so land resources are very valuable in Sky Island. Therefore, their gods made up lies and told the people below that they called Gaia Island a Payado, and said that Gaia Island was given to them by God. Then in war after war Vice Admiral we drove out Shantora. We have not been back for nearly 400 years. That place is now basically a battlefield between our two clans, but something changed 10 years ago." Quote. Hearing this, everyone sighed. There is a sense of history. Coolie Guy couldn't help but light up a cigarette and fell silent. Robin's side captured the key point. "You mean what happened 10 years ago?" When Weber heard this, he looked at Robin, then looked around, and hesitated for a while. Seeing his appearance, everyone's curiosity couldn't help but become a little more intense. They were also puzzled as to what kind of guy could make this natural warrior so fearful. However, after Weber pondered for a few seconds, he took a deep breath and prepared to tell the truth to everyone in the black group. After all, they brought the descendants of Coolie Guy here to complete the agreement with more than 400 people from Sandia, so they still had to tell them the seriousness of the problem. But at this moment, Weibai heard the man who had grabbed his tall hockey before slowly nodding his head. "I probably know what you mean. I see. Was the incident 10 years ago caused by that man named Enel?" Advertisement. It turns out that he now occupies the entire Sky Island. God's Enel. What an arrogant name. But I like it. After eating the thunder fruit, which is the strongest logia, I am worthy enough to be called Enel of God. Hearing Blackbeard's words, not only Weber, but also everyone in the black group was shocked. Weber was shocked by Blackbeard's prophetic ability. After all, he hadn't said anything yet, and it was obviously the first time for these people to go to Sky Island. But this man seemed to understand everything instantly through himself. This kind of ability is only stronger than Enel, right? Thinking of this, Weber was shocked. He thought that the other party had just easily subdued him with one blow. For now, his strength can be said to be on par with Enel. This guy is as strong as a monster. Who is he? Compared to Weber, who was shocked by Blackbeard's strength, the members of the black group were shocked by Logia's thunder fruit, which Blackbeard said was the strongest. Hey, Teach, are you kidding? Nami swallowed her saliva and said timidly and curiously. The strongest Logia, thunder fruit. Is that stronger than the previous smoke fruit and sand fruit? Facing the curious eyes of everyone in the black group, Blackbeard grinned and said. Stop joking, Nami. Devil fruit also has strengths and weaknesses. How can those two fruit abilities be compared with thunder fruit? Not on the same level at all. Otherwise, why is thunder fruit called the strongest Logia? Quote. The strongest Logia. Hiss. Everyone in the black group gasped. After being at sea for so long, they have already fought against 2 Logia ability users, no, 3 to be precise. Our captain is also a Logia ability user, one of the top abilities in his system. Possess the terrifying power of darkness and gravity. Although it cannot be elementalized, it does not need to be elementalized. This is already very heaven-defying. Now here comes another thunder fruit. Everyone in the black group was a little numb, especially Badgers and the others. After all, they now know that those with Logia abilities who have not yet mastered Arm Siba. An angry person is invincible. Immune to all physical damage. Fan Oka suddenly felt confident. He pushed up his glasses and said with a smile. Just in time, I want to try to see if my armament hockey can cause damage to this thunder fruit user. Blackbeard smiled and shook his head. If there were other fruits, I would allow you to try them, but thunder fruit. Its destructive power is too strong and its speed is too fast. If you go up like this, you may be directly electrocuted into coke. I won't be able to save him by then. Don't underestimate the strongest Logia. It's thunder fruit. Even if he eats a piece of trash, he can immediately join the ranks of the top masters. Fan Oka suddenly fell silent after hearing this, but he was still very aware of current affairs and nodded immediately. I understand, Captain. Don't worry, it's only been a long time since you started practicing hockey. It's already beyond my expectation that you can reach such a level. Blackbeard patted Fan Oka, then smiled at the black group. Advertisement. So, leave Enel to me, your captain. Want to try armament hockey's damage to thunder fruit users? After I defeat that god Enel, I will catch him on the boat and you can test him as you please. After all, Laozi's favorite thing is to drag gods down from the altar. Thief, hahahaha. Hearing Blackbeard's words, everyone in the black group also smiled. You actually want to capture the thunder fruit user on the ship. He is indeed his own captain. However, they are still very confident about the strength of their captain. Regardless of whether we can pull that Enel on board, at least there is no problem in defeating him. Their captain's ability is the nemesis of all ability users. On the other hand, Weber was completely stunned. Why are these people so confident that their captain can defeat Enel? Don't you know how powerful Enel is? But that's not right either. As for the captain named Teach, his previous description of the thunder fruit clearly means he understands the power of this fruit better than he does. Then why did he dare to say something like defeating Enel? And judging from his tone, you want to arrest Enel on the ship. Are you crazy? Obviously impossible. Thinking of this, Weber's eyes became brighter and brighter. Although he had led his men to attack Enel and his priests several times, and knew the weakness of demon fruit power, he was still easily beaten by Enel like a cat playing with a mouse. In fact, he also knows that with their abilities, it is basically impossible to defeat Enel. If this man is really so confident, then what if I accompany him for a walk? Phew. With this in mind, Weber took another deep breath and said in a deep voice. Mr. Teach, if you really want to take action against Enel, I can show you the way. We Sandians have dealt with Enel several times in order to regain Shantora. Every time he and his men played with ease. Maybe we have no chance to defeat him in this life, but as a warrior, I will not back down. This time you brought Lord Rolando's descendants, allowing us Sandians to fulfill our ancestors' promise, and I have no regrets anymore. On this trip, I will risk my life to accompany you to fight Enel again. We Zandian warriors will never let our friends charge ahead. After Weber finished speaking, everyone in the black group suddenly had a good impression of this somewhat reckless guy. In any case, his ability to stick to the promise of his ancestors for more than 400 years, coupled with his courage and loyalty, are very worthy of their admiration. We are going to, how can we let you, brother, fight alone? Coolie Guy put out the cigarette in his mouth and spoke in a deep voice. That's right. Big Brother's brother is our brother. Masla and the orangutan on the side also roared in unison. Closing square bracket exclamation mark quote. Weber wanted to dissuade him, but was suddenly interrupted by a big hand on his shoulder. Then, Blackbeard Hockey's incomparable voice sounded. We are not going to die, let's not make it sound like we are willing to sacrifice ourselves generously. You'll find out soon. What is the god of Enel? The one Laozi likes to fight the most is God. Guide all things. Let Laozi fly directly to the shrine. Thief hahahaha. 053 close black lens bracket. It would be a pity to kill the monster. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. When he saw the pirate ship under him flying away from the Bye-Bye Sea, Weber, who was seeing it for the first time, was also shocked. Hey, the ship is flying. Originally, he thought this was something unbelievable, but he found that everyone on the ship, except him, behaved in a normal way. Is this also that guy's ability? Weber looked at the man above him with a solemn expression. At this time, Teach was standing in the sky, with a huge black hole filled with black mist suspended behind him. The whole person seemed to be bathed in darkness. In Weber's opinion, this man was like a demon in the legend. It actually gave him a more terrifying feeling than Enel. Just when he wanted to point out the direction, he discovered that the direction of the ship's flight was unexpectedly accurate. What's going on? Could it be that Captain Teach has the same powerful inner network as Elsa? It's really possible. Just when Weber was thinking about this, he heard Blackbeard's laughter echoing in the sky. Thief hahahaha. Another guy comes over. Friends, now that you are here, don't hide behind the clouds and peek. Otherwise, I will drag you to the ground. Quote. As a strange cry came from behind the clouds, an old man wearing gray armor and holding a knight's spear flew towards Teach sitting on a big pink bird covered with Madara dots. Ganfu. What are you doing here? After seeing the person coming, Weber immediately stood up with a frown. Weber, I'm not here to quarrel with you, let alone fight with you. Ganfuor said helplessly, then rode a flying bird to not far from Blackbeard and said. Sir, if you want to go to Enel, I advise you to think carefully. That man is absolutely invincible. He has the strongest Logia Thunder ability. If you fly towards the shrine like this, you will become his target. His ability can easily attack any place on Sky Island. The most important thing is that any attack is invalid against Enel. What you are doing is equivalent to. Old man, who are you looking down on? Before Ganfer finished speaking, he was interrupted by Bartolomeo below, who put his hands on his hips and said. Our captain is Blackbeard. Logia users are very strong, but our captain defeated many Logia users. Moreover, our captain is much stronger than you think. Also, Logia users are not invincible, and all attacks are invalid. Hey. Ganfu couldn't help but sigh after hearing this. In his opinion, those who have not witnessed Enel's terror with their own eyes will never understand the other's power. However, he seemed to suddenly think of something, and suddenly turned his head to look down at Weber, frowning and saying. Weber, didn't you tell them how powerful Enel is? Weber glanced at Ganford with deep meaning and said. Mr. Teach knows more than I do. What? How is this possible? Aren't they horses that just arrived at Sky Island? This time it was Ganfer's turn to be shocked. You know how scary Enel is, but you still go to him so blatantly. Not crazy, just confident enough in yourself. Judging from his views on the members of this ship, everyone seems to be not that simple. Moreover, each of them has a very powerful aura. Even Weber, who had once beaten their priest team to panic, seemed to be very mediocre among these people. After discovering this, Ganfu somewhat understood why a proud man like Weber would choose to follow this group of people to the temple to find trouble for Enel. Advertisement. Maybe this is really their only chance in this life. Hissing. Taking a deep breath, Ganfu said in a deep voice. Mr. Teach, if you must go to war with Enel, then I also want to do my part. Thief hahaha. Blackbeard laughed and said, have the former gods of Sky Island and the warrior chiefs of the Sandians joined forces with me? Very interesting. It doesn't matter, just come on. Maybe I can use this opportunity to kill Enel to resolve the 400-year-old conflict between your two races. Quote. Hearing this, Ganfu and Weber's bodies shook violently. They looked at each other, then looked away. But Blackbeard's words did leave a seed in the hearts of both of them. If Enel can really be solved by this adult, maybe it is really possible for the two tribes to return to peace. At the same time, above the White Sea, Angel Island, the king of gods' camp, Enel, who was lying leisurely on the bench enjoying the food from the angel maid, suddenly sat up as if he felt something. Oh, is there a new prey? Soon, a wanton smile appeared on his expressionless face. He raised his head and looked into the distance, his gaze could penetrate the space, and then he laughed wildly and said, ha 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 ha, interesting, interesting. Ganfu, Weber, you two actually invited a group of Qinghai people to serve as reinforcements. Do you want to use them to challenge my authority as a god? So what if I can fly? Isn't this just becoming a living target for me? God's sanction. Enel finished. A layer of blue lightning suddenly surrounded his wrist, and then he threw the lightning into the air with a flick of his hand. I saw a huge blue thunder pillar with a diameter of 5 or 6 meters appearing in the sky instantly. This thunder pillar streaked across the sky with a blue afterimage before disappearing above the shrine. Enel, on the other hand, rested one hand on his knees, holding his chin and looking into the distance, as if he could see the thunder column disappearing in the sky, with a look of interest on his face. At the same time, Baibihai, a pirate ship that was about to approach Angel Island flew up from below the White Sea. Blackbeard, who was controlling the flying pirate ship, suddenly raised his eyebrows and revealed a smile. It seems that Enel is still very alert. Yes, observation hockey is not much weaker than me. But you want to shoot me down with this level of attack. You are too conceited. The darkness is overwhelming. Before the people below understood what was going on, they saw black mist rising from Blackbeard's body into the sky, directly turning into a huge black screen that stretched over 10 meters in front of his head. Tisk. The next second, a huge thunder pillar fell from the sky, as if it had deliberately hit the black screen, with precise destiny. Ganfer and Weber, who saw this scene below, immediately recognized this attack and exclaimed almost at the same time. Be careful, it's Enel's divine judgment. But just as the two of them screamed in surprise, the thunder pillar had already quietly disappeared above the black screen and disappeared, as if it had never appeared before. Blackbeard stood in the sky, his sight instantly enveloped the entire Angel Island. At the same time, he raised the palm of his right hand and pointed it in the direction of the distant shrine. It's rude to come and not reciprocate. Just give you a taste of your own attack. Liberation. Tisk. Advertisement. The next second, as the black mist surged in the sky, the direction of the huge black hole changed, and a lightning pillar that was exactly the same as before shot out directly from the black screen, bombarding it at high speed in the direction of the distant shrine. After a few seconds, boom, a huge explosion sounded in the distance in the direction of the shrine, and the echoing sound even reached them. What? This? Weber and Ganfer on the Sabaru both looked at this scene with horror on their faces. That is Enel's divine judgment. Was he actually taken advantage of by that man? What kind of abilities does Captain Teach have? In the distant shrine deep in Angel Island, Enel also looked very ugly. Seeing the bombed gate in front of him, a look of disbelief flashed across his face. He didn't understand how the other party allowed his attack to attack him instead. Although he is immune to lightning, he is Enel of God. How could you allow others to provoke you like this? Very good. I want to see how you handle this move. 6 pillar ruling. Enel directly raised his hands, and 6 thunder and lightning rings immediately appeared on his wrists. As he flicked his hands, these 6 thunder and lightning rings shot straight into the sky. Rumble. Immediately afterwards, 6 thunder and lightning rings turned into 6 paths thunder pillars in the sky and blasted directly in the direction of the black group. Tisk tisk tisk. 6 paths huge thunder column soon appeared above the Sabaru. I have to say that Enel still has unique insights and views on fruit development. They want to use quantity and speed to prevent Blackbeard from accurately absorbing all the thunder pillars at once, so that if a thunder pillar attacks them, it can cause great damage. I have to say that Enel has the right idea. If the two of them were equal in strength, it would be impossible for Blackbeard to use Dark Fruit to defend against all attacks, but for now, Blackbeard's hockey is west of Enel. Even Enel's best observation hockey is not as good as the current Blackbeard. Therefore, when Enel used the six-pillar judgment, Blackbeard, who had already covered the entire Angel Island with observation hockey, had already predicted the direction of the Thunder Pillar. You must know that after this period of time, Blackbeard has gained control of the 7-star sword, and his observation hockey is no less than the level of advance payment. It's just that the direction of his vision is not to predict the future, but to focus on mental control and memory reading. Observation hockey is similar to Pluton Rayleigh and Alone Red. Certainly. The reason why Blackbeard has not mastered predicting the future is because he has not yet fought against such a master. If masters of their level compete against each other, with the same level of observation hockey, they will be able to figure out some of their opponent's abilities. Just like in the previous life plot, 2 years later, Luffy, who did not have the ability to predict the future, observation hockey, fought against Katakuri, who had the ability to predict the future. Although Katakuri is suspected of being released into the sea, Luffy undoubtedly mastered the ability to predict the future during his fight with him. You must know that Luffy himself has a special ability to listen to the sounds of all things. Judging from the fact that in his subsequent battle with Mr. Guy, predicting the future did not play a big role. This ability to predict the future may be okay for Hockey's opponents who are weaker than him, but in a battle between top players, it is impossible to truly predict the future of a master of the same level as you. Otherwise, there is no need to fight. The real top powerhouse is still a competition between pure hockey, physical skills and fruit abilities. It is impossible for a single killing move to determine the outcome. Of course, this is not necessarily true if the strength exceeds too much, or the fruit's ability is too heaven-defying. After all, Luo and Kid have proven that the fruit is powerful. Even if hockey is weaker, he can really kill the 4 Emperors level powerhouse. Whistle, rustle, rustle. In the blink of an eye, the huge thunder pillars of 6 paths had been fired from all directions. However, Blackbeard's knowledge had already predicted the direction of the thunder pillars of 6 paths. The endless black mist formed huge black curtains and blocked them accurately. Down every thunder pillar. Puff puff. Enel in the palace opened his mouth in shock when he saw what happened, his face full of disbelief. How is this possible? You can actually stop it. Thief hahahaha. Advertisement. Blackbeard burst out laughing. Enel, your strength is good, but hockey is still too weak. Even if you are proud of your inner network, I am still above you. This 6 paths thunder pillar is returned to you. Quote. Boo hoo hoo. As Blackbeard finished speaking, the 6 huge surging black curtains immediately spat out all the 6 paths thunder pillars that had just been fired into it, causing them to rush straight into the palace as they came. Damn it. Enel in the palace could no longer sit calmly. He knew the power of his 6 paths thunder pillar. If this guy really lets this 6-pillar judgment fall on the shrine may be directly destroyed. Zilla. So in the next moment, with a flash of lightning, Enel appeared in the sky in front of the shrine. Looking at the huge thunder column fired by 6 paths, he just raised his hand and made a move. Zilla zilla zilla. The thunder pillar that was originally fired shot towards Enel as if it were alive, and then hit Enel directly. Zilla. Enel just took the 6 paths thunder pillar back into his body without any trouble as the electric light surged around his body. Immediately, he looked solemnly in the direction of the Bye-Bye Sea outside Angel Island, and murmured. It seems that a group of Qinghai people with good strength have arrived. It's just that you guys dare to offend the gods. Then, Liao Know-how has to pay the price. Immediately afterwards, the electric waves around Enel scattered, and then his voice appeared in the ears of the priests under him. Getas, Shadley, Shira, Ohm, you lead the priest group to the Bye-Bye Beach of Angel Island immediately. There is an enemy invasion, prepare for war. The god-tier officials who were in their own mansions on Angel Island immediately responded with solemn expressions. Yes, Master Enel. At the same time, Angel Island, Bye-Bye Beach. Blackbeard placed the Sabaru directly on the shore, and then under everyone's puzzled eyes, he actually sat down cross-legged in midair. Everyone in the black group below was puzzled when they saw this scene. Weber was most puzzled and said, Mr. Teach, why didn't he continue the attack on Ikong Road? Did the attack you sent back earlier hit him? Blackbeard grinned and said, "The hit him, but you know, he ate the thunder fruit. He is immune to any thunder and lightning. So the attack just now is meaningless." Quote. Ganfu also scratched his head in confusion and said, "So you are now. Enel has called his group of priests and is coming here." Blackbeard looked down at them and grinned. "And I'm waiting for them to come over." What? Weber and Ganfer's expressions changed drastically at the same time, and the former immediately roared. "Mr. Teach, then I will immediately gather my subordinates to fight with you." Blackbeard waved his hand casually and said, "You just need to take a look, the goal of my trip is Enel. This is our Blackbeard pirates' battle with him, no one else needs to interfere. I hope that Enel will be defeated by me soon. If he feels that there are outsiders who are unconvinced, then I will have a headache. Enel is a good young man, it would be a pity to kill him." Quote. Number 1. Ganfer. "What the hell, I'm afraid you're the only one who dares to say that, right? 054 close black lens bracket. Two top Logias compete against each other." Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Is it a pity to kill a monster? Weber and Ganfer both felt confused. If another person said this, they would directly punch him twice to stop daydreaming. That is Enel of God. The strongest Logia Thunder Fruit ability owner. Not to mention whether you can win or not, but whether you can hurt the opponent is a question. But the man named Teach said this, and they suddenly felt that they could look forward to it again. After all, judging from his previous performance, Enel seemed to be unable to do anything to this man. Just when Weber and Ganfu were feeling complicated, the members of the Black Group had already begun to discuss gold matters in the Golden Land. Seeing this scene, both Weber and Ganfu were helpless. Do these people really not know how powerful their opponents are? Ta ta ta. Soon, a series of footsteps sounded above the white cloud stairs of Angel Island, and then several groups of figures appeared there. The leader was clearly Enel, who had 4 drums on his back and a long golden stick in his hand. The 4 people behind him were his 4 priests and the 100 divine soldiers they each led. Seeing this scene, Blackbeard's eyes lit up. During the Sky Island chapter in his previous life, he discovered that these magic weapons had very good qualifications. Because most of them have mastered a little bit of the use of observation hockey, and at the same time, their physical skills are also very good. This also illustrates their suitability for Marine 6 styles. Anyone who has undergone systematic training will be a high-quality soldier resource. The same is true for the 4 priests, and they will still be very good as members of the junior cadres in the future. Before that, Enel still needs to be conquered. This is his main purpose. Soon, at the top of the Baiyun stairs, a priest holding a knight's gun, wearing a flying hat and goggles, and riding a purple strange bird stepped forward, looked at the black group below and shouted. "Who are you? Why disturb the gods? I think this is your first offender. As long as you leave Sky Island quickly, we will no longer pursue you. Otherwise, I will let you understand the consequences of those who offend the gods." Wow. Immediately afterwards, hundreds of white-robed and white-winged magic soldiers behind him took a step forward, glaring at the black group of only a dozen or so people below with an imposing manner. Originally, they thought that this kind of behavior could intimidate the people in the black group, but they found that the people in the black group below did not even look at them. Instead, they seemed to be arguing about something. The captain said, "There are only 4 priests this time, how are we going to divide them? Hahahaha. I don't care, I want to share one. Before, it was Badgers and you guys who grabbed the monsters, this time it's my turn as a newcomer to take 423 moves, right? No. The captain said that these priests and magic soldiers have mastered observation hockey to some extent. I have to find a guy to beat me. Maybe armament hockey will be awakened by then. I also want to find someone to try out the recent development progress of the sickle fruit. The old rules are rock, paper, scissors. Agree. Gui LVLV. These priests and magic soldiers all had a little bit of knowledge, so they easily heard their arguments clearly. They all looked strange at first, and then became angry. They have been used to being arrogant and domineering on Sky Island these years. Where have they ever been wronged like this? Wow. Lord Enel, let us kill these rude people for you. That's right. A mere Qinghai person can be so arrogant. It's time for them to understand the power of priests. Looking at the indignant priests and subordinates, Enel pondered for 2 seconds and then said with a bright smile. Okay, Getas, Shira, and Shadley, Just bring your magic weapons and teach these Qinghai people a lesson from the gods. Yes. Several priests immediately roared excitedly, and then led hundreds of divine soldiers to slide down the white cloud stairs on strange things. Hundreds of people rushed down the high slope on jet skateboards at the same time. From the perspective of the black group, it was quite spectacular. Blackbeard also stood up at this time, looked at the hundreds of guys riding jet skateboards, then lowered his head and glanced at the people who had been allocated, and said with a smile, "Since you have already allocated it, I will reduce the number for you. Too many people is indeed a bit troublesome." Buzz. Advertisement. The next moment, a terrifying aura burst out from Blackbeard's body, instantly sweeping away the hundreds of divine soldiers rushing down. Bang bang bang. The next second, under the shocked gazes of Weber, Ganfer, the four priests, and Enel, the hundreds of magic soldiers following the four priests rolled their eyes and passed out. Puff puff. In just a few breaths, those magic soldiers were lying down, prone, or stuck upside down on the white cloud ground, and each one of them passed out. But at this time, there were only four priests left who rushed straight in front of the black group without abating their momentum. The atmosphere suddenly solidified. Enel was once again shocked and dumbfounded. JPG. What power is this? Although he could do it to kill so many magic weapons in one instant, he couldn't do it so easily. And the man opposite didn't even seem to move. The black mist that resisted his six-pillar decision (BBFC) before was able to defeat hundreds of magic weapons so easily without using it, which really made him a little unbelievable. Especially the force that swept over him before made him feel a kind of oppression. This was a feeling he hadn't had since eating thunder fruit. What kind of existence can oppress gods? What happened? Damn it. Are these Qinghai people? Master Enel is right. These Qinghai people are not simple. Please be careful. The expressions of several priests finally became serious at this time. The black group has already won 4 people in rock, paper, scissors, namely Badgers, Crow, Bartolomeo, and Poison Q. As the only loser, Fanoka stood aside rubbing his forehead in distress. Robin, Nami, and Carmen were sitting leisurely under a sun umbrella, drinking coffee and eating desserts. They were completely out of tune with the solemn atmosphere in front of them. Seeing this scene, Kakuzu couldn't help but twitched his mouth and asked, "Three beauties, are you a little too outrageous?" Just as he was thinking about this, he heard the captain's laughter coming from above his head. "Ha ha ha ha. Carmen, your skills are getting better and better. This egg yolk pie tastes great, exactly like what I said." Looking up, Fanoka's face turned dark. His own captain actually held a small drink in one hand and gnawed a piece of egg yolk pie as big as his head in the other, making it clear that he was watching a show. His behavior also made the opposite Enel's face darken. Does this guy show too little respect for him as a god? At this moment, the battle between the black group cadres and the priests below finally started, which also drew Enel's attention. He wants to see if this guy's subordinates are stronger or his priests are stronger. Crow. Leave me the one with the sword, I'll take it. Badgers. No problem, leave the one in the purple suit to me. Poison Q. I don't care, just pick the rest and give it to me. Bartolomeo put his hands on his hips. I just happen to have learned moonwalk. I just want to give it a try. Leave the one who can fly to me. After saying that, the three of them rushed towards their opponents. Poison Q, on the other hand, looked like a disabled person who might fall down at any time, and walked toward Shadley in a swaying manner. Above the sky, after Blackbeard finished the egg yolk pie in one bite, he looked at the ugly-looking Enel in the distance and said with a smile. I said, Enel, do you want to make a bet to see who is better? Your subordinates are mine. Enel's face stiffened and he shouted in a deep voice. Of course my subordinates are great. What if my men win? Blackbeard looked at him with a half-smile. Enel's face darkened. Then I will kill them with my own hands. Hey, don't be too outrageous. Blackbeard rolled his eyes and said. If my subordinates win, how about you join my pirate group and become my partner? Don't be too arrogant, Qinghai people. Enel heard this and said angrily. A mere mortal actually wants to recruit gods. Advertisement. Blackbeard didn't care at all about Enel's stinky fart. He raised his finger and pointed down at Shadley, who was fainted by the poison Q poison the next time he came across it, and said. Oh, God, one of your priests has fallen. Nani, so fast. Enel was still preventing Blackbeard from getting angry, but he didn't expect that the other party would not be provoked at all, and he didn't expect that one of his priests would be killed so quickly. Who is it? Suddenly. How can this be? She obviously also mastered the power of the heart network. How did that guy defeat her? Not even the sound of fighting was made. Enel's expression was extremely solemn. He had personally trained these 4 priests and taught them the power of the heart network. How could he be killed so easily? Sure enough, this group of Qinghai people is not that simple. Seeing Enel's solemn expression, Blackbeard smiled and said, "As a god, how can his expression be so cautious? Don't worry, I'm just giving you a casual lesson today, I won't really kill you. But there may be many lessons like this in the future. As an adult, you have to learn to get used to it." Quote. How can you repair it, you rude mortal? Enel's face was extremely gloomy, but he still had no intention of taking action. He had to first find out some clues from this Qinghai man's subordinates so that he could be more confident in his future battle with this man. The cadres from both sides below have completely surrendered. Spoon soul destroying iron claw. Tisk tisk tisk. After testing several attacks, Crow found that the opponent could avoid them with observation hockey, so he went into a violent state. Streams of sword energy shot out from his cat's claw espada, forcing Ohm into a desperate situation. During previous training, Crow asked Blackbeard how he should deal with someone who has mastered observation hockey if he hasn't mastered observation hockey yet. Blackbeard told him that unless the opponent's knowledge was not advanced, there was basically no possibility of winning. If the opponent only masters the basic observation hockey, then you can use a speed far exceeding the opponent's, making the opponent's body unable to keep up with the reaction of observation hockey. In this way, you can constantly hurt the opponent, causing the opponent to be unable to maintain observation hockey's calmness. This is enough to kill your opponent. This is what Crow did at this time. His figure turned into an afterimage and disappeared, attacking Ohm from all directions. This caused countless Gangfeng sword energy slashed by Cat Claw Espada to directly surround Ohm. Iron Cloud Slash. 1. Clang clang clang. When Ohm saw this, he looked very solemn and waved the retractable Iron Cloud sword in his hand to resist the wind blade slashed by Crow. He. Even though Ohm's swordsmanship was not bad, he still couldn't avoid the fact that his body couldn't react to the Gangfeng sword chi that was slashing rapidly from all directions, causing his body to start to show blood marks from the wind sword. Spoon Blade Storm. On the contrary, Crow was completely excited and forgot about Blackbeard's words to keep his hand, and directly activated his ultimate move. Buzz Buzz. Badges and Gatas, who were fighting each other with punches, and Bartolomeo and Shira, who directly wrapped their opponents in the barrier ball from a distance, making the opponent's attacks quickly escape. The 4 people were attracted by the huge movement and turned their heads. Then they saw that where Crow and Ohm were fighting, a huge tornado that was 30 to 40 meters tall and 7 or 8 meters in diameter had appeared. There were countless winds in the tornado. The gang sword chi is spinning. The surrounding white clouds and trees were directly cut into countless pieces. Seeing this scene, Enel's expression also changed. Is he an ability user again? Hey, Crow, you've gone too far. Seeing this, Blackbeard couldn't help but shouted helplessly. That's almost it. Don't kill people, and then capture them and put them on the ship as partners. Wow. Advertisement. Hoo. Hearing Blackbeard's roar, the huge tornado gradually calmed down. The 2 people in the middle were immediately revealed. One is a man wearing a black suit with slightly messy hair. He is pushing his glasses with his right wrist and the long cat claw of his left hand hangs down casually. The other one was a man who was covered in blood, his clothes were torn and had passed out. Did that guy Ohm get killed too? Getas and Shira were also shocked. Click. Crow took off the cat claw espada, waved at the chosen poisonous move and said, Poison Q, come here and treat the wounded. Upon hearing this, Poison Q immediately came over with a medicine box on his back. After seeing Ohm's miserable condition, he couldn't help but said, Come on, the captain has said that he will be captured as a partner, but you are so ruthless. Huh. Crow exhaled a breath and said a little tiredly. There's nothing I can do about it. This guy's intelligence is very strong, so I can't hold back. He probably won't die, right? Poison Q glanced at it and nodded. You won't die, don't worry. Okay, I'll leave it to you. After saying that, Crow walked leisurely towards the camp on the shore. When Badges saw this scene from a distance, his expression changed. He looked at Geddes, who was already bruised and swollen by him, and said with a smile. Way hahahaha. Geddes, you are still too weak. Let's fight again after you get on the ship and become stronger. Now, let's deal with you first. Upon hearing this, Gain immediately rolled his eyes and became furious. Don't underestimate people, badgers. Look at me, you bastard. Who are you rolling your eyes at? What a bad habit. Boom. Faced with Gedaz's punch, Badgies raised his arm and knocked the punch away easily, and then hit his lower handle with an uppercut. Iron body fist steel. Bang. Click. A crisp sound sounded, and Gedaz's jawbone was shattered, and his body flew dozens of meters upside down and hit the white clouds, and he passed out. Bartolomeo's side was even simpler. He drained all the air in the barrier ball and directly squeezed Shira and his big bird together, causing him to pass out due to lack of oxygen. Immediately, Bartolomeo waved his hand towards the sky and said, Captain, it's all done. Blackbeard nodded, then turned to Enel and said, Have you seen enough, Enel? Now it's just you. If you are not sure, how about joining us directly? Dong dong dong. Enel told Blackbeard directly with action. He raised the long golden stick in his hand and struck the taiko drum behind him twice, and then a blue brontosaurus with a length of dozens of meters appeared. The top of his head. Roar. The brontosaurus roared. Enel pointed the long golden stick in his hand at Blackbeard and shouted. Since you are so arrogant, let you bear the wrath of the gods. 60 million volts Thunder Dragon. Blackbeard raised his hand to his forehead and laughed gradually wildly. Ha 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 ha. I've said it all, it's useless. In that case, let me drag you, a god, down from the altar. 055 close black lens bracket. Why don't you call me God Enel? Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Darkness. Black mist rose into the sky around Blackbeard, turning into a large black hand with a diameter of 10 meters in the sky in front of him and directly pinched the brontosaurus that was rushing toward him. Dull. Immediately, this 60 million volt thunder dragon gradually disappeared in the palm of the big black hand under the shocked eyes of Enel and everyone. Is it the same trick as before? Enel looked solemn, but his movements did not stop. Sizzling. Enel, whose whole body was bathed in lightning, began to beat the taiko drum quickly on the long golden stick in his hand. Dong dong dong. The next moment, 9/10 of meters long thunder dragons roared out of Enel's body, and then circled and circled above his head. 588. For a moment, the sound of dragon roars echoed across the sky. This scene made Weber and Ganfer below look pale. At this moment, they finally understood that Enel used to play with them and was not serious at all. Just one of this terrifying thunder dragon is enough to wipe out all their soldiers and warriors, let alone 9 of them at the moment. Is that Mr. Teach really Enel's rival? Not only Webb and Ganfu were shocked, but everyone in the black group below also looked solemn. They asked themselves that they would not be able to withstand the attack of the next thunder dragon. 60 million volts. Such terrifying electric energy could kill them in an instant. Is this the so-called strongest Logia thunder fruit? Everyone looked solemn. The angels who were peeking at this scene on Angel Island in the distance all looked pale. At this moment, they finally felt the terror of God. Just when a haze hung over everyone's heads, a wave of wanton laughter echoed in the sky. Very good, Enel, that's it. Use all your strongest moves. Pleasure me to your heart's content, Enel. Thief ha 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 ha. Arrogant. Enel originally thought that this move would frighten the man in the sky in the distance, but he didn't expect that the other man would be so arrogant. He immediately pointed his golden stick and shouted. Kowloon thunder explosion. Ang ang ang. Immediately afterwards, the 9 brontosaurus hovering above Enel's head roared and bit Blackbeard from all directions. 3 songs and 9 arms black winged demon Ashura. Blackbeard was not afraid at all. After shouting, he clapped his hands. The next second, the endless black mist shrouded him in it. A 3-headed black giant 30 to 40 meters tall gathered in the sky, and then 9 huge arms protruded from the body of the black fog giant, accurately catching every thunder dragon that came to bite. This is the true use of darkness. Not only can it absorb all attacks, but it can also condense into various shapes of black mist with Blackbeard's thoughts. Ha 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 ha, how could I let you succeed again? Enel opened his arms and laughed. Blow it up. Blackbeard's eyes flashed red, and the endless black instantly enveloped him in the black building's body. Rumble. It's just that the huge mushroom cloud exploded from the power of Enel's 9 Dragon's thunder explosion, collapsed in half in the blink of an eye, and in another breath, the aftermath of the explosion disappeared. The black giant in the sky in the distance had only 9 arms blown into countless scattered black mist. The main body was still in a chaotic black mist, with no sign of dissipating. This scene made Enel, who was laughing wildly in the distance, suddenly stop laughing. Not bad, very good. Blackbeard's figure floated out from the black giant's chest again. Come again. Thunder fruit should be more than that. Come, let me see your full strength. You guy. Advertisement. Enel now finally understood that the guy in front of him who was covered in black energy was probably a powerful ability user just like him. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated. Comparable, comparable, comparable. Countless blue thunder and lightning burst out from all around him and shot into the clouds above the sky. Rumble. In the blink of an eye, the white clouds in the sky turned into rolling dark clouds filled with blue lightning thunderclouds. At the same time, Enel's body also expanded rapidly, becoming a thunder giant 20 or 30 meters tall. It's an enlarged version of Enel. 20 million volts Thor. Enel stood in the sky, his low roar spread across the sky, and with the dark clouds of lightning and thunder above his head, it really felt like the arrival of the god of thunder. Seeing Enel become so huge, everyone in the black group below couldn't help but start discussing. This guy has grown so big, doesn't he become the captain's target? What target? Stop joking, the captain never took it seriously from beginning to end. What? How is this possible? Captain Teach has always been defensive but not offensive. If he uses that move, are you sure Enel's ability can still be used? It seems so, but isn't Enel's move too cumbersome? It's really a bit stupid. Just when everyone in the black group was discussing that Enel had become huge and bulky, Enel's dozens of meters tall thunder giant, which was hundreds of meters away, actually arrived in front of Blackbeard's black-winged demon in a flash of lightning. Seeing Enel with such terrifying speed, everyone in the black group couldn't help but be shocked. Thunder God's Fist. After arriving in front of Blackbeard, Enel punched Blackbeard without any hesitation. A red light flashed in Blackbeard's eyes, and before the punch hit him, he stepped out with a burst of air, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared 100 meters behind the black-winged demon. At the same time, the 9 arms of the black-winged demon turned into huge black fists and struck towards Enel. The next second, the two collided. Boom. Sizzling. Black mist and blue thunder exploded in the sky. The turbulent air waves caused the expressions of everyone in the black group below to change. The blue thunder in the sky kept jumping and flashing, and a random bolt of lightning fell from the sky and blasted a big hole in the island cloud on the ground. At the same time, the 9 arms in the sky that were blown away from the black-winged demon also turned into countless black snow, which was frantically absorbing the power of thunder. When Enel saw this scene, he caught up with Blackbeard again and shouted. Didn't you, this guy, say you want to pull me down from the altar? Didn't you say you wanted to conquer me? If you keep hiding like this and don't even dare to take one of my moves, do you think you deserve to have me become your deputy? Do not make jokes. Hearing this, the people in the black group watching the battle below looked strange. Nami raised her forehead and shook her head. This guy is going to be in trouble. He's trying to force Teach to take action. He'll be beaten until his nose is bruised and his face is swollen, right? Hahahaha. When everyone heard Robin's sinister laughter, they couldn't help but feel hungry. Above the sky, Blackbeard also burst out laughing and said, well, I will satisfy your request. For now, it seems like you've exhausted all your options. That's fine. Let you feel how different the world is. Razor. Bang bang bang. As Blackbeard finished speaking, he directly stepped out of sonic blast waves hundreds of meters away in the sky, turned into a black stream of light, and instantly came to Enel, a giant covered in thunder and lightning. The next second, Blackbeard's fist with the purple-black emission hockey hit Enel's thunder giant's stomach. Enel saw this, with excitement and contempt on his face, and laughed wildly at the same time. Stupid Qinghai people, I have 200 million volts of thunder on my body. Whenever you touch me or someone else, it is equivalent to being attacked by 200 million volts. What's more, you don't know that Logia users are immune to all physical attacks. Bang. Before Enel could finish speaking, the thunder giant tens of meters tall turned into a bow shape after being hit in the stomach by Blackbeard's punch. Wah wah wah. Advertisement. Boom. Immediately, under Enel's bulging eyes and the look of disbelief on his face, His figure flew directly upside down for dozens of meters and hit the island clouds hard. The huge thunder giant that was dozens of meters away gradually disappeared and returned to Enel's original appearance. Cough, cough, cough. Enel, who was lying in a huge crater on the island, was holding his stomach and coughing uncontrollably. From time to time, he would cough up blood and stomach acid. He simply looked up at the sky. I saw the man whose whole body was wrapped in purple-black arrogance, just like an ancient god and demon, standing proudly in the sky and looking down at him with an expressionless face. Seeing the unscathed appearance of this man, Enel couldn't accept it and yelled. Impossible. Cough, cough, cough. How come you weren't hurt at all? You were exposed to 200 million volts of lightning. Why? Why can you hit me? Obviously I am immune to all physical attacks. Blackbeard chuckled and shook his head. Enel, your vision is limited to this small sky island. How do you know how big the world is? Does being a little sky island god in this peaceful place make you so arrogant? It's like a frog in a well. Enel, you kind of disappoint me. Enel's face turned red when he was told that. He held his stomach and straightened up, staring at Blackbeard in the sky and yelled. Joke. You are the frog in the well. What I long for is the infinite land above the sky. How could you, a mere Qinghai native, know about this god's ambition? The Ark of God, Proverbs is almost completed. At that time, I will personally go to the infinite land. Hearing Enel's words, everyone in the black group was stunned and subconsciously raised their heads. The infinite land above the sky. Is there another landmass above Sky Island? How can this be? But as soon as they thought of this, their hearts swelled again. You know, before going to Sky Island, they didn't believe in the existence of Sky Island. So is that infinite land also. Thinking of this, everyone in the black group subconsciously turned to look at their captain. Please give me flowers. 0. At this time, they heard their captain smile disdainfully. To the infinite land. Just you. You mean above the moon, right? That place is much smaller than the place we live in now. Does it deserve to be called the infinite Earth? Do you want to fly into the universe without even understanding your own planet? Perhaps among the stars and the sea. There is the infinite land in your dream, but you are too weak now. Enel, just above the vast sea below, there are countless people who have the power to hurt you just now. Even in my pirate group, Oka now has the power to directly attack your Logia body. Moreover, on top of this power, there is a stronger power. You don't even understand these, you don't even have this basic power, and you still want to conquer the stars and the sea. You said, you are not a frog in the well, what are you? Nani? Enel had a question mark upon hearing this. There are countless people on the sea below who have the power to attack Logia. How can this be? It was obvious that what he ate was the Logia thunder fruit with invincible power. But does this man need to lie to himself? Enel's eyes flashed. Suddenly, he suddenly raised his head and looked at the sky that was already covered with dark clouds and thunderous thunder. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and his body turned into a bolt of thunder and lightning and soared into the sky directly to the bottom of the dark clouds. Then, he looked down at Blackbeard and everyone in the black group and laughed. Advertisement. Ha 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 ha. Maybe what you said makes sense. But this god will not give in easily. If you can accept my move, what if I go to Qinghai with you? If you can't take this move, just fall from the height of 10,000 meters. Lei Ying. Rumble rumble. As Enel shouted loudly, a huge blue-gray thunderball with a diameter of 1 kilometer pushed through the dark clouds in the sky and slowly fell downwards. Seeing this scene, the faces of everyone from Angel Island, Sandia, and even the black group changed drastically, and their faces were full of shock. Previously, just a small bolt of lightning directly blasted a hole of more than 10 meters. If this huge thing fell, wouldn't the entire Sky Island be blown up? Oops, the captain won't let it go. The people in the black group couldn't help but feel excited at this time. Enel's sense of knowledge naturally noticed the changes in their expressions and mentality. He lifted the kilometer-diameter Lei Ying with one hand and said with a smile. Ha 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 ha. Tremble. Be afraid. Struggle. Yes, that's it. This is the attitude you should have when facing gods. Just when Enel was so proud, on the white beach below, someone pointed at Enel and shouted. What kind of god are you? Gods are all existences that protect the people. You are just a destructive guy at best. Teach. Give him a good beating. This guy is so annoying. Blackbeard looked at the angry Nami, and his eyes immediately scanned the angels who were screaming in fear. He understood that Nami was thinking of the villagers of Kokoyasi village who had been destroyed by Arlong. Them. Immediately his expression turned cold, he stared at Enel and grinned. Shall I recognize your strength, but I don't like it if you make us navigators angry. Now that our Nami has spoken, there is no need to continue testing. Pipe. Quote. After saying this, a terrible suction force swept out from Blackbeard's palm aimed at Enel. Ha ha ha, I can feel their fear. You may not be able to solve this trick, right? Don't be too arrogant. Dash. Enel was just halfway through his words when he felt his body flying uncontrollably towards Blackbeard, who turned into a black stream of light and flew towards him. He tried to use lightning to escape, but he couldn't do it. The terrible suction force pulled him firmly in that direction. In addition, Blackbeard also flew towards Enel in the sky, running in both directions. Enel was caught by Blackbeard in a few breaths. Snapped. Feeling his neck being pinched by the other party, Enel was not surprised but laughed happily. Ha 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 ha. Originally I knew how to get close to you and attack your body, but now you are seeking death. 200 million volts discharge. What's the situation? My ability. Has failed. Enel's smile froze on his face in the next second, followed by panic, and then shock. No matter how much he tried to use Thunderfruit's power, he got no response at all. The next second, cold sweat broke out on Enel's forehead, his eyes bulged, a stream of mucus flowed from his nostrils, his mouth grew wide and he looked at Blackbeard with a horrified face. He, Enel of God, was subdued by the opponent with just such a move. Impossible, absolutely impossible, snapped. Just when he couldn't help but shake his head in disbelief, he was greeted by Blackbeard's palm as big as a cattail leaf, which directly gave Enel a hard blow. Why don't you call me God Enel? Make you naughty. Let Laozi work as a handyman on the ship for a month as punishment. Open black lens bracket 056 close black lens bracket. Emperor's Deputy. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. PFF'd. Seeing Enel, who was majestic before and looked like a god descending to earth, now being carried like a baby by Blackbeard and eating his pussy, everyone below couldn't help but laugh out loud. That was a big fight that entangled senior armament hockey. Enel was covered in just a few strokes. Enel, who was originally a little depressed, suddenly raised his swollen head and smiled. Don't think that catching me will solve everything. Look at the tops of your heads. Without my control, Lei Ying will completely lose control. If you don't let me go, you will be waiting to fall 10,000 meters into the sky together with this angel island. Ha 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 ha. Ouch. Enel didn't get mad for a few seconds before he gave Blackbeard a hard blow that completely stopped him. Everyone in the black group was originally nervous, but when they saw their captain looking so relaxed, they completely relaxed. My own captain would not do anything uncertain. Sure enough, everyone in the black group, as well as the Sandians and Sky Islanders watching the battle from a distance, looked at the scene in front of them in shock. I saw Blackbeard lifting Enel directly into the sky, and came to the place where the Thunder Star was slowly emerging from the dark clouds. Shall I? Watch and see how your captain cleans up the mess you left behind. Blackbeard grabbed the back of Enel's fateful neck with one hand and turned his head upward. He slowly raised his hand, as if he was going to lift the huge thunderball with a diameter of 1,000 meters. Hey, you guy, do you want to die? Enel couldn't help but subconsciously exclaimed when he saw this scene. After the previous battle with Pua, he really recognized the man in front of him. After all, he is the man who can bring his god Enel down from the altar. Thief ha 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 ha. Blackbeard just laughed wildly and wildly. Enel, you know nothing about my power. Swallow. 553, to devour all things and tear everything apart. Darkness. Whistle. Rustle, rustle. As Blackbeard finished speaking, endless darkness spurted out from his raised left hand, instantly turning into a black screen that filled the sky and directly intercepted the slowly falling 1,000-meter thunderball in midair. When the people below saw this, it was as if Blackbeard had lifted the huge thunderball with one person. Sizzling. As the darkness connected with the thunderball wrapped with blue lightning, countless lightning flashes suddenly raged in the sky. The dark clouds above the head were blasted into huge holes by the overflowing lightning, allowing bunches of golden sunlight to fall through them, which turned out to have a strange sense of beauty. And Blackbeard, standing in the golden sunshine under the sky, is like a god in the world and cannot be looked directly at. Although the people below were shocked and experienced when seeing this scene, they became even more nervous and worried. Because the huge thunder ball randomly fired a bolt of lightning and dispersed the dark clouds in the sky. In just a moment, the dark clouds in the sky had already dissipated. If the entire thunderball fell, the consequences would be unimaginable. Can that thin layer of darkness really withstand thunderballs? Su. Just when everyone was worried, the blue-gray thunderball with a diameter of 1,000 meters was already half wrapped in darkness. There are less and less thunder and lightning spilling into the sky. Then a weird scene happened. That huge thunderball, which is thousands of meters in diameter, is still sinking. And the sinking speed is getting faster and faster. But there was clearly a thin layer of black mist below the thunderball, and below it was only the man holding Enel with one hand and holding up the entire sky with the other. Is that black mist also an ability? Zzz. As Lei Ying was swallowed and torn apart by the black hole, the thunder and lightning it could burst out became less and less, and the entire sky began to gradually become quiet. Until 10 seconds pass. That huge thunder ball that stretched across the sky was completely swallowed up by the thin layer of black mist, and completely disappeared from the sky. As the endless black mist gradually disappeared into the man holding Enel in the sky, the entire sky became completely clear and blue, as if nothing had happened. Is this your true strength? Advertisement. Enel, who was held in Blackbeard's hand, finally showed an admiring tone at this moment. I didn't expect that Qinghai would have such a terrifying strong man like you. It's really hard to imagine what kind of sea it is. I have terrible news for you. Blackbeard brought Enel closer and said with a wicked smile. There are many strong men like me on the sea below. If you don't even have the consciousness to face them, then I might as well finish you off right here. Cough. Enel was so frightened that he coughed quickly and said. No, you said you wanted me to get on the boat. Wait, you said there are many monsters like you in that sea. How can this be? As Enel spoke, he suddenly felt something was wrong. He was so shocked by Blackbeard's words that his eyes almost bulged out, and Enel's exclusive shocked emoticon appeared. Nothing is impossible. Blackbeard laughed. So you are a frog in the well. Thunder Fruit, who has the strongest Logia, doesn't become famous as a pirate with Laozi. What's the point of staying here and being a little god? How about, do you want to follow me to the sea below, spread your reputation as Enel of God throughout the world, and let countless strong people worship you? Hearing Blackbeard flirt again, well, he invited again, and Enel said it was impossible not to be moved. He had been completely impressed by the man in front of him before. Both strength and courage are far above him. Moreover, as he said, there are many strong men like him above the big pirate below. It really gave him some long-lost enthusiasm. Facts have proved that he was moved. Spread the fame of Enel the God throughout the world. Enel raised his head and glanced at the skyline leading to the infinite continent. Then he slowly lowered his gaze and looked at the man with a grin. Okay, then I will temporarily shelve my plan to go to the infinite continent and accompany you to have some trouble in the sea below. If I can't even conquer the sea below, I'll be troubled if I just head to the infinite continent. From now on, I will be the vice captain of your Blackbeard pirates. Blackbeard let go of Enel, letting him float in the sky, laughing and reaching out to him. Then, you are welcome to join me, my future deputy. Ouch. As soon as he shook hands with Enel, he felt a flash of lightning in his hand, which shocked him so much that he immediately grinned. You know, he has to take double the damage. This sudden shock was really painful. After all, he hasn't met anyone who can attack his body since he went to sea. Hahahaha. Enel laughed proudly when he saw this scene. So you can get hurt and be afraid of thunder and lightning. I thought you were invincible. Hey, Captain, I have something to say. Enel, who was originally smiling and laughing, suddenly realized that something was wrong in the atmosphere, because he found that the captain on the opposite side had stopped smiling and was raising a casserole-sized fist that made him feel like a nightmare. Before he could react, he had already punched him on the skull. Call out. Boom. Then, everyone in the black group below saw Enel turn into a blue lightning and fall from the sky into a large font and hit the ground, already dead. Call out. Blackbeard also landed next to him, glanced at the shocked black group, and laughed. Guys, I've got a new partner. This time it's your first officer. By the way, Poison Q will give this guy a good treatment 10 times over. He had just been hit hard by Laozi several times, and he was probably seriously injured. With his fragile body, it was already very difficult for him to survive until now. Quote. Advertisement. Coming. Du Q immediately walked over carrying the medicine box. Weber and Ganfer both looked at Enel lying in the pit with complicated expressions. If Teach hadn't already invited Enel on board, they would have really wanted to take advantage of this moment to deal with this guy. But just think about it. They don't want to send away Enel and provoke a guy more terrifying than Enel. At this moment, Ganfer suddenly looked at Blackbeard and said cautiously, Mr. Teach, I want to ask Enel something after he wakes up. The field is important. Blackbeard's eyes flashed red, and he understood what Ganfer wanted to ask, and he immediately said, You want to ask where the men recruited by Enel have gone, right? Is Mr. Teach's inner network already so strong? You knew it before I even said it out loud. Ganfer was shocked. Weber on the other side was much calmer at this time. Even Enel was easily controlled by this man. He really didn't think there was anything this man couldn't do. My observation hockey is a special kind. Blackbeard pondered for 2 seconds and then said, The people you are talking about should be on the other half of Gaia Island that washed up, which is what you call a Payado. It just so happens that we are now going to watch over there. You can also come along, and I will help you put back the men recruited by Enel. Boom. Hearing this, Ganfer knelt down without hesitation and said excitedly, Mr. Teach, thank you so much, thank you for everything you have done for Sky Island. Blackbeard raised his hand with a complicated expression and waved, then directly pulled Ganfer up and shook his head. It's just a matter of convenience. After saying that, he walked towards the black group. After eating some of Carmen's delicious food, Blackbeard and his party took the Sabaru and headed towards a Payado. With Blackbeard's knowledge, he quickly located the huge cave built by Arc Proverbs. After they arrived, they directly dismissed the male angels who were being used as coolies by the magic soldiers. Originally, these magic soldiers wanted to resist, but after seeing the unconscious Enel and the priests, they were paralyzed. On the contrary, everyone in the black group was amazed after seeing the Ark's motto. You must know that the Sabaru is already very big. But the Ark's Proverbs is 5 times larger than the Sabaru, and several sizes larger than a large marine warship. Such a huge ship, even the giants would have no problem getting on it. Enel may even have had this in mind when building it. No wonder this guy Enel. All the gold in Shantora was collected to build this Ark, Proverbs. It can be used both in sea and sky. Now it's good, someone got it, and now we even have the real ship of the Blackbeard pirates. Enel also woke up at this time, and he was not surprised when he saw where he was. After all, he knew that Blackbeard's knowledge was even better than his, so it was normal for him to discover this place so quickly. He just looked at the empty cave and said helplessly, I said, Captain, if you let all those people go, who will help us build Proverbs? There are also many large objects that still require people to carry them. Now it's troublesome. Quote. Blackbeard smiled when he heard this and said, You're talking about the golden gears that need to be assembled, right? Small problem. Snapped. As Blackbeard snapped his fingers, those huge golden gears suddenly levitated directly into the air. Seeing this scene, Enel was shocked again and said, Captain Teach, what are your abilities? Blackbeard smiled proudly and said, I'll tell you later. Let's assemble Noah first. After all, this will be the main ship of our Blackbeard pirates in the future. Advertisement. Enel didn't have any objections, but said proudly, Captain, do you like this ship I built? It will give you more surprises in the future, just take a look. Proverbs will become famous all over the world with me. Hearing this, Blackbeard was a little surprised and said, Enel, you are actually a shipbuilder. Of course. Enel said proudly, I grew up in the shipyard of Burka. It's a pity that those guys are not humane, they treat me like a slave, and they also took away the shipbuilding knowledge I gained from the secret realm. Fortunately, I was lucky enough to eat this thunder fruit and get everything back. Also, Captain, I am not a shipbuilder, but a master shipbuilder. Everyone in the black group also looked at Enel curiously. They also thought that Enel, this stinky guy, was actually a master shipbuilder. Blackbeard rolled his eyes and said, Look how proud you are, now you don't call yourself a god. Ha 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 ha. Everyone laughed when they heard this. Enel didn't care and began to direct Blackbeard to move the gears and other heavy equipment. In less than an hour, Blackbeard easily placed all the heavy items. Seeing this, Enel couldn't help but sigh. Captain, if you had come earlier, Proverbs would have been built long ago. Your ability is so convenient, you can handle any heavy object with ease. Ark Proverbs, finished. When everyone saw the intact Ark's motto, they couldn't help but marvel. Then they all boarded the boat to visit. Everything on board is 3.1 perfect. From crew accommodation to entertainment, there are a total of 50 rooms, and they are all boutique suites. It has to be said that Enel calls himself a master shipbuilder for a reason. Just this motto of being able to use both sea and air will not satisfy all the adventurers and pirates on the sea. You must know that this ship can sail without wind power and rely on electricity. What a dream boat. After visiting Ark Proverbs, everyone in the Black group had a much improved impression of Enel. Afterwards, Blackbeard looked at Guide and Weber and smiled. Now I'm done with my work. Let's go. I'll take you to find the legendary Golden Bell. Both Weber and Cooley were pleasantly surprised. Ganfu was also very surprised and said, "Does the legendary golden clock really exist? It's natural." Then, Blackbeard took off with a group of them and rushed towards the sky-reaching vine. Then he found the golden bell that had been sleeping here for hundreds of years in the white clouds under a leaf at the top of the vine. Immediately, Blackbeard raised his hand and patted Luo Chen on the shoulder, who was still looking at the scenery, and said with a smile, "Robin, have you seen the second piece of historical text that I agreed with you? It's right there." Hearing this, Robin turned around in shock and saw the blue historical text inlaid under the golden clock. This made her immediately run over excitedly. A few hours later. Dong, dong, dong. After hundreds of years, the beautiful bell of the golden bell sounded again in the ruins of Shantora, bringing peace. The Sandians and Angels, who had been fighting each other for hundreds of years, concluded a peace agreement in the presence of everyone in the Black group, and Apayato became co-owners from then on. After the banquet that night, everyone in the Black group returned to the cave where the Ark Proverbs was located. Next is the training plan arranged by Blackbeard for everyone. 057 Close black lens bracket. The world line is really awesome. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. 1 month later. Night. New world. Whitebeard territorial waters. Aboard the Moby Dick, in Whitebeard's room. Whitebeard looked at Marco in front of him with a solemn expression and said, "Still no news from Ace?" "No." Marco shook his head with an ugly expression. "What about Teach? I haven't been able to contact him for more than a month." Marco looked extremely solemn. Whitebeard took a deep breath and frowned. "Marco, in your opinion, who is most likely to attack our Whitebeard pirates?" "The most likely ones are of course Charlotte Linlin and Kaido. But..." Marco paused and said in a deep voice, "Unless they take action personally, there is no way they can kill Ace and Teach so quietly. If it is possible that Ace was accidentally tricked, then it is absolutely impossible for Teach. If Teach doesn't even have time to dial the phone, even Marine Admiral can't do it. Therefore, I infer that Teach may have arrived at a place where the phone signal cannot be connected. He probably wasn't killed by someone. Of course, there is another possibility. Quote. World government. Whitebeard looked far away in the direction of the red line and was silent. Marco nodded and said, "Except for the world government, I can't think of anyone else who has such strength." Whitebeard pondered for a while before he spoke. "Inform the captains of all major divisions to discuss matters aboard the Moby Dick, and ask them to keep their whereabouts secret as much as possible." "Okay, I get it." Marco walked out of the captain's cabin with a solemn expression. He raised his head and let out a long breath, thinking to himself, "Teach, Ace, don't let anything happen to you, otherwise, things will really get into trouble." Grand Line, the capital of the Seven Waters, outside the abandoned shipyard. Su su su. Following waves of sound similar to propellers moving airflow, 10 temple-sized black shadows slowly fell into the abandoned shipyard on Kaishusai City Street. Frankie, who was drinking and looking into the distance at the secret base, was startled, and his face as red as a monkey's butt revealed a look of shock and disbelief. "Hey, 11, are you kidding me? Did Laozi hallucinate from drinking?" "Hurrah hula." Frankie quickly splashed himself with seawater to wake him up, and when he looked in that direction, it was still the same. "Brother, How do you decide? Frankie's two younger sisters and younger brothers couldn't help but wonder when they saw his rude appearance. Come on, follow me to the abandoned shipyard in the back street. Frankie didn't say much, and immediately turned around and ran to the top of the secret base. All the younger brothers also followed with doubts on their faces. However, there was already a group of people waiting at that place before them. This group of people is clearly the current mayor of the Seven Rivers City, Bingshan, his secretary and several shipyard foremen. At this time, they were also looking at the huge ship falling from the sky with extremely solemn expressions. Phew! Thief, hahahaha. Then, a tall figure flew down from the ship with his laughter, landed in front of the iceberg and said with a smile. You must be Mr. Iceberg, right? Let me meet you. My name is Marshall D. Teach. Of course, you can also call me Blackbeard directly. What? Bingshan's expression changed. The big pirate with a bounty of 250 million belly, Blackbeard. Yes, it's me. Blackbeard nodded in acknowledgement. Advertisement. When he finished speaking, the expressions of the people opposite him also changed suddenly. The leader, a man in blue overalls, immediately took out a rope knife, stared at Blackbeard warily and shouted. Protect Mr. Iceberg. Wow. The few people standing behind him immediately covered Bingshan's figure behind them. After seeing these people, Blackbeard suddenly felt very familiar. After careful identification for a while, he immediately recognized the people in front of him, Rob Lucci, Kaku, Khalifa, and the honest man Barry. Tisk. Seeing this scene, Blackbeard couldn't help but smile and said, Mr. Bingshan, I just asked you to come over and help me check the situation of the ship. There is no need for you to make such a big noise. Bingshan frowned and said, How do you have my private phone bug communication? Of course it was given to me by Mr. Tom's friend. What? Master's friend? Could it be? Bingshan's face was full of astonishment and shock. Blackbeard ignored the shocked iceberg, but shrugged and said, It's you, Mr. Bingshan. Wasn't Mr. Tom killed by people from the world government? Why do you seem to be quite close to them? I still have it with me at all times. Quote. What? Bingshan's expression changed after hearing this. Keep it with you at all times. What does this Blackbeard mean? Could it be that there are spies from the world government on his side? How is this possible? There is only Bingshan beside him now. But just thinking of this, Bingshan's face became a little ugly. Not only him, but the expressions of Khalifa, Kaku and Lucci beside him also changed suddenly, with shock and disbelief in their eyes. When were they exposed? Moreover, how could this Blackbeard know their information? Just a pirate. What nonsense are you talking about? Barry pointed the rope knife at Blackbeard and shouted. Laozi grew up in the capital of Seven Waters. How could he be a member of the world government? I'm not talking about you, Barry. What? How do you know my name? You are so suspicious. Blackbeard ignored Barry's words, but looked at Lucci and the three of them with a half smile. Seeing this, Kaku took the lead and stepped forward and shouted. Didn't you, a pirate, say you came to see the ship? Why do you still want to alienate the relationship between us and Mr. Bingshan? Bingshan's heart suddenly pounded at this moment. To be able to be the mayor of the Seven Waters City, his eyesight is not bad. The changes in the expressions of Lucci and the others had already been caught by his eyes. Are Dodge and the others really members of the world government? Are these guys really here? It's not a quarrel. It's just that I want to see if I can collect some important information from you CP9s. Blackbeard gets right to the point. CP9. Bingshan finally couldn't calm down anymore. He looked at Khalifa, Lucci and Kaku in disbelief. Khalifa, Lucci, Kaku. Are you really from the CP organization? Hearing this, Khalifa looked at each other, Lucci and Kaku, and both of them sighed softly. Seeing this, Bingshan suddenly looked ugly. At this time, it was already clear without saying anything. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Barry shouted angrily. Hey, Khalifa, Kaku, Lucci, you guys should say something. Even though Barry was stupid, he realized it now and looked at the three people in disbelief. It seems the mission is going to fail. Kaku pulled down the brim of his hat and sighed helplessly. Lucci said indifferently. It doesn't matter. Now we can only kill all these pirates and insiders first. As for the Pluton design, it will be good to extract a confession from Mr. Bingshan when the time comes. If that doesn't work, we will consider it later. Advertisement. That's all it can do. Kaku sighed again. Brother Barry, I'm sorry, finger pistol. As he spoke, he raised his index finger and stabbed Barry. Puff, puff. Barry dodged almost instinctively, but the next second, 2 bloody holes appeared on his shoulders, which immediately made him groan in pain and said with disbelief on his face, Kaku, do you really want to kill me? Hey, why don't you just let me stab you in the heart, Barry? That will reduce the pain. The brim of Kaku's hat was slightly low, and the shadow covered his cheeks. Khalifa remained silent. Lu Chi on the side said indifferently, Kaku, do you think I'm blind? Or do you think I can't see that you are holding back? It seems that the past few years of being undercover have indeed made you relax. Did you actually develop feelings for them? Khalifa, you too, you are such a careless guy. I'll do it myself. Quote. Kaku, Lu Chi you. Bingshan opened his mouth, but he couldn't say what he wanted to say. The faces of the people in front of him were exactly the same as those he saw more than 10 years ago. He would never forget the expressions of the people around him when Mr. Tom was taken away by Spandam. It was exactly the same as Lu Chi's expression at this time. Lu Chi had already walked up to the stunned Barry, and without hesitation, he raised his index finger and stabbed Barry in the heart. Finger pistol. Snapped. But at this moment, Lu Chi's wrist was directly grabbed by a big hand. Under the astonished eyes of Kaku, Khalifa and Lu Chi, Teach couldn't help but said in confusion. No, I said why did you forget about me? I came to ask Bingshan to help me check the ship and decoration problems. If you kill the ship repairman for me, who should I ask for help? You. Lu Chi couldn't help but frown, looking at the tall pirate in front of him with some surprise. He was very surprised that the other party could keep up with the speed of his finger pistol. The butcher won't hold back when it comes to pirates. Kaku was only surprised for a moment, and then kicked Blackbeard mercilessly in the head. However, what flew out the next second was Kaku's body. Boom. Call out. Boom boom boom. Kaku groaned in pain and flew backwards for dozens of meters. He didn't stop until a long ravine was plowed into the ground of the scrap shipyard. What? Seeing this scene, Lu Chi and Khalifa exclaimed almost simultaneously. They did not expect that Blackbeard was so strong. With Kaku's speed, he's not even as fast as his opponent. Hey, why do you look so surprised? Blackbeard said speechlessly. You don't really think you are strong, do you? Even better than me. Don't be ridiculous, it's just CP9, why are you pretending to be such a big Israelite? Even the CPO wouldn't dare to make a mistake in front of me. See what you can do. Iceberg. 8.9. Don't be ridiculous, brother, CP9 is really awesome. Just as Barry and Bingshan were brainstorming, they heard a series of laughter coming from above their heads. PFF'd. Hahahaha, the captain has been underestimated. I'm laughing so hard, Captain Teach, they didn't even look at you from the beginning to the end. Eyes. Damn it. How dare you underestimate our Captain Teach? I, Bartolomeo, will hammer you to death. It's really interesting. Teach has been ignored for so long, and people even drink in front of him. I said, Captain, isn't this the strong man from Shanghai you mentioned? They don't look very good. I can kill them with one finger. Everyone subconsciously looked up and saw a door with a diameter of tens of meters exposed in the middle of the big ship above their heads. More than a dozen people were sitting or standing on the edge, looking at him with interest. Our situation here, advertisement, is a member of the Blackbeard Pirates. Bingshan and Lu Chi also reacted. As soon as they glanced at it, everyone above them looked very powerful. Even though they couldn't tell the difference between strong and weak, there was one person among them that they couldn't ignore, that was the guy with blue lightning all over his body. Especially since it was dark at this time, the thunder and lightning on his body were even more eye-catching. Seeing this scene, Kaku, who had just gotten up and coughed up a mouthful of blood, suddenly exhaled. Logia ability user. The expressions of Lu Chi and Khalifa also became completely solemn. Blackbeard rolled his eyes and ignored these onlookers. Instead, he turned to look at Bingshan and said, Mr. Bingshan, what do you want to do with these CP9s? I can do you a small favor first, and then I can ask you to check on the ship's condition for me during the day. How about that? Can. Bingshan also calmed down at this time, glanced at Lu Chi and the others with complicated expressions and said, Please Mr. Teach, please arrest them first. I have something to ask them later. Piece of cake. After Blackbeard finished speaking, He turned to look at the three people standing together, waved his hand casually and said, "Shall I? Come on. Please call me God Enel, bastard captain." 653 inches. Enel's face darkened, but he still raised his hand and pointed directly at Lu Chi, Kaku and Khalifa below. 90 million volts, Brontosaurus, and 3 dragons bite and explode. Tisk. The next moment, under the horrified eyes of Lu Chi and the other three huge thunder dragons surged out from Enel's fingertips. Fuji Arima came directly in front of their masters. Devour them. Boom. It also caused a huge explosion. Seeing this scene, Blackbeard flew away with Bingshan and Barry directly, and shouted at Enel with a black face. "I asked you to subdue them, but I didn't ask you to kill them, bastard." Enel rolled his eyes and said, "I know, so the explosive power is concentrated on Rob Lucci, and it's almost evenly distributed." Blackbeard couldn't laugh or cry when he heard this. After the explosion subsided, I walked over and saw that Khalifa's beautiful blonde hair had been curled into an afro, and black smoke was coming out of her open red lips. Apparently he was badly shocked. The same goes for Kaku. Lu Chi was more miserable, with his whole body charred and black. He had turned into an animal before the explosion, but he was still bleeding. But this is nothing to those who practice the 6 styles. As long as they have enough food, they can recover quickly. After waving for Bartolomeo to tie them up, Blackbeard turned his head and looked in a certain direction of the scrap shipyard and said, "Stop looking, I've discovered you a long time ago. Come out, I know you, Frankie." "What? Frankie is here too." Bingshan turned his head in astonishment and looked in the direction Blackbeard was looking. Then he discovered that it was not just Frankie, but also a group of members of Frankie's family. His face darkened and he shouted, "Frankie, are you involved in this kind of thing? Leave quickly. Just pretend that what happened here never happened. Fortunately, other people in CP didn't notice you. Stop joking, Iceberg." Frankie shouted. "Those guys want to arrest you and torture you to extract a confession. How can I pretend that I didn't see it? Besides, who knows if they have accomplices, I might as well just kill them." D.A. Blackbeard patted Bingshan on the shoulder and said, "It doesn't matter, Mr. Bingshan, don't be so nervous. I will take these guys away later and they won't affect you." Hearing this, Bingshan let out a sigh of relief, then looked at Blackbeard gratefully and said, "Mr. Teach, thank you for today." Grateful for the iceberg, Blackbeard just waved his hand casually. After mutually agreeing to watch the boat here tomorrow, Bingshan and Frankie turned around and left together. But he didn't go back to his home today. Instead, he and Frankie entered his secret base. Blackbeard began to read the memories of Lu Chi and others. It's okay if it's not read. Once it's read, Blackbeard's heart immediately sank. Because he read the latest information that Lu Chi and the others recently received. Hashtag related to the issue of Fire Fist Ace's execution and the battle with the Whitebeard pirates. Hash. The world line is really over. 058 close black lens bracket. All members are promoted to hunt celestial dragons. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Open black lens bracket 058 close black lens bracket. Improve all members and hunt celestial dragons. Now that Rob Luki, Kaku and Khalifa were taken care of, Blackbeard might as well take care of Bluno as well. After all, these guys currently possess very important information. Although he already had some suspicions, the fact that Ace had been captured by the world government still touched him. It seems like the Summit War is really about to begin. The information obtained from Bluno is exactly the same. As for how to deal with Rob Lucci and others, he has already thought about it, and first uses the ability of mind-locking technique to control them. Anyway, controlling these guys doesn't take much energy. He even plans to control all members of CP9 through Rob Lucci. These guys can at least be considered good cadres. If trained properly in the future, it can still be used as a good combat force. Naturally, Blackbeard cannot always use mind-locking technique to control them, he already has a plan. Because through Rob Lucci's information, he learned that just 2 days later, a celestial dragon's ship that was out for fun would return to the Red Line through the Gate of Justice behind Annie's lobby. Now that he has decided to attack the big one, Blackbeard decided to attack celestial dragons first. After formulating the plan, Blackbeard summoned everyone in the black group and revealed his plan. "Nani, you want to capture the celestial dragons? Captain, are you kidding me? Hahahaha. He is indeed the man I admire, Captain Teach. As you said, I will take the lead in the charge. Why hahahaha. Captain, you are really scaring people to death. Do you want to attack the descendants of the god of creation? I like it so much. You guys. Teach, can I know why? You should not be the kind of person who makes aimless remarks. Enel was very confused when he saw everyone in the black group looking like they were facing a formidable enemy. These guys have never been so nervous when facing each other on Sky Island. What's wrong with attacking celestial dragons? Are those celestial dragons special? Enel asked directly what was on his mind. Only then did everyone remember that Enel didn't know about this yet. Robin briefly explained to Enel what celestial dragons represents in this world. Ha 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 ha. But after listening to this, Enel was even more excited than Bartolomeo, and said with lightning all over his body. Captain Teach, you are indeed a man worthy of my following. Just like before, pull this so-called god off the altar. This is what makes you exciting and worthy of me. Enel calls you captain. Quote. Thief ha 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 ha. Blackbeard laughed when he heard this. What a bunch of careless guys, they are indeed Laozi's partners. As I make some plans, our Blackbeard pirates will be on the world stage in a few days. My little ones, the time to make a name for yourself is about to come. Advertisement. Are you qualified to say that people are inconsiderate? Robin couldn't help but be speechless for a moment after hearing this. She was extremely nervous when she saw CP9 before, but in the blink of an eye, the CP9 that frightened her was easily killed. Only then did she realize how powerful her pirate group was. At this time, after seeing that Enel wanted to attack the celestial dragons after her popularization, she was just speechless. She found that not only had she become stronger in the past 2 months, but her mentality seemed to be different. This would certainly not have been the case before. In fact, in the past 2 months, during the training on Sky Island, it was not just Robin who became stronger. With Blackbeard, a powerful captain who is also a grandmaster, guiding the training, whether it is ability development, hockey, or the training of Marine 6 styles, everyone in the black group has improved rapidly. Especially in a place like Sky Island that is naturally suitable for practicing observation hockey and taijutsu. It can be said that except for Carmen's 2 useless apprentices, all members of the black group have mastered observation hockey. And those magic soldiers who followed Enel on Sky Island. Blackbeard also selected 100 of the most elite people and personally taught them how to practice Marine 6 styles in hockey. Coupled with the observation hockey they have mastered, they are already extremely high-quality warriors. Although Blackbeard, the other magic weapon, did not teach him personally, he also handed over the training methods of Marine 6 styles in hockey to them and let them practice together with Webb and Ganfer. Sky Island has now become the secret training base for the soldiers of the Blackbeard pirates. As for the cadres of the black group, apart from the fact that they have the power of knowledge and color, Enel, Badgers, Crow, Bartolomeo, and the swordsman Ohm, one of the priests, have all awakened armament hockey. What makes Blackbeard most gratified is that Enel has shown signs of awakening Conqueror's hockey. Should he be called the god of Sky Island? Because he broke out once by chance, but it's not stable yet. Coupled with the special training given to him by Blackbeard, Enel's physical body and physical skills have also been upgraded to a higher level, and the fruit's ability level has also been upgraded to a higher level. Now Enel's strongest Thunder God move has been upgraded to 500 million volts, barely giving him the appearance of a royal deputy. Van Oka has also completely mastered armament hockey, wrapping armament hockey around bullets, and he can injure even Enel. It's just not as fast as Enel. But Van Oka's observation hockey is not bad either, and coupled with the control of Marine 6 styles, his strength is also improving rapidly. If Van Oka and Badgers want to go further, they need the most suitable devil fruit to help them go further. Blackbeard hasn't thought about Van Oka's fruit ability yet, but he has already thought about Badger's fruit ability. It is the one currently in New World Punk Hazard, the devil fruit copied by Vegapunk, Zone Fish Fruit Phantom Beast species Blue Dragon form. According to the previous life of the plot, this fruit should have been eaten by Momonosuke 2 years later. Although Vegapunk is said to be a failure, the color is just different. For Badgers, more than enough. Blackbeard plans to go to Punk Hazard himself to get the devil fruit back after killing the celestial dragons. In this case, the basic overall strength of the black group is not weaker than the 4 Emperors group. The weakest members of the team are probably Nami and Carmen, but even their strength cannot be underestimated. Nami has also mastered observation hockey, and learned Marine 6 styles shave and moonwalk, which is a huge improvement compared to the original plot in the previous life. Carmen has also mastered observation hockey and the shave of the 6 styles, except of course her 2 useless apprentices. If it weren't for the lack of too many materials needed for arc proverbs on Sky Island and the complete shutdown of the Traveler's Clock on Sky Island, Blackbeard would not be willing to come down so quickly. No way. Sky Island is really the best place to awaken observation hockey. Although everyone in the Black group has made huge improvements in the past 2 months, the one who has improved the most is Blackbeard himself. On the second day of training, Blackbeard used the expansion ability of Traveler's Clock to help him awaken Dark Fruit. At that time, the endless darkness enveloped the entire Sky Island, and then stretched for hundreds of kilometers, like dark clouds covering the sky. It looked extremely shocking. Advertisement. After Dark Fruit awakened, Blackbeard gained 2 more abilities. He named it Tengai Shinsei and Shinra Tensei. The so-called Tengai Shinsei uses strong gravity to capture meteorites from outer space and pull them out of the universe to attack the opponent. The so-called Shinra Tensei uses the amount of repulsion that coexists with gravity between molecules to repel all people or things that are close to it. Just like Tengai Shinsei uses gravity, Shinra Tensei uses the large repulsion contained in gravity. Destroy. As a hardcore ocean fan, it's normal to like to use Hokage's name as a unique name, right? After Dark Fruit awakens, not only do these 2 moves become available, but other moves are also enhanced. Moreover, Blackbeard can feel that Dark Fruit's abilities are still improving, and awakening is not the end of the fruit's abilities. He can still vaguely feel the darkness and it can be more subtle. Of course, the higher depth of fruit control is not something he can currently reach. Sky Island provided Blackbeard with a total of 5 accumulated ticks of the Traveler's Clock. 3 of them were used for the awakening of Dark Fruit, and the remaining 2 scales he originally wanted to use to upgrade Conqueror's Hockey to the level of domination, but it was not enough. Requires the same 3 awakening scales as Dark Fruit. It can only be said that Ba Tang's level is higher than he thought. Blackbeard didn't care about this, and directly added the last 2 scales to Observation Hockey, because they could only be added to Observation Hockey. Armament Hockey also needs 3 scales. Therefore, Blackbeard's Observation Hockey at this time has also been upgraded to the level of predicting the future. Coupled with the special degree of his own observation color, the intensity of his observation color has definitely reached a very high level now. After that, there is still the development of Munch Munch Fruit. Since Munch Munch Fruit currently only has 2 restrictions on the ability to devour others or the ability to obtain Devil Fruit, he does not dare to devour it randomly. In particular, he felt that in the short term the main focus was on improving strength, so he did not develop Munch Munch Fruit for the time being. To develop it, at least he has to devour and acquire an ability before developing it. He had tried before. If he wanted to expand the ability of the ability-devouring person, he would need 3 Traveler's Clock ticks, so it was impossible for him to do it at this time. Moreover, there was Conquerors waiting for food, and he didn't want to waste the ticks on the Traveler's Clock. Of course, with his current proficiency in Conquerors, if there is no chance, give him a year or 2, and then fight more powerful people, he will still be very confident in mastering Conqueror's entanglement. But judging from the previous information about Ace's arrest, it was obvious that he didn't have that much time. The world government must have secretly hidden Ace after capturing him. Until recently, it was mobilizing CP agencies around the world to let them pay attention to any movements of the Whitebeard pirates. It's been a few months since Ace was captured, and it's clear that world government is getting ready. I'm afraid it won't be long before the world government announces Ace's execution. Thinking of this, Blackbeard was very happy that his decision was right. As expected, the most important thing was to improve his strength in a short period of time. Another point worth mentioning is that he has completely mastered the true meaning of the swordsmanship of Sephiroth, the demon sword among the 7-star swords, which has raised his swordsmanship level to the level of a great swordsman and mastered the same demon sword as Sephiroth. It can be said that this kind of progress can be achieved so quickly only because of the conditions of the 7-star sword initiation. After all, Blackbeard has become the master of the 7-star sword. After being in contact day and night, and under the influence of the Blessing Fruit's awakening ability, the true meaning of the sword in the 7-star sword, Hockey, etc. It is blessing Blackbeard little by little. If it is an ordinary person or a person who is too weak, like the Marine Rear Admiral World Takashi, he will be controlled by the monster of the 7-star sword. On the contrary, being as powerful as Blackbeard will actually enhance the host's strength. For example, Blackbeard has been promoted to the level of a great swordsman in half a year, which is simply sensational. If other swordsmen heard this news, they would probably go crazy with jealousy. In the plot of the previous life, Zoro's friend went from being an ordinary swordsman to being controlled by the 7-star sword, and directly became a swordsman-level being who can easily cut out sword energy with one slash. You can see the power of 7-star sword Yamato's monster. In any case, at least for now, everything about the 7-star sword is beneficial to Blackbeard, and it is completely in his hands. In this regard, Blackbeard also had to lament the mystery of devil fruit. Advertisement. This thing, which is similar to a magic weapon for inheritance, is simply a weapon for the inheritance of sects in the world of Shenxia. All I can say is that I made a lot of money. With his current strength, he is no longer weak against a Marine Admiral. Even facing the 4 emperors, he felt that he could still win 50-50. Of course, if he had to sit up all the time, he still couldn't do it. If he wasn't worried about whether there might be something else wrong with the fish fruit copied by Vegapunk, he would have eaten the fruit himself. But after careful consideration, Blackbeard still felt it was better to be cautious. Anyway, I have the ability, darkness of stealing gods, why are I still worried about finding a good phantom beast species? The next day, after giving the Arc Proverbs to Bingshan and Frankie, Blackbeard led the Black Group cadres and the 4 people he controlled, Lucci, Kaku, Khalifa and Bluno, to control. A small boat took off directly towards Eni's lobby. In the middle of the process, Blackbeard used Lucci's contact information to date all the other members of CP9, and then took control again after a beating. As a result, all the biggest bosses in the early stage of the previous life's plot fell into his hands. It satisfies Teach's collecting habit. As for CP9's sentencing, after this incident there is no need to worry at all. Because, Li Nuo, their trip was to capture the celestial dragons. I would like to ask, is it possible that CP9, who participated in the operation to capture the celestial dragons, will be trusted by the world government and the celestial dragons? What should this hand be called in? Water margin. Teach hunts celestial dragons and earns CP9 to board the pirate ship. Thinking of something inconspicuous, Blackbeard and his party were suspended directly in the sky above the celestial dragon's forward route. After Nami determined the location, he stopped here. While everyone was discussing excitedly, Enel and Blackbeard smiled at the same time. Because they could already feel that a large and extremely luxurious ship was slowly sailing in the direction of Eni's lobby. However, Blackbeard's smile immediately turned a little solemn, because as soon as he had seen and heard, the people on the ship were all famous. There are also many slaves who are pressed in the cabin below, and they are tortured in all kinds of miserable ways, which is unbearable to describe. As expected, celestial dragons are all a bunch of scum. Enel noticed this situation and licked the corner of his mouth and said. Compared to him, this god is kind-hearted. Captain, what you said is indeed true. Is this kind of pig worthy of being called a descendant of the Creator? Blackbeard laughed loudly, raised his hand, and the ship in the sky flew directly in the direction of the celestial dragon's ship. At the same time, he said coldly. Enel, disrupt all magnetic fields and electromagnetic fluctuations within a radius of dozens of kilometers, and don't let any phone bug waves come in. Enel transformed into thunder and rushed into the sky and laughed. Leave it to me, Captain. Sizzling. Just the next moment, there was endless thunder flashing in the sky. Enemy attack. Bang. The CP members on the celestial dragon's ship ahead also noticed something strange and immediately raised the alarm. Blackbeard stood on the bow of the ship, arms spread wide, and endless darkness surged out from behind, laughing. Thief, hahahaha. Kids, follow me. It's time to knock the celestial dragons off their pedestal. Advertisement. Open black lens bracket 059 close black lens bracket. Trust. Quit the Whitebeard pirates. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Almost immediately after discovering the strange blue thunder and lightning in the sky, 5 people from the CP agency on the large ship Celestial Dragon stepped on the moonwalk and soared into the sky towards Blackbeard and the others. At the same time, the loud shouts of the 5 people also sounded in the sky. Able to control ships to fly. Could it be the Golden Lion? No. How could Golden Lion's pirate ship be so small? And the pirate on the bow is not him either. He might just be some kind of strange ability user. How presumptuous. You lowly pirates, do you know who you are attacking? Wait a minute, that guy on the bow is Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach. How come this guy is here? Blackbeard. That pirate supernova. You are really looking for death, just kill him. However, in the face of the scolding of a group of CP agents, the flying ship from the opposite side had no intention of stopping and actually rammed directly towards them. Tempest Kick Guy Bird. Air Cannon. Tempest Kick Cut the Wind and Rain. Finger Pistol Madara. Finger Pistol Storm. Swish swish swish. After seeing Blackbeard and the others, the CP agents showed no intention of stopping and began to attack without mercy. Dozens of Tempest Kick slashes and finger pistol attacks came at them like a violent storm. From these attacks, it can be seen that the strength of these CP organizations is not weak, and it is estimated that they are all members of the CPO. Each of their blows has the destructive power to easily destroy the pirate ship under the feet of everyone in the black group. At this time, the attacks of 5 people gathered together, which indeed had a strong sense of oppression. However, in the face of this devastating attack, Blackbeard, who was standing on the bow of the ship, just waved his hand. Sususu. Endless darkness suddenly spewed out, turning into a sky-covering hand and grabbing at those attacks, swallowing up all the attacks coming from the front in the blink of an eye. The overwhelming attack before suddenly disappeared in the sky. The expressions of the 5 CPO members who saw this scene changed. Damn it! What kind of ability is this? How could my air cannon be ineffective? Damn it! Another tricky ability user. Before these CPO members could react, Blackbeard grinned and calmly uttered 2 words. Liberation. Swish swish swish. The next second, the giant palm that covered the sky suddenly spit out the attack it had swallowed before, directly hitting the 5 CPOs who were in shock. Bang bang bang. At such a close range, the 5 CPO members had no time to react and were directly hit by their respective attacks, causing them to be blasted from the sky into the sea. Boom boom boom. Seeing this, Blackbeard just smiled casually and steered the abandoned ship to directly break the mast of the Celestial Dragons, a huge and luxurious ship. Young ones, come on. Kill all the agents of these CP agencies. Thief hahaha. Underscore. Standing on the bow of the ship, looking down at the panicked CP agents below, Blackbeard suddenly laughed wildly, like a villain in a picture book. What? Is he the pirate villain? That's okay. Oh. On the other hand, Bartolomeo, Badgers, Crow and others all rushed forward with great excitement. Tisk. At this moment, a blue electric arc fell from the sky. Enel also arranged his own abilities and came to join in the fun and began to join the battle group. Even Poison Q, who was not very interested in fighting before, now joined in the killing. Advertisement. This large ship protecting the Celestial Dragons had at least 100 CP agency guards on the deck, and Blackbeard and the others discovered that there were hundreds of tortured slaves below the deck. This is also the reason why everyone in the black group is so vicious. For a moment, blood was splattered on the deck, and screams and wailing could be heard endlessly. Bang bang bang. At this time, the 5 CPO members who had been blown away by Blackbeard's attack also rushed up from the sea again. 3 of them were still walking on the moonwalk, and the other 2 should be ability users, and were now being held in the hands of their respective partners. Blackbeard, do you know what you are doing? The CPO no longer dared to underestimate Blackbeard. He just walked on the moonwalk and shouted at Blackbeard in the sky and asked. This is the ship of Celestial Dragons Charlos Saint. Do you want your pirate group to be completely destroyed by Marine Admiral? We have notified Marine that it won't be long before Marine Admiral will come to add more people. If you don't want to die, run away for your life. Blackbeard laughed and said, Inform Marine. How do you notify? The magnetic field and electromagnetic waves within a radius of dozens of kilometers have been disrupted by my partner. None of your messages can be sent. As for the Celestial Dragons you're talking about, Labor and management are fighting the Celestial Dragons. Boom. Just as Blackbeard finished speaking, the door to the cabin in the middle of the large ship was suddenly pushed open. Then an ugly fat pig wearing something like a space suit angrily walked out of it and yelled at the fighting people. Can you untouchables please be quiet? It was so noisy that the god and the slave were not happy playing inside. Hey CPO, what's going on now? Why are there so many strange untouchables here? Is he a newly captured slave? After St. Charlos suddenly appeared, the faces of the CPO members changed drastically, and they suddenly had a bad feeling in their hearts. Whoosh! Sure enough, in the next moment, Blackbeard, who was still standing on the bow of the ship, appeared next to Charlos in the blink of an eye. He raised his hand and slapped him with a big ear scratcher. Damn you, why don't you call me celestial dragons? Snapped. Whoosh. Boom. Blackbeard didn't use any strength at all with this move, but he still smashed the celestial dragon's helmet with a slap and knocked out half of his teeth. Ah! After St. Charles was slapped away, the entire deck fell silent for a moment, leaving only his shrill howl. As for the black group, although they had been mentally prepared, they did not expect their captain to be so fierce. Facing the celestial dragons who can call the Marine Admiral at any time, it is a big mouth. Moreover, they could also see that their captain had obviously deliberately held back, just to torture the celestial dragons. Otherwise, they know the strength of their captain, and one slap is enough to kill such a pig. Damn it, you damn untouchables, how dare you take action against me, a god? I'm going to call the Marine Admiral to kill you all. Quick, CPD you losers, give me 4 Marines. Ah. Before Charos finished speaking, there was a click sound, and his right hand was directly broken off by Blackbeard's kick. Blackbeard bent down, took out his ears and said, "Who were you calling just now? I didn't hear you clearly." See. Marine. Big Advertisement. As soon as Charo's holy words came out, there was another click, and he remembered that his right leg was also stepped on by Blackbeard, and he suddenly let out another scream. Blackbeard, you are seeking death. Release St. Charles. You hurt St. Charlos today. Even if Whitebeard comes, he can't protect you. The 3 CPOs in the distance could only be helpless and furious. After all, St. Charlos is still in Blackbeard's hands, and they don't dare to move at all. Thief hahahaha. Blackbeard burst out laughing when he heard this, and at the same time, the terrifying conqueror's hockey swept over the entire audience. Those members of the CP organization in black suits who were still resisting rolled their eyes and passed out one by one. There are only a few members of the CP organization in black suits who can still stand while taking a breath. The expressions of the CPOs in the sky also changed drastically. They never thought that a mere pirate supernova would possess such a powerful conqueror's hockey. You don't think I will fight an unprepared battle, do you? Blackbeard looked at the 5 CPO members with a ferocious smile on his face and said, "As long as I kill you all, who knows that the celestial dragons were captured by me? Kill them for me, kids." When the 5 CPO members heard this, their hearts suddenly sank. They originally thought they just met the Blackbeard pirates by chance, but now it seems that they are coming for the celestial dragons. I'm afraid today will be very unlucky. Unless one of them can escape, they will surely die. But the Blackbeard pirates obviously won't let them escape. Almost as soon as Blackbeard finished speaking, Enel, Badgers, Bartolomeo, Crow and Poison all activated their ultimate moves and attacked Crow. Blackbeard didn't hold back, and directly raised his hand to grab it in the air. The 2 ability users among the CPO were sucked into his hands. Then he knocked the 2 CPOs who had lost their strength due to the disappearance of their abilities and hit each other hard several times, and then threw them into the sea. No one has time to save them at this time. Waiting for these 2 CPUs to end up being drowned in sea water. Of course, with their powerful bodies, they would not be drowned for a while, but they could also directly reduce the combat power of the 2. It's not too late to concoct them after the fact. After all, they are 2 ability users, so they cannot be wasted. The remaining 3 CPOs were quickly and completely defeated under the siege of Enel and others. Enel easily killed one by himself. With his powerful knowledge, there was no need to engage in close combat with the CPO who was a strong physical expert. A direct long-range attack would be enough to defeat them in seconds. This is also the fighting method Blackbeard taught Enel on Sky Island for 2 months. Thunder Fruit's attack power is the strongest in Logia, and its power goes without saying. Coupled with his powerful observation hockey, which has been enhanced by Thunder Fruit, he is basically invincible as long as he does not encounter a master whose observation skills are stronger than his own. In terms of speed, Enel is not weaker than Kizaru's Sparkling Fruit, but in terms of output, it is much better than Kizaru. If a user with such a high output and fast ability does not take the long-range turret route, it would be a shame for Enel, who is a natural mage. After absorbing the tactics Blackbeard provided him, even Blackbeard couldn't catch up with Enel in terms of speed. This made Enel very proud at first. During the sparring with Blackbeard, he tried to defeat Blackbeard using kiting tactics. But Enel didn't expect that Blackbeard's universal pull would be his nemesis. As long as Blackbeard couldn't see Enel's tail, he could directly suck him over. Originally, Dark Fruit was the nemesis of Demon Fruit power, and it has strong absorption power to Demon Fruit power. The Dark Water move, Universal Pull, which has been strengthened by Traveler's Clock, is naturally a bit stronger. In addition, after the Blackbeard Fruit ability is awakened, it is impossible for anyone with abilities to resist Blackbeard's suction. Unless the opponent is equal to him in strength, or is stronger than him, the suction force can be greatly reduced. But it will still have an impact. If Blackbeard catches his body, even if it is a Marine Admiral, his abilities will be invalidated. Blackbeard had tested this with Whitebeard before the fruit had awakened. Advertisement. So he is still very confident about this. It took the Black Group members half an hour to completely resolve the battle and kill all the CP members on the ship. Then Blackbeard used the Dark Sky to suck their corpses into the black hole space, and used gravity to tear them into dust in the universe. In this way, the corpse destruction and traces were easily completed. As for the slaves under the ship, these slaves were liberated after the Black Group looted all the 2 billion belly on the ship. But when they came to the deck, they could only see the deck stained red with blood, and the ship was empty except for slaves like them. Wow. But before these slaves could rejoice, they felt that the celestial dragon's ship under their feet actually broke away from the sea and soared into the sky for 9 days. 1 day later, Sky Island. Under Blackbeard's arrangement, Ganfer and Webb brought the magic soldiers and Sandian soldiers to the White Sea to take the helpless slaves to Sky Island. This way you don't have to worry about them leaking secrets. Blackbeard had some concerns about St. Charos's treatment. Naturally, if you catch a celestial dragons rarely, you should make good use of it. What's more, since Ace's execution is about to be publicized, he must first make something happen to make the world government scramble for a while. After coming off Sky Island, Blackbeard took out the phone number to contact Marco and dialed over voltage. The call had just been dialed here, and Marco on the other side of the phone answered the call almost instantly, and then came his intrusive questioning. Teach, where have you been lately? I called you several times before but there was no signal. Hahahaha. Marco, you don't have to worry about this. I went to Sky Island. It's normal to have no signal at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Have you been to Sky Island too? What Roger said. Bah, forget it, now is not the time to talk about this. I have something important to tell you. After finishing speaking, Marco explained to Blackbeard the analysis that Ace's collapse was most likely caused by the world government. He also said that he originally thought Blackbeard had been captured as well. Now I can breathe a sigh of relief. Blackbeard pondered for a moment and said, Marco, I just got some information about Ace's disappearance. You go to Dad and I will tell you what I know. What? Okay. I'll go find Dad right away. Marco immediately rushed to Whitebeard's captain's cabin. Under the latter's doubtful eyes, he raised the phone in his hand and said, Dad, it's Teach on the phone. He said he has news about Ace. What? Whitebeard sat up from the boat with a crash. He didn't even care that all the IVs hanging on his body were unplugged. He stared at the phone and said in a deep voice, Teach, you say. Blackbeard pondered for 2 seconds and then said, Dad, I arrested a group of CP9 and CPO members 2 days ago, and learned from them that Ace has indeed been secretly arrested by the world government. And those people are Ace who squatted on Badalira Island. So I have some doubts, why do these people want to squat Ace? If the world government wants to attack us, the Whitebeard pirates, and want to cut off the wings of our beard pirates one by one, they should not pick Ace, who is most likely to escape. After all, he is a user with Logia Mera Mera fruit ability, so he can fly away if he cannot be beaten. Moreover, I have been traveling outside for so long and I have not seen anyone from the CP agency come to arrest me. As for the CP members I caught, it's another matter and has nothing to do with Ace's matter. That's why I'm confused. Quote. Having said this, Blackbeard paused. He also wanted to test Whitebeard, and immediately spoke. Dad, Does Ace have any special identity? After a long moment of silence on the other side of the phone, Whitebeard sighed and said, Ace is Roger's son. Marco on the side, as well as the people in the black group around Blackbeard, all changed their expressions. But Blackbeard's next words made everyone scream in surprise. Okay, Dad, then I want to quit the Whitebeard pirates. Open black lens bracket 060 close black lens bracket. Showdown, plan, unknown species of phantom beast. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Did you really say it? Blackbeard actually didn't expect Whitebeard to confess to him. But since Whitebeard said it, it proves that he completely trusts him. From the exclamation of Marco on the opposite side of the phone before, he knew that Marco was originally unaware of this information. Now that Whitebeard has told him, it means that he really treats him as a family member. Blackbeard felt a little complicated, but also a little relieved. Lao Bai can handle this. It's not in vain that he made this move to hunt celestial dragons. I understand, this makes sense. After saying that, Blackbeard was silent for a few seconds and then said something that was not surprising. Okay, Dad, I want to quit the Whitebeard pirates. Nani. As soon as these words came out, not only everyone in the black group, but also Marco and even Whitebeard couldn't help but exclaimed in shock. Teach, do you know what you are talking about? Marco roared angrily. Whitebeard, who was originally angry, suddenly frowned. After pondering for a few seconds, he calmly said, Teach, I want to know why you did this. I captured the celestial dragons, just a day ago. Blackbeard spoke directly. Hiss. Opposite the phone bug, Marco gasped. Whitebeard was silent for 2 seconds, and then laughed out loud. Gula la la la. Teach, you are really desperate. You actually dare to capture celestial dragons. But you, this guy, always have your own opinions. First you captured the celestial dragons, and now you're telling me this, you must have your own plans, right? Can you tell Daddy? Certainly. Blackbeard grinned and said. Since the world government dares to arrest Ace, my brother, and friend, then I will make them pay the price. But don't worry, Dad, I won't fight without preparation. I learned from government agents like CPO and CP9 that they had captured Ace a long time ago. The reason why they never announced it was because of our Whitebeard pirates. World governments have begun deployment months in advance. So I guess that this time the government is probably trying to use the public execution of Ace to force the Whitebeard pirates to go to naval headquarters to rescue people. Then they set up a dragnet and the medical Saint Ace destroyed the Whitebeard pirates again. This will enhance the prestige of the world government and marine, and prepare and pave the way for them to eliminate pirates in the future. Quote. After hearing Blackbeard's analysis, the expressions of Whitebeard and Marco also changed. In their opinion, what Teach said was absolutely correct. Why else would they have caught Ace months ago but not announced it yet? The target is probably their Whitebeard pirates. Whitebeard didn't have a good strategy at this time, so he immediately said. So Teach, what do you think? This is one of the reasons why I quit the Whitebeard pirates. Blackbeard groaned. I'm going to use this celestial dragons to cause a scene before the world government announces the public execution of Ace. Then he announced his withdrawal from the Whitebeard pirates and would compete for the position of the New World 4 emperors in the future. After I attract attention, Dad, you guys will have more time to make preparations. Dad, I know your temper very well. So, I don't advise you either. But there is one thing I must remind you. I hope my father will tell his other captains about Ace's identity. Otherwise, I'm worried that someone will use this matter to drive a wedge between us, the Whitebeard pirates. For example, there were some pirate groups who might have had a grudge against Roger. If you are not careful, you may leave a grudge in the other person's heart. Next comes war. Advertisement. Since the marine side wants to kill our Whitebeard pirates, they will definitely use all possible means. I have to be extremely careful when it comes to my brother's full name. Hearing Blackbeard's words, Whitebeard and Marco also fell into deep thought. After thinking about it for a while, Whitebeard and Marco had to sigh at Teach's thoughtfulness. After pondering for a moment, Whitebeard said in a deep voice. Teach, you are right to be concerned, I almost forgot about this situation before. In this situation, if Marine really knows the secret of Ace's identity, there is absolutely no way he can keep it secret from the public. It's even possible that they were so cautious just because they knew Ace's secret. If we didn't tell others here, it might have caused a very serious situation. That's it. When Blackbeard saw Laozi listening to the advice, he also smiled. When everyone goes to Marineford, I will also bring my partners to help out. There will definitely be a surprise for you then. Want to execute Ace? Want to take down our Whitebeard pirates? Then I'll just walk around in circles without the world government being able to eat it. Both Whitebeard and Marco felt Teach's anger, and they also agreed with Blackbeard's plan in their hearts. Then, Marco said in a deep voice, Teach, you must keep this phone bug well. If it is in danger, notify me immediately. No matter where you are, I can get there quickly. Teach, remember, we are family for life. Blackbeard had a smile on his face. Ah, I know Marco. After that, he obtained the phone numbers of several kings in the underground world from Whitebeard, and then agreed on a date for the incident and a follow-up statement from the Whitebeard pirates before hanging up the phone. Inside the cabin, Whitebeard smiled and shook his head. This guy Teach, can't you really see that he has such a crazy side, hunting celestial dragons? It seems that he also had a bad past in the Valley of the Gods. Marco's face hardened. Teach once mentioned to me that he has been an experimental subject of celestial dragons since he was a child. Whitebeard's face surged with anger when he heard this, but then he suppressed it forcefully and said in a deep voice. Marco, go ahead, call all the captains, and get the rash. Yes. Marco turned and left. After watching the cabin door close, Whitebeard let out a long breath, and after a while he chuckled. Gu la la la. Roger, it seems that this time may be Lao Wei's last battle. Being able to leave without regrets is still possible on such a big world stage. This should be a fitting way for me, the legendary pirate, to end, right? Don't worry, Ace. Laozi will definitely save him. At the same time, the capital of Seven Waters. The temporary residence of the Blackbeard pirates. After hearing Blackbeard's plan before, everyone in the Blackbeard pirate group was confused. But soon, Enel, a guy who had no idea about the four emperors' Whitebeard pirates, immediately became excited. Ha ha ha, Captain, your plan is great. What kind of rubbish are these celestial dragons? You just have to trample them under your feet to get across. So, Captain, what's your next plan? Enel looked at Blackbeard expectantly. Everyone in the black group had completely recovered from the shock at this time, and they all looked at Blackbeard curiously. After the latter looked around at everyone, his smile gradually became wilder. The plan. The plan is to execute the celestial dragons in a week. Everyone in the black group was stunned. Although they knew that their captain wanted to make something big happen, they never thought that he would dare to be so bold. Executing celestial dragons. Once this unprecedented threshold opens, the world will go berserk, right? Advertisement. It's simply too crazy. Among the people in the black group, Robin, Nami, and Carmen, as well as Carmen's two useless apprentices, all turned pale at this time. They never imagined that Blackbeard would do this. Why do this? Robin quickly figured out the key. Reconnecting with what their captain and Whitebeard said before, they immediately understood. Since the world government wants to kill the Whitebeard pirates, then his own captain will take the lead. Nami was still a little frightened at this time and said tentatively. Teach, can't we trade the celestial dragons we caught for Ace? Swish. Everyone else looked over at the same time when they heard Nami's words. In their opinion, this method is very feasible. If you trade celestial dragons for Ace, world government will make a profit no matter how you look at it. Before Blackbeard could speak, Robin shook his head and said coldly. Impossible. Although the celestial dragons are very noble, it is absolutely impossible for the 5 people sitting on the seat of the Lord of the World to agree to this condition. Why? Robin-chan. Nami was very puzzled. Others were also puzzled. Robin sighed and said, Ace is the son of Roger, the Pirate King. The world government first executed the Pirate King Roger, which resulted in the Great Pirate Age. In order to make up for this mistake, Ace has become a very important part. That's why the world government has been searching for Roger's bloodline all these years. Now Ace is caught. This gives the world government the opportunity not only to make up for its mistakes, but also to complete the encirclement and suppression of the Whitebeard pirates after executing Ace. This will greatly enhance the prestige of marine and world government. How could the world government's plans that had been laid out for months be scrapped just because of one celestial dragons? Otherwise, the captain would not have done such a crazy thing as executing the celestial dragons. Quote. Ha ha ha. Blackbeard put his arm around Robin's shoulders and smiled. My parents are the ones who gave birth to me, and Robin is the one who knows me. Robin rolled his eyes when he heard this, while Nami puffed up her cheeks. Crow on the side pushed up his glasses with the back of his hand, and said with excitement in his eyes. The most important thing is, this celestial dragons is nothing more than a pig. There are many such celestial dragons in the Holy Land. How could the 5 elders give up the chance to make world government great again because of this pig? Snapped. Blackbeard snapped his fingers and smiled. Exactly. Don't think that the 5 elders are crazy just because they are 5 old men. These 5 old guys are most likely to have undergone immortality surgery. Their strength is even more unfathomable. Celestial dragons of this level, do you think they would look down on rubbish like St. Charlos? Hiss. Everyone couldn't help but gasped. Immortal surgery. Enel showed his trademark shocked expression. Does this kind of surgery really exist? Crow's face was full of enthusiasm at this time. Badgies. Ha 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 ha. It turns out that only the strong are worthy of ruling this world. Bartolomeo. Since the captain said so, it must be there. Poison Q. It's really scary. If those 5 old men are really immortal, how strong will they be? Fan Oka. The eternal controller of the world. It's really despairing to think about it. Does such a person really exist? Robin. To some extent it's possible. Whoosh. Advertisement. As soon as Robin said this, everyone's eyes fell on her again. Robin didn't hide anything and told everything he knew. I once saw a complete devil fruit illustrated book in the Tree of Omniscientity, which introduced a devil fruit called Op fruit. People with abilities who eat this devil fruit can use up their own lives to complete an immortal surgery for others. It is possible for people who have had immortality surgery to gain immortality. Hiss. After getting the affirmative answer, everyone once again took advantage of the little air conditioning left. Blackbeard grinned and said, there is no doubt that those 5 old men are the ones who have undergone immortality surgery. When I was very young, I once met one of these 5 old men in the Valley of the Gods. Decades have passed, and the information I got is that they are still the same as before, without any change. Quote. The people in the black group fell silent at this time. After a long time, Enel sighed. So, it's not an exaggeration to call them gods, right? It's really not an exaggeration. Crow agreed. Others remained silent. Blackbeard suddenly laughed out loud at this time. So, isn't the purpose of our Blackbeard pirates to bring down the gods? In a week we will take the first step. We will tell the world. Celestial dragons also bleed, fear, and wail. Celestial dragons, if killed, will die. We're going to knock celestial dragons off their pedestal. 1 week from now, it's time for our Blackbeard pirates to appear on the world stage. The eyes of everyone in the black group suddenly became hot. This week was not wasted on Blackbeard. First, an uninhabited island in the calm belt was selected as the execution site for the celestial dragons. After that, I contacted the News King, Morgans, the Shipping King, Deep Current Umit, the King of Loan Sharks, Du Fisher, the King of Killers, Dorag Picro, and Queen, a CP member of World Government, of the Pleasure District Stussy. Inform them that there will be a worldwide live broadcast in a week. This live broadcast will be led by Morgans, the president of the New Territories News Agency. Being the crazy newsman that he is, Blackbeard only told Morgans about the live broadcast of the Celestial Dragons, but not that he was going to live broadcast Morgans' execution. Otherwise, he was worried that Morgans, the News King, would not be able to stand the excitement. Just have a big one when the time comes. During the process, Blackbeard also attacked Punk Hazard and obtained the fish fruit phantom beast species, copied by Vegapunk. At the same time, he directly killed Geisa, the guy who used children for experiments, hunted his Logia gas fruit, and gave it to the chef Carmen. As for Nami's devil fruit, Blackbeard has already made plans in his mind, so he won't worry about it for now. Then, badgers also ate the fish fruit. What surprised Blackbeard was that after badgers ate the fish fruit replica, what appeared was not a pink dragon like Momonosuke, but a huge bloody dragon. Seeing this scene, Blackbeard was immediately satisfied. Sure enough, the strength of the fruit has a lot to do with the host itself. After these days, Badgers was personally trained by Blackbeard, and taught him how to develop the devil fruit, allowing him to quickly master the ability of the fish fruit. Although it didn't turn into a dragon as huge as Kaido, it was still 100 meters long. It already looks very scary. Whether it's heat extinguishment, bad wind, or flame cloud, Badgers can use it, and it's extremely powerful. But what is truly powerful is the ability of the phantom beast species, the fish fruit, to strengthen Badger's physical body. Today's Badgers, under normal conditions, even has a powerful defense that is comparable to the hardening of the color of the weapon. His physical skills have improved a lot. Except for Enel, who was a little jealous of Badger's terrible promotion, no one else made any sense. Because among the black group, the one who practices the most diligently is Badgies. He deserves to have such strength now. After the excitement, Badgers was even more grateful to Blackbeard. He knows that if it weren't for Blackbeard, he might be where he is today. Blackbeard is very satisfied with the improvement in the strength of everyone in the black group. And just when the live execution was about to begin, he received another piece of good news from Vivi. Baroque Studio spent 1.5 billion belly in the underground world to buy an unknown zone, the Phantom Beast Devil Fruit. Open black lens bracket 061 close black lens bracket. The live broadcast begins, quit the Whitebeard Pirates. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Holy Land, Mariajoy, Pangaea. In the conference room, 5 elders come together. At this time, several of them looked gloomy as they listened to the CPO member who was kneeling on one knee in front of him reporting the situation. St. Charles is missing. And he's been missing for a week. What does your CPO do for a living? Is it possible that I strayed into some strange sea area? That's probably the case. It's impossible for some guy with no eyesight to attack that guy's ship, right? How is that possible? The ape demon said that he found nothing, not even a trace of the Charos. It seemed to have disappeared out of thin air. The most important thing is that in the first half of the park, even if there are pirates, they cannot be the opponents of the 5 CPOs. There are so many bodyguards on the ship. If there is a battle with a large pirate group, there will be no traces. The 5 elders also frowned a little at this time. They naturally don't care about the life of St. Charles, but they have to take into account the impact of the overall situation on the celestial dragons. Forget it, you CPO just need to pay attention to this matter and report the next thing. Saint Nashulong didn't want to waste energy on St. Charles, that pig, but looked at the CP0 and waved his hand. The latter was silent for a few seconds and then said, "In recent days, something seems to be brewing in the underground world." Stussy received a joint live broadcast invitation from Morgans. As for what happened, Morgans did not disclose it, so it is probably big news. Damn it. Saint Wo Choli looked solemn and shouted. That stupid bird should have been dealt with earlier. He is always making big news every day. It's so restless. Saint Satan nodded and said, Morgan's ability is indeed a bit troublesome. The next time you collect the fruit, you must mark the fruit's ability, otherwise this fruit will fall into the hands of people other than the government. It really affects our ability to maintain stability. Quote. Moshe Sheng thought for a while and then said, Saint Charos handed over the 650 to others to investigate. Ape Demon, you personally keep an eye on the matter of the underground world. If there is any abnormality, report it immediately. Yes. At the same time, Grand Line, on an uninhabited island in the Calm Belt. Whistle, rustle, rustle. Blackbeard raised the 7-star sword with one hand, and Conqueror's hockey rose into the sky mixed with terrifying and strange red light and wisps of threads. Tisk. Immediately, this red light beam turned into countless scarlet raindrops in the sky and fell into the sea of Calm Belt, sinking into the heads of the 10 large sea creatures. After the sea kings that were originally lurking in the deep sea of the Calm Belt were hit by these scarlet raindrops, their calm eyes suddenly glowed with scarlet light. Next moment, on the desert island, Blackbeard suddenly felt a growing connection with thousands of large sea kings, and then burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha, kids, everything is ready. Robin, it's time to start. Dial Morgans and prepare to start the live phone bug. Understood. 1. Robin in the distance directly used the flower fruit ability, activating 10 huge live phone bugs while dialing Morgan's phone. Click. It only rang for 1 second before Morgan's urgent voice came from the other side of the phone. Nico Robin, it's you. I have already contacted other kings of the underground world for the joint live broadcast related to celestial dragons that you mentioned before. You promised to make big news for me, but you can't break your promise. He. Robin covered his mouth and chuckled. We have prepared the big news you want, but I am not the one who wants to discuss it with you. Nico Robin, if you want to play tricks on me, don't blame me for leaking your information to the world government. Morgans, who was sitting in front of the screen, threatened with a cold look on his face. But before he could ask again, the phone imitated a laugh that made him feel so wrong. Advertisement. Thief hahahaha. Morgans, if you dare to threaten Laozi's crew, be careful, I will demolish your News of the World newspaper office. Don't think I can't find you hiding in the sky. Quote. Morgans was startled. He quickly recognized the voice of the person on the other side. He didn't even care about the threat from the other person and said in surprise. Are you Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach? That's right. Blackbeard said bluntly. So, you instigated Nico Robin to negotiate the deal. Interesting. Morgan's eyes immediately lit up. As the captain of Whitebeard's Zero Division, you want to share with me the secret of the live broadcast related to the celestial dragons. Interesting. Quack quack. Morgans flapped his wings excitedly. Come on, tell me what secrets the celestial dragons have. First start the live broadcast on China Unicom. Blackbeard grinned. You will know in a minute. After saying that, Blackbeard hung up the phone directly. Chaka, Whitebeard, Blackbeard, D. Celestial dragons. I have a hunch that this live broadcast is going to explode. It's going to explode. Morgan snapped his fingers excitedly. Snapped. Zilla. The next second, the 6 glass screens in front of Morgan's lit up, and immediately the figures of the other 6 kings of the underground world appeared on the screen. Then came their impatient voices. Umit. I said, Morgans, you've been doing this for a long time, where's the big news? Picro. If you try to trick me, I will cut off your bird's head. Stussy. I'm curious. You have to spend so much money on such a big thing like a joint live broadcast. Morgans, what big news do you have? Do Fisher. Give Morgans some confidence. Gilbertson. Hey, Morgans and I have been friends for a long time. It's impossible for this bird man to use joint live broadcasts for trivial matters. Let's see what he says. After hearing what some friends said, Morgans just smiled. He originally thought it was Nico Robin, the devil's son wanted by the world government since childhood, who was finally going to reveal the secret between her and the celestial dragons. But now that Blackbeard is added to the mix, things get even more interesting. Especially Blackbeard's identity, and his name, coupled with the celestial dragons. Just thinking about what will happen when these several factors collide makes Morgans tremble with excitement. This is why he used so many resources. Everyone, just wait and see, we are likely to witness a hard time next. Hearing Morgan's words, all the kings of the underground world looked stern. Zilla. With the joint live broadcast signal, the territorial waters of Toto Land, Wanokuni, Shanks and Whitebeard are completely connected. Or perhaps the big screens of Sabayati Archipelago, world government's major franchised and non-franchised countries all jumped to another screen independently at this time. People all over the world were shocked by this sudden scene. At first glance, the picture looks like a desert island. Later, in the center of the stone forest on this desert island, there was a group of people standing, sitting, or eating leisurely. Not far behind them, there seemed to be a tall log standing tall. At this time, the camera has not been pulled up yet, and no one can see what the log is. Just when everyone was confused, a man with a black sword on his waist, a black cowboy hat, a captain's cloak with black bottom and gold trim, black trousers and boots appeared on the screen with ear loops. Most ordinary people are unfamiliar with this man. But the pirates on the sea, the Marines, or the kings of the major participating countries of the world government, they are all familiar with this pirate supernova, Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach, who has disappeared for nearly 2 months. Thief hahahaha. Advertisement. Blackbeard opened with his signature laugh, bowing slightly to the camera and smiling. Everyone, thank you. You all must be very confused as to why I appear in your shots. But we will find out soon. Until then, I want you to remember today. Because, starting from today, the times will go crazy. Just as Blackbeard's joint live broadcast had just begun, people from all over the world looked shocked. Red-haired Shanks leads the sea. Beckman. Don't sleep, Shanks. Something big has happened. Watch the live broadcast. Shanks. Stop making trouble with Beckman live. Wait. This guy is Teach. Wanokuni. Ghost Island. Jin. Boss, something urgent happened. Tien came to watch the live broadcast. Kaido. Live broadcast. From the underground world. What are these underground rats doing? You want me to see this guy? Who is he? Laozi has no impression. Quinn raised his forehead and said, Boss, that guy is the captain of the Zero Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, the Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach, who has been in the limelight recently. Toto Land Sea Area, All Nations. Katakuri. Mom, the joint live broadcast of the underground world has begun. Charlotte Linlin. What a horse. Let me go and watch Stussy's so-called good show. At the same time, the other end. Boom, boom, boom. The CP-0 ape demon who had just walked out of Pengu City, after receiving the intelligence information from the phone bug, immediately rushed back to the door of the conference room with a changed expression and knocked on the door eagerly. Master Five Elders, I have something urgent to report. Enter. After hearing the sound coming from inside, the monkey demon immediately walked in, knelt down on one knee and quickly put aside the information he had obtained. The five elders' expressions darkened again, but no one said anything. They immediately connected the signal and started the live broadcast. The same scene also appeared in the Naval Headquarters Marineford conference room. Marshal Marine, Marine's 3 major forces, and 8 of Marine's veteran vice admirals are now gathered together. The fact that these Marine elites who should have been scattered around the world can appear in the Naval Headquarters conference room so quickly at this time is enough to explain the problem. They are all waiting for an opportunity and the order from the 5 elders above. But they didn't expect that they would receive the noise from the underground world first. Blackbeard. It's him again. This guy disappeared and made big news when he appeared. Sengoku gritted his teeth. Marine and others looked at the screen in silence. After Blackbeard finished speaking, he paused for a few seconds and spoke again. Next, I'm going to play a game with Marine and world government. This game is called hide and seek. Laozi is now on an uninhabited island above the sea, and then you Marine and world government need to find me. You only have 3 days. If you don't find me, then. Having said this, Blackbeard grinned, the camera zoomed up, and then. Everyone in the world saw a cross wooden stake more than 10 meters high behind him. At this time, there was a man wearing a space suit tied to the wooden stake, his face covered with blood. When they saw this man and what he was wearing, the expressions of everyone watching the live broadcast changed. Hey, stop joking, could that be celestial dragons? Tisk. Before they could react, Blackbeard had already drawn out the 7-star sword from his waist and waved 10 purple-colored sword energy into the sky, directly cutting off the left arm of Saint Kyaneros. Ah! The next second, Charos, who was originally a little weak, let out a shrill scream. Seeing this scene, the whole world seems to have fallen into a strange dead silence at this moment. Anyone with a bit of vision has already recognized that the guy tied to the stake by Blackbeard is celestial dragons. This outfit is only worn by celestial dragons in the world. But at this time, the celestial dragons they saw was not only beaten with blood on his face, but also had his right arm cut off by Blackbeard. What does this guy want to do? Advertisement. Is he crazy? The world seems to be speechless at this moment. Thief, hahahaha. At this moment, Blackbeard's devilish laughter spread from the phone bug to the world, reaching the ears of everyone watching the live broadcast, and at the same time his extremely arrogant voice sounded. Marine, world government. If you dare to cut off the signal, my next stab will be the head of St. Charles. 5 elders, are you watching? You don't want the celestial dragons to be publicly executed by me, do you? Then come on, come find me. As long as you find me, I will be happy. Boom. After Blackbeard finished speaking, the furious voices of the 5 elders were heard throughout the Holy Land. Blackbeard. This lowly pirate, how dare he do this? Damn. He's crazy. This guy is completely crazy. He is a member of the Whitebeard Pirates, right? How dare he? Isn't this guy afraid of us taking revenge on the Whitebeard Pirates? The CP agency will be dispatched immediately. It is different from the rage situation of the 5 elders in the Holy Land. At this time, the needle drop could be heard in the Naval Headquarters conference room. After a while, Garp's inappropriate laughter suddenly rang out. PFF hahahaha. This Blackbeard is really smart, isn't he? What a pity, Whitebeard. They are going to be in trouble now. Bastard Garp, is this the time to joke? Sengoku immediately scolded. As soon as he opened his mouth, the phone started ringing. Sengoku connected directly, and the angry roars of the five elders were immediately heard on the other side of the phone. After being yelled at and scolded for a while, Sengoku hung up the phone expressionlessly, then looked at the crowd and said, "Alright 0.0, bring your own live phone bugs and get ready to go." This Blackbeard really broke the news this time. I just don't know what that guy Whitebeard thinks. Quote. Everyone obeyed the order, and the other 8 veteran vice admirals left immediately. There were only 6 people left in the conference room: Marshal Sengoku, 3 admirals and Garp, and Vice Admiral Crane. It's so scary, Blackbeard. Kizaru stopped cutting his nails at this time and looked at Blackbeard on the screen with a very solemn expression. Pirates, you really deserve to die. Akainu exhaled slowly. Aokiji scratched his head. What does this guy want to do? He asked us to find him. Could it be that he wants to die? Even if he is the captain of the Whitebeard pirates, this is too stupid. Crane Vice Admiral stared at the live broadcast screen carefully. After Aokiji finished speaking, she directly asserted. This guy is really good at finding places. Sengoku, tell the people below to target Com Belt. Com Belt. Sengoku was stunned for a while, looked at the screen carefully, and then smiled. As expected of you, Xiaohei, it seems we will be able to deal with this guy soon. Crane Vice Admiral's expression remained solemn, and he shook his head slowly. Simple as good, I have a bad feeling about Sengoku. Quote. Sengoku, Garp and others all looked at Crane Vice Admiral in surprise. They think it's normal for Crane Vice Admiral to be able to lock down the approximate range so quickly. After all, Crane Vice Admiral is Marine's think tank. At this moment, Blackbeard's extremely arrogant voice sounded again. You must be confused. Why would I do such a thing as the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates Zero Division? Of course it's because Laozi has quit the Whitebeard Pirates and locked in the 4 emperors. How can the mere position of captain of Whitebeard's Zero Squad be worthy of Laozi's ambition? After this incident, it will be time for our Blackbeard Pirates to completely enter the world stage. Open black lens bracket 062, close black lens bracket. Noon has arrived. How terrible. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Wow. After hearing Blackbeard's words, everyone watching the live broadcast was not calm. Charlotte Linlin. What a shame. This guy is so arrogant. Is he going to break away from the Whitebeard Pirates? Katakuri. That's probably it. It seems like this new world is going to be in chaos. Shanks. Hey, Beckman, what do you think? Beckman spread his hands. Are there not many new pirate stars like him who gain abilities and fame every year? Kaido. Wow, that's so interesting. Is that old guy Whitebeard going to be pissed off now? Jin. This guy is so audacious. Aren't he worried that Marine and the world government will completely destroy him after they find him? The kings in the underground world watching the live broadcast were also numb at this time. Although they knew that this time might be big news, they never expected that Morgans would actually make such heaven-defying news. They each looked at the bewildered Morgans on the live broadcast screen with his mouth wide open and laughed endlessly. Ha ha ha, Morgans, what are you thinking about? Isn't this the big news you want? Morgans, you're going to be in trouble this time. Tisk tisk tisk. Kidnap the celestial dragons, cut off the celestial dragons' arms, live, and make the celestial dragons look ugly. Morgans, have you chosen the cemetery? At this moment, Morgans didn't care at all about the teasing of these friends. His eyes were fixed on the screen, and there was no trace of fear on his face. Instead, there was enthusiasm and excitement in his eyes. This Blackbeard is a madman, so how can he, Morgans, not be a madman? Otherwise, he would have been absorbed by the world government, or perhaps killed by the world government. If he doesn't even dare to continue this kind of live broadcast, then how can he keep his title of News King? Just when Morgans was excited, Blackbeard seemed to have given everyone enough time to react. He suddenly rose from the ground and came to the side of St. Charlos, who was wailing and screaming. Blackbeard raised his hand and pointed at St. Charlos and said with a smile. Friends who are suffering all over the world, look, celestial dragons can bleed, be afraid, and scream. They are no different from us. Are they scary? Not scary. Then why do you have to give in? Why would you rather be called a slave who was being treated like a pig and not resist? Seeing this scene, ordinary people's eyes seemed to have a light at this moment. Seeing the celestial dragons who were wailing and begging for mercy, they seemed to see themselves who had been oppressed and abused by nobles, pirates, and celestial dragons. How similar. It turns out that celestial dragons also bleed. Will they be so miserable? Among the Revolutionary Army headquarters, all the Revolutionary Army cadres looked at this scene with solemn expressions. After a while, as the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Long finally spoke in a deep voice. I originally thought this Blackbeard was a lunatic, but now it seems that this guy has an ulterior motive. Sabo, the commander-in-chief of the Revolutionary Army, also said in a deep voice. Hidden beneath this guy's crazy appearance is an unfathomable heart. Keep reading to find out what he wants to do. It won't take long for you to get the answer. 9 Snake Island Amazon Lily Daughter Country. In the castle hall. The pirate empress raised her hand to cover her mouth, her lake blue eyes full of shock and disbelief. Looking at the rampant man on the live broadcast screen who treated the celestial dragons like a pig or a dog, she felt her heart begin to beat violently at this moment. Is there such a guy in the world? Yes, celestial dragons can bleed and be afraid too. Grandma Z couldn't help but be speechless when she saw this scene. Crazy. This guy is really crazy. He will definitely die miserably. Ouch. Sheji, you bastard, why are you kicking me? The angry voice of Grandma Z, who had already flown out of the window, came in. Hancock put away his straight long legs and snorted arrogantly. Old man, you are not allowed to curse Master Teach. Teach. Master. Marigold and Sandersonia beside them both exclaimed in shock at the same time. Advertisement. Sister, what's going on? The Whitebeard pirates. Aboard Moby Dick. Everyone who watched the live broadcast went from yelling and cursing at the beginning to being silent now. Instead, Whitebeard saw this and laughed loudly while drinking. This guy really gave me a surprise. Gu la 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 la. Are you interested in Laozi's 4 Emperor's throne? Do you really think you can miss Laozi when he gets old? Laozi is Whitebeard. Marco on the other side was also shocked. But now he couldn't help but worry about Blackbeard's safety. There is no doubt that Teach's fire is indeed burning brightly. But it is even possible to burn him to death. Teach, you guy, it's better not to contact me. Just when Marco was helpless, Blackbeard's speech continued. I'm sure a lot of you think I'm crazy, right? In fact, you are right, I am indeed crazy. Surviving the celestial dragon's hunting game has made me crazy. In this world where Marine has been reduced to a lackey, celestial dragons wiped out a country in 3 years, and even plays a killing contest game. If you don't resist, you will only become a prey for others. Isn't it normal to be crazy? It's normal. You never know which country the celestial dragons will choose to destroy 3 years from now. You never know when their killing contest game will fall on you. You never know when those Marines who shout justice will stand guard for the celestial dragons and watch them hunt you. This is a hopeless world that sucks. Pirates plundered the sea. World government is a dictatorship. The participating countries are struggling to support themselves for the sake of gold in the sky. There is always the possibility that non-member countries will be destroyed and become slaves to build bridges. The only righteous Marine is helping others to do evil. You say, is there still hope for this world? In this case, let's just let this rotten world be destroyed. Starting today, an era is about to go crazy. The weak ones who treat others as slaves and others as flesh and blood will be eliminated. Only when the strong stay strong will they have a chance to survive. In troubled times heroes emerge. So, everyone in the world watching here, don't be cowardly and silent, it's time to start fighting for your own survival. If you don't act, what awaits you will be guns and death. No one will wait for you. No one will pity you. No one will reach out to you. This is the cruel truth of this world. The weak will eat the strong, and the fittest will survive. Crazy. This guy is completely crazy. This was the first thought of everyone after hearing Blackbeard's words, but the more they thought about it, the more solemn their expressions became. What frightens many ordinary people in particular is that the celestial dragons, known as the descendants of gods, actually destroy a country every 3 years. Will there be a killing contest game at that time? The righteous Marine is reduced to a sentry at this time. So, what should ordinary people like them do? Do you really want to just wait and become a lamb to be slaughtered? No. Never sit still and wait for death. Advertisement. Resist. We must resist. If you don't resist, you will be slaughtered. At this moment, an unknown flame rises in the hearts of countless ordinary people around the world. No one knows when this flame will burn completely and sweep the world. Compared to the ordinary people who were still insignificant at this time, the big shots at the top of the world were already panicking. Blackbeard's words and actions today have a huge impact. Blackbeard must die. This is a consensus reached by Marine senior management and 5 elders at the same time. The pirates who watched this scene had a different scene. Carnival, fanaticism, excitement, worship, this is the current situation of pirates. Blackbeard literally spoke to all of them. Kaido of the beasts. Wow, 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 you're right, let him destroy this rotten world. The weak do not deserve to survive. Shanks. Teach, is this your real ambition? Charlotte Linlin. What a horse. I really want to have a child with this guy. Holy Land, Maria. In the Pangu City conference room. Damn, haven't you found the whereabouts of this Blackbeard yet? These guys are too slow and can't even lock in range. Since this guy has set his sights on the throne of 4 emperors, he shouldn't do anything too extreme. Stop joking. Haven't we done enough now? Where is the face of our celestial dragons? Where are those trash from Marine? Previously, Marine's Crane Vice Admiral had narrowed the scope to Calm Belt and believed that the Blackbeard pirates were on an island in Calm Belt. That's okay. For the next 3 days, the live broadcast continued. Almost all personnel from Marine and World Government are dispatched to search for traces of the Blackbeard pirates in the Calm Belt. So people all over the world saw the team building of the Blackbeard pirates. What makes World Government most incredible is that they actually saw several CP9s who had disappeared before on the live broadcast. Especially the most conspicuous existence, CP9's 6-style genius, Rob Lucci, turned out to be a handyman member of the Blackbeard pirates at this time. This scene shocked many Marine executives and World Government executives. They had no idea how this Blackbeard did it. Despite this, they still had some speculation and felt that it might be some kind of ability to control people. This ability is undoubtedly very terrifying. Elites like CP9 can only do odd jobs in the Black Group, and several other unfamiliar members of the Blackbeard pirate group have even confused the top brass of Marine and World Government. Except for Badgers, Fan Oka, and Poison Q, who had previously placed bounties on them, they all seemed to be newcomers. But if they are all newcomers, how can Blackbeard lead them to face the pressure of Marine and World Government? This group of people had been eating and drinking non-stop during the past 3 days. They looked relaxed and happy, not at all stressed. In fact, in the past 3 days, what really made everyone in the world feel ridiculous was St. Charles, who had one of his arms cut off. When he saw Blackbeard and the others eating delicious food and drinking wine, he was so hungry that he kept begging Blackbeard and the others to give him something to eat, saying that he was about to starve to death. Blackbeard is not stingy either. As long as St. Charles asks for it, he will give it. But every time, Blackbeard would say to the live camera, "It turns out that celestial dragons can beg and plead when they are hungry." This sentence once again defeated 5 elders. Charo. Si Sheng was cautious at first, but when he was hungry, he began to pray without regard for his face. Everyone who saw this scene, as well as the people in franchised and non-franchised countries around the world, had their filter on celestial dragons completely shattered. Descendants of what gods? What an inviolable existence. Simply ridiculous. The dignity of the celestial dragons has been trampled on bit by Blackbeard in the past 3 days. The 5 elders have also sat in the highest position of power in the world for too long. If they had been more decisive and directly cut off the live broadcast and gave up on Charles Saint, I'm afraid it wouldn't have turned out like this. But now that things have come to a point, it is no longer possible for them to cut off the live broadcast signal. Because it concerns the face of Marine and World Government, they must save St. Charles no matter what. It's a pity that neither the World Government nor Marine executives were able to find the location of the Blackbeard pirates in the past 2 days. Advertisement. Everyone around the world watching the live broadcast was gloating. They gave you 3 days and still couldn't find it. It was really too much. This wave of operations by Blackbeard has undoubtedly reduced the reputation of Marine and World Government. But even if they were anxious, there was nothing they could do. In fact, even if they locked the Calm Belt range, they could not go any faster. This is the Calm Belt after all, and there's no way ships of style can sail fast. If the steam runner ship is not fast enough, and even with seastone craftsmanship, you will still encounter one or two sea kings occasionally. What's more, Marine does not have a large number of steam paddle steamers, which means that the search speed cannot be accelerated at all. If it weren't for Sengoku sending the foreigner Kizaru out as a search tool, and at the same time, the world government also used Shichibukai Bartholomew Kuma's ability to ask him to help the search, the cable speed will only be slower. 3 days flew by. Just at noon on the third day, when everyone originally thought that the Black Group would start taking vacation and entertainment again, Blackbeard suddenly made a move. Whoosh! He was seen rising into the air and came to St. Charles, who was already looking dispirited. Then, the latter slowly pulled out the 7-star sword with a complex expression of astonishment, horror, and even relief. The people who were originally lazy in front of the live broadcast suddenly became energetic. Especially when they saw Blackbeard pulling out the 7-star sword, everyone subconsciously exhaled. Damn. No way. What does this guy want to do? Blackbeard seemed to have heard the voices of everyone in the world at this moment. He suddenly turned his head and grinned at the camera and said, "What do I want to do? Is that what you think? Of course, to complete the execution of the celestial dragons. Today is the third day. Although the third day is not completely over yet, I am a pirate. Isn't it too funny to talk about credit with pirates? Noon has arrived. I'll send Lord Celestial Dragons on his way. The kind-hearted person, I really can't bear to see him suffer like this again. Why? Compared to the slaves who died after being played by the Celestial Dragons, I am still too soft-hearted and kind-hearted." Quote. As he spoke, Blackbeard revealed his white fang, and slashed down with his long sword without mercy. Poof! The head flew up and blood spurted out. Without any surprise, the head of Celestial Dragons St. Charles was directly chopped off by Blackbeard's sword. Bang! The camera followed the head that was rolling in the air, with complex emotions such as fear and relief on its face, until the head hit the ground and spattered a few wisps of blood. Everyone. My heart seemed to be flat at this moment. It turns out that even celestial dragons will die if their heads are beheaded. Blackbeard's light words made the hearts of countless people around the world twitch. The 5 elders who saw this scene in the Holy Land were completely defeated. For a while, the roar of the 5 elders resounded throughout the Holy Land. Phew. At this moment, a golden ray of light came rushing from the distant sky. Boom. In just the blink of an eye, this golden figure turned into a stream of light and landed on the ground dozens of meters away from Blackbeard, blasting a crater with a diameter of 10 meters in the ground. Zzzz. As the golden particles gradually gathered, a man wearing a yellow and white striped suit and a Marine Admiral cloak of justice appeared over there. After seeing this figure, most people watching the live broadcast immediately recognized that the person was Admiral, a veteran of Marine. Kizaru Porisalino. Marine Admiral has arrived, the Blackbeard pirates are finished. This is a thought on everyone's mind. However, just when everyone thought Blackbeard would escape immediately, they saw Blackbeard turn around and look at Kizaru not far behind him, showing a surprised smile and saying, "It's over. We were found by Marine Admiral. It's really scary. Kizaru. How do you steal my lines? Open black lens bracket 063 close black lens bracket. Don't be too outrageous." Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. At this moment, everyone watching the live broadcast from all over the world felt numb after hearing Blackbeard's mocking words. Instead of running away, this guy actually mocked Marine Admiral. Do you really not want to live? The one who was particularly frightened at this time is Robin in the Black Group. Marine Admiral Kizaru, of course she knows. A man as terrifying and invincible as Marine Admiral Aokiji. Although she had known for a long time that their incident would alarm the Marine Admiral, she still took a chance. She definitely has the deepest understanding of Marine Admiral's strength. Aokiji and Akainu, who were vice admirals back then, easily destroyed Ohara. Their invincible power still scares her. Now that she faced this kind of power again, she was still frightened. But she suddenly discovered that the members of the Black Group around her were looking at the 2 people in the distance with dumbfounded expressions. Are they not afraid at all? Maybe this is the confidence that Teach brings to them. Thinking of this, Robin felt a little relieved. Also, as the captain of Whitebeard's Zero Division, how could he not know the power of Marine Admiral? He has often seen Teach, a terrifying figure like Whitebeard, so how could he be afraid of the power of Marine Admiral? What's more, Teach's strength is obvious to all. Thinking of this, Robin's originally slightly pale face gradually returned to rosy, and she looked at the back of the man in the distance with a sense of security. Maybe this man is the companion that Saul said can protect him on the sea. The words are divided into two parts. Compared with the shocked ordinary people, most of the pirates watching the live broadcast showed their fun-loving nature. Shanks. Hahahaha. Beckman, why do I think Teach is so cute now? Is it because he lost weight? Beckman. This guy really broke away from my stereotyped impression of him. Are you mocking Kizaru? Kaido of the Beasts. Wow, wow, wow. Jin, I like this guy more and more. I have to find a way to see if I can capture him and become a partner of our Beast's pirates. Jin raised his forehead and said, don't be ridiculous, boss, I've even jumped Whitebeard's ship. This guy's ambition is immeasurable, I just don't know if his strength can match his ambition. Whitebeard. Gu la 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 la. Teach, you did a great job on this, God loves it. Diamond Josie. Hey dad, this guy just said he was betraying our Whitebeard pirates. Whitebeard. Damn, I almost gave it away. Holy Land, the five elders had already started smashing tables and vases, smashing vases and hitting the walls. They calmed down a little until the conference room was penetrated. Can just one Kizaru stop the Blackbeard pirates? Don't be ridiculous, that's Kizaru. It's just a Blackbeard pirate group, isn't it something you can control with your hands? I'm not very optimistic. I always feel that this guy sensed Kizaru in advance and then killed St. Charlos. Huh, how is it possible? If he senses Kizaru in advance, how strong is his sense of sight? Hundreds of miles in diameter. How is it possible? It's hard to say, let's keep watching. Anyway, as long as the location is locked, Buster Call level steam paddle boats will be sent directly to surround the island. The Blackbeard pirates must be completely destroyed within today. At the same time, on the Calm Belt Island where the Black Group is located. After hearing Blackbeard's words, Kizaru, who had just pouted in the distance, stiffened, then stared at Blackbeard helplessly and said, don't lie to me. You, the guy, simply discovered me a long time ago, so you killed me in advance. Oh, no, you were the one who murdered St. Charlos, right? The newcomers nowadays are really scary. Each one is as strong as a monster. Blackbeard's mouth twitched when he heard this, and he immediately sighed in agreement. Who says otherwise? You Marines are so insidious, you actually sent 2 admirals to deal with me. Could it be that you want to kill me, a hero who works for heaven, right? I just removed a moth from the world. Kizaru Admiral, you won't stop me from dancing, will you? You don't want to stand on the opposite side of the people, do you? No way, right? Hearing Blackbeard's words, the people in the Black Group in the distance, as well as everyone watching the live broadcast, couldn't help laughing. No, how could you say such shameless words? Advertisement. A borer in one world says a borer in another world, right? Bartolomeo in the distance gave a thumbs up to the captain, feeling deeply that he still had a lot to learn. Even Kizaru, who was as thick-skinned as a city wall, couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth when he heard this. Then he sighed and said in the tone of an old friend. Don't make things difficult for me, brother Teach, as a Marine Admiral, how could I let you, a pirate, go? Speed is weight. Have you ever been kicked at the speed of light? Sizzling. Kizaru is indeed the originator of shamelessness. He didn't care about the conversation between the two parties and directly attacked his 36-year-old comrade. But unfortunately, Blackbeard, as a 20-year-old sea fan in his previous life, already knew his second uncle's character very well. Before he could make a sneak attack, Blackbeard had already made a sneak attack. Marine sent 2 Marine admirals to capture him. Kizaru arrived first, followed by Aokiji who was on his way in a paddle boat. But how could Blackbeard let him have his way? While talking to Kizaru, he had already ordered the Sea Kings controlled by him with mind-locking technique to directly surprise 30 Marine steam paddle steamer warships. Even with the escort of Marine Admiral and several Vice Admiral, the 30 medium and large Marine steam paddle steamers were still 90% destroyed by thousands of Sea Kings in the moment of sneak attack. Only 1 or 2 of them were saved by Aokiji's frozen fruit ability. But even so, Aokiji and the others could only stop at the frozen sky hundreds of miles away. This shows how terrifying Poseidon is. If there is a live broadcast, You can see that the thousands of sea kings that suddenly emerged from the sea have now turned into huge ice sculptures of different shapes, like exquisite works of art. Along with these sea kings, there were also marine soldiers who had no time to escape. Aokiji looked extremely ugly standing on the ice. No matter what, he never expected that Marine's highest profile Buster Call would be destroyed in an instant. What he didn't expect was that they would suddenly be attacked by thousands of sea kings. If it weren't for him, a person with the frozen fruit ability, Kizaru and Akainu, I'm afraid only Admiral and a few Vice Admirals would survive. Terrible. Is this the power of the Blackbeard pirates? Aokiji isn't sure. After thinking about it, Aokiji took the lead and called Kizaru's phone to check the situation. Go back to the first 3 seconds when Aokiji made the call. On a desert island, Kizaru turned into a golden stream of light and instantly appeared above Blackbeard's head. That dazzling kick was about to kick Blackbeard in the head. Everyone watching the live broadcast cursed when they saw Kizaru, who was a Marine Admiral, making a sneak attack. Shanks. Kizaru is a despicable guy. Beckman, remember not to warn him not to move next time, just shoot him. Beckman. Kaido laughed loudly. Wow, 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 this is fighting, do whatever you can to fight. Whitebeard is angry. Kizaru brat. Marco. Dad, please calm down, we and Teach are now hostile. Whispering. Whitebeard. Just when everyone thought that Blackbeard would be deceived by this old comrade into a sneak attack and suffer this embarrassing loss, a jaw-dropping scene happened. Blackbeard was seen facing Kizaru, who was sneaking up on him. He just raised his right hand and pointed it upward at Kizaru's body. At the same time, he grinned and shouted. Shinra Tenjang. Buzz. Call out. Boom. The next moment, after a strange black mist surged, Kizaru's figure turned into a golden stream of light and flew hundreds of meters backwards faster than when he came for the sneak attack, and hit the barren mountain with a huge explosion. This sudden scene shocked everyone watching. What's the situation? Kizaru stole the money and lost the rice. 8-foot mirror. Just as everyone was thinking about this, they saw a continuously refracted golden light shooting out from the smoke and dust of the explosion on the barren mountain a few hundred meters away. In the blink of an eye, they came to stand dozens of meters in front of Blackbeard. At this time, Kizaru looked at Blackbeard solemnly and said, It's really scary, Blackbeard. What ability was that just now? You don't think I will explain my abilities to you during the battle, do you? Advertisement. Blackbeard looked at Kizaru with a strange expression and said, Can you not be too outrageous? Why don't you tell me your abilities? No problem, shall we exchange information? Kizaru thought for a second and agreed immediately. Blackbeard. Damn it, I've met my opponent. Have you met someone more shameless than Laozi? Brew brew brew. At this moment, the phone in Kizaru's pocket rang. Hearing the sound, Kizaru made a stop gesture to Blackbeard and said, Wait a minute, I'll take a call. Blackbeard made the OK gesture. No problem. Marine Senior Management. 5 Elders. Worldwide viewers watching the live broadcast. You two are fighting. Can you be more serious, asshole? What I want to see is a river of blood. Shanks. Hahahaha. Beckman is so funny, isn't he? How about we invite Teach on board? Beckman. Don't you miss those 3 scars between your eyebrows? Shanks. Blackbeard and I are at odds with each other. Everyone at Red Hair Pirates laughed. While everyone was speechless at the endless battle between Blackbeard and Kizaru, Kizaru waited for a long time and still couldn't get through the call. He stared at the small black phone on his wrist and kept complaining. It's so strange, why is there no sound? Moses. How strange. Quote. Blackbeard in the distance had seen this famous scene countless times in the original novel in his previous life, but seeing him now, he still couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. He didn't know for a while whether Kizaru really had Alzheimer's disease or was missing a muscle. However, since the other party was an old comrade, Blackbeard still kindly gave some advice. I said, Kizaru Admiral, is there a possibility that the phone bug that made the sound is in your pocket? Kizaru was startled. He raised his hand and touched it. He immediately found a phone bug that kept making sounds. He immediately smiled and said, It's actually in my pocket, thank you. You're welcome. Blackbeard was very polite. 5 Elders. You two give me some food. Infuriated. Click. Before Kizaru answered the phone, a helpless and lazy voice came from the other side. It took you so long to answer the phone. Poor Salino, You didn't forget that the phone bug was in your pocket again, did you? Quote. How can it be? Kizaru quibbled in public. I was fighting Blackbeard just now, and the newcomers are as strong as monsters. It's so scary. Allah, poor Salino, let's not do this between us. He is in trouble. Aokiji's speechless voice came and said, I have a problem here. We were attacked by thousands of sea kings before, and almost all the steam paddle boats were destroyed. Although there were very few casualties among the marine soldiers, they were all frozen by me and needed immediate treatment. Maybe there's no way to rush over for support at the moment, but you'll be fine on your own, right? What? When Kizaru heard Aokiji's words, his wilted expression immediately calmed down, and his whole person became calm. I have no problem here. You need to have someone come to rescue you right away. Advertisement. Then I can rest assured, it's really troublesome. After Aokiji finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Chaka. Kizaru hung up the phone and looked at Blackbeard solemnly. I'm sorry, brother, I can't continue playing. Can you please go to Impel Down with me? That might not work, bro. Blackbeard grinned evilly and said. I just heard it. Aokiji can't come to support you, right? Yes, is it possible that you still want to besiege me, a 55-year-old comrade? Kizaru pursed his lips and said. It's really scary. The reason Blackbeard and Kizaru were quarreling just now was to delay time and kill the marine fleet. Now that the goal is achieved, it is naturally impossible for him to continue delaying it. He immediately grinned at Kizaru and said. Then let's get started, Kizaru-san. I also want to see if today's Marine Admiral can weigh my strength. Razor. Bang. Whoosh whoosh. After Blackbeard finished speaking, he jumped up and fired several air blasts in the air before turning into an afterimage and rushing towards Kizaru. Is this an advanced version of 6-style shaving? It's really scary. Kizaru narrowed his eyes, feeling frightened by Blackbeard's speed, and immediately turned on his emotions. After catching Blackbeard's figure, Kizaru raised the corner of his mouth, thinking that he was still a little too young. He slightly turned his body and kicked at the speed of light, and then swept towards the charging Blackbeard with terrifying force. Definitely, bang. But Blackbeard grinned when he saw this. He just deliberately caught his figure for Kizaru. Immediately, Blackbeard raised his right foot and stepped down 10 steps ahead of Kizaru's long leg. What? Kizaru was shocked. He had rich combat experience and knew that he might have been fooled, but Blackbeard did not give him time to make amends. Universal pull. The next second, Blackbeard's left hand wrapped around the purple-black emission armament hockey sucked hard at Kizaru, who was close at hand, and directly pinched his shoulder. Darkness. The dark fruit ability is activated directly, instantly causing Kizaru to temporarily lose the ability of sparkling fruit. Blackbeard's right fist was already ready and hit Kizaru's stomach. Emission 6 King's Spear! Exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark. Tisk. Immediately, a purple-black light beam came out from behind Kizaru, and at the same time, Kizaru was blown away with huge force. Wow. The careless Kizaru vomited a mouthful of blood in the air and flew hundreds of meters backwards, shattering several boulders before hitting the mountain wall and stopping. This set of combos was done in one go. When Blackbeard saw Kizaru, he decided to take advantage of his carelessness and unknown knowledge of his fruit's ability to hit him hard. As for killing Kizaru with one move, he has never thought about this kind of world. Even if Kizaru relies too much on devil fruit, as Zephyr said, Marine Admiral is Marine Admiral. That's a hexagon warrior. Regardless of physical skills, swordsmanship, abilities, or hockey, they are all top-notch beings in the world. How is it possible to take away the opponent with just one set of combos? Having said that, Blackbeard still had some regrets on his face. Looking at Kizaru, who was embedded in the mountain wall in the distance, he shook his head and said. Unfortunately, Marine Admiral is not that easy to solve. Marine Senior Management. 5 Elders. 4 Emperors. I beat Kizaru like this in a face-to-face encounter. Why do you feel sorry for me? Don't be too outrageous. Open black lens bracket 064 close black lens bracket. NL versus Kizaru. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Tisk. Just when everyone was wondering what the next battle would be like, a blue lightning flashed from the black camp in the distance. In the blink of an eye, a figure with thunder and lightning appeared in front of Blackbeard. When they saw this lightning figure appear, the pupils of all the high-end combatants watching the live broadcast shrank suddenly. Naval Headquarters Conference Room. Hey, it's impossible, right? Is it that Logia? Sengoku, how about I go to support you? This way we can kill these pirate trash faster. Marine 3 Admiral besieged a rookie pirate group. Do you still want the face of Marine in the world government? Sakazuki, don't just think about killing pirates. Urge Aokiji to hurry up and rush to the battlefield. If nothing else happens, that ability is probably the strongest in the legend Logia Thunder Fruit. Ni. Holy Land. Pangu City. In the conference room. The 5 elders looked extremely ugly. Damn Blackbeard, where did this guy get the Thunder Fruit from? This Esper is definitely a newcomer, otherwise we wouldn't have known about the Esper with Thunder Fruit. Call Aokiji, tell him not to care about the life and death of those trash soldiers, and rush to the battlefield. That's all we can do for the time being. No one thought that there would be such a top Logia ability user in the Blackbeard pirates. Coupled with his own strength, no wonder they, a mere rookie pirate group, dare to face Marine Admiral here. Is this where this confidence comes from? Just when everyone was thinking about this, Kizaru, who had been blown away and vomited blood, transformed into a golden stream of light and rose into the sky. Sizzling. Crossing his arms at an altitude of tens of meters, he shines like a golden sun. 8-foot beautiful Magatama. Kizaru fired a group laser without saying anything. Judging from Kizaru's lack of BB, he is obviously a little angry. But then, a scene that shocked Kizaru appeared. Captain, let me try it, the world's top combat power you mentioned. Just take a look at the moves you taught me to develop before. Everyone who watched the live broadcast saw Enel, who was standing next to Blackbeard, taking a step forward with electric light shining all over his body. Okay, let's feel the difference. With me at the rear, you can fight to your heart's content. Blackbeard crossed his arms and looked unusually calm. The two people's tone of treating Marine Admiral as if they were nothing shocked everyone watching the live broadcast again. Tisk. Facing Kizaru's 8-foot Magatama move, Enel did not retreat but advanced. In a flash of lightning, his figure appeared in the air. He turned his body slightly, stretched his right hand forward and pointed at the laser falling from the height of 557 and shouted. Thunder. Rumble. As Enel finished speaking, countless blue thunderbolts like rainstorm threads burst out from Enel's palm, covering hundreds of meters in the blink of an eye. At the same time, the soul-stirring sound of rolling thunder resounded through the sky like a bolt from the blue. The next second, countless blue thunders sweeping upward collided with golden lasers falling from the sky. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of a huge explosion echoed on this desert island. The people in the black group watching from a distance could not help but raise their hands to avoid the aftermath of the battle. Even if they saw the new abilities developed by their captain for Enel again, they were still shocked. Thunder fruit used in this way gives a real thunder god feeling. The thunderbolt that came out of nowhere was simply frightening. The audience watching the live broadcast couldn't help but gasp at this time. Is this the duel of top Logia ability users? This is just the beginning of the collision. Many lazy people suddenly became excited. Kizaru in the sky also felt something was wrong at this time. When the aftermath of the explosion dissipated, he saw Enel, a mixed color entwined with electric light, appearing dozens of meters above him opposite him. Kizaru's expression suddenly changed and he exclaimed. Thunder fruit. Even Kizaru was indeed shocked, and then sighed. It's really scary. Does the Blackbeard pirates still have such terrifying abilities as you? The new members now are as strong as monsters. Advertisement. Enel's mouth twitched when he heard this, and he thought to himself, are you qualified to talk about others? Your fruit ability is also very pervert. HMPH. If I wasn't strong enough, I wouldn't be able to be the second in command of the Blackbeard pirates. Enel is not that kind of humble guy. No, it should be said that he is a very stinky existence. He immediately waved to Kizaru and said. The captain said that your ability is also top Logia's devil fruit. Then come on, let me see who is stronger between us. Remember, this god's name is Enel of God. Tisk. After Enel finished speaking, he retreated instead of advancing, directly opening a distance of several hundred meters. Under Kizaru's stunned gaze, Enel spread his hands, and the lightning around him shot towards the sky like a power grid. Thunder prison. Tisk tisk tisk. Seeing the large nets woven by thunder covering the surrounding area thousands of meters high, Jia Yuan couldn't help but exclaimed. It's good to develop abilities, but you don't want to use these abilities to catch me, do you? Yes, BBFF, isn't it a bit too whimsical? Speed is weight. Have you ever been kicked at the speed of light? Sizzling. As soon as Kizaru finished speaking, he turned into a golden light speed and appeared beside Enel, and kicked Enel with a light speed barb. Tisk. But what surprised Kizaru was that his foot went directly through Enel's body, and at the same time, he felt a strong numbness and pain in his foot. What? How is this possible? Kizaru used armament hockey for this kick. Even if the opponent is Logia, he shouldn't directly send it through the body. Snap. Snap. The next second, Enel, who was kicked by Kizaru, was filled with lightning, and he actually grabbed Kizaru's long legs with both hands. Thunder clone. Dong dong dong. Immediately, in the sky above Kizaru, another Enel slowly emerged from a power grid in the sky, and the sound of taiko drums also came from there. As the main body over there. When Kizaru looked surprised and wanted to give Enel a kick, but his expression suddenly changed. Because he found that he had been caught, and the strong numbness and pain made it very difficult for him to move. Kowloon Thunder Explosion. In the sky, Enel is no longer sloppy and casts spells faster. 888. 9 huge thunder dragons soared into the sky from behind him and immediately pounced on Kizaru from 9 directions. At this time, Kizaru was held by Enel's thunder clone, and he was paralyzed by lightning, which made him unable to move for a while. And the 9 thunder dragons have already attacked. All this is done almost in a breath. Boom boom boom. A huge explosion sounded in the air again, and there were countless blue thunder snakes dancing wildly in the explosion. The scene looked extremely terrifying. The attack power of thunder and lightning is already the strongest in Logia, and now it also has the ability to explode. This is indeed enough for Kizaru to drink a pot. So strong. Everyone watching the battle did not expect that the abilities of this little-known Logia user were so outrageously developed. Is Kizaru really suppressed? 8-foot mirror with the speed of light. Sizzling. Just when everyone was thinking about this, streaks of golden light shot out from the blue thunderstorm, and in an instant these blue thunderbolts were dispersed by the golden light. Immediately, everyone saw a diamond-shaped golden light column spinning rapidly while shooting out golden lasers to scatter the lightning. And Kizaru appears in this diamond-shaped golden light pillar. Sizzle. As a golden light beam shot towards Enel, Kizaru's figure also disappeared into the diamond-shaped light beam. Almost as soon as the golden light hit Enel, Kizaru's body ejected from the golden light beam and kicked Enel mercilessly. Vice Admiral kicked him high into the air. Zilla. Advertisement. Boom. Then an explosion of laser light suddenly exploded on the desert island. Kizaru in the sky side, looked at the power grid all over the sky and sighed. Did the elementalization escape? It seems that these power grids still affect my speed. It's really scary that his abilities have been developed to this extent. Quote. 20 million volt discharge super electromagnetic gun. Just when Kizaru was filled with emotion, a dazzling blue-white light shone out from the smoke and dust of the explosion below, and then a huge thunder and lightning wave with a diameter of more than 10 meters shot towards Kizaru in the sky from the explosion's smoke and dust below. Boom. Kizaru, who was still sighing, was directly hit by lightning at the speed of light, and immediately exploded with a huge explosion. The terrifying aftermath of the explosion directly shook away all the clouds in the sky, making the midday sunshine brighter. Everyone watching the live broadcast saw this overwhelming and gaudy battle of top ability users, and their scalps were numb and their blood was boiling. It's so cool. This is the battle they imagined between top-level ability users. Enel of Gods. This title really stinks. But this trick is really cool. Kizaru's angry voice suddenly sounded in the smoke and dust from the explosion in the sky. This young man actually took advantage of him to trick him into sneaking a sneak attack while he was showing off. What a lack of martial ethics. 8-foot beautiful Magatama. Sizzling. Countless golden lasers shot down from the sky in Enel's direction. 3,000 thunder phantoms. Tisk. Enel is not inferior here either. His figure directly transforms into countless Enel and shoots out in all directions. Boom boom boom. Although the falling 8-foot Magatama destroyed many Enel clones, there were still nearly 100 Enel either suspended in the air or standing on the ground, looking at Kizaru in the sky with a proud smile on their faces. Then, nearly 100 Enel spoke at the same time. Marine Admiral. Nothing more than that. This momentum does still give people a great sense of oppression. Even everyone watching the live broadcast couldn't help but sigh. This guy named Enel of God has simply developed thunder fruit into flowers. However, many experts also saw Enel's combat strategy. Just keep attacking Kizaru from a distance and never engage him in close combat. Whenever Kizaru gets close, he immediately uses his ability to pull away. Thunder fruit is no slower than sparkling fruit. Thunder and lightning are also light, but there is no rain. Coupled with the natural destructive power and paralysis effect of thunder and lightning, Kizaru will be affected no matter what. Looking at it this way, Kizaru is really a bit. There's a hint of restraint in it. After thinking about it carefully for a while, many experts were shocked. Because Enel has a very clear understanding of himself, no matter what, he will not fight Kizaru in close combat, but will fight waves remotely. Thinking of this, they also understood. This Enel is a newcomer after all, and he is far behind Kizaru in terms of armament hockey and physical skills. Therefore, there is no problem for him to choose long-range combat. If it weren't for long-range combat, it would be impossible to maintain a 50-50 split with Kizaru. Kizaru is the Marine Admiral with the best combat power in the world. How heaven-defying is it for a mere second in command of the Blackbeard pirates to be at odds with him? After figuring it out, many people felt relieved. But if they knew that Enel's observation hockey was no weaker than Kizaru with the bonus of Thunder Fruit, their jaws would probably be dropped, right? After the smoke and dust from the explosion dispersed, Kizaru appeared in front of everyone with a somewhat gray face. After hearing what Enel said, Kizaru pouted and said, "What a cunning boy. But, it's a clone. Advertisement. I can do it too." Quote. Sizzling. As the golden light around Kizaru flashed, countless clones of Kizaru appeared in the sky, shirtless, with gold bead necklaces around their necks, and lightsabers in hand. What? You can do it too. Enel's expression is wonderful. Blackbeard from behind smiled and said, "Shall I? You don't think you are the only one who can do the clone, do you? Don't underestimate others." Almost ready to withdraw, Kizaru is deliberately stalling for time, waiting for the other Marine Admiral to arrive. Otherwise, do you think you can delay him for so long? Still using little tricks to test people. Don't be too cocky, Enel. Quote. Enel, who was still a little secretly proud in his heart, couldn't help but be startled. Kizaru, on the other hand, clearly had a helpless expression as he was exposed. He raised his hand and scratched his cheek. Today's young people are really scary. Not only are they strong, they are also so thoughtful. It's really tricky. I have a headache. I can't let you run away. Polymerization. As Kizaru spoke, he raised his hand and pointed at the clone in front of him. Sizzling. The next second, these more than 100 clones turned into light particles and gathered together to form a clone that was exactly the same as Kizaru. It's just that this clone is holding a Tiankongan sword. You go deal with that, Enel. Leave Blackbeard to me. Kizaru raised his hand and pointed at the stunned Enel below, then rushed towards Blackbeard with his own body, sighing helplessly. You have made such a big fuss. If you run away, what dignity will Marine and world government have? Sizzle. Kizaru flew towards Blackbeard from the sky and attacked without hesitation. This type of move is useless against me. If you want to fight me, be more serious, Kizaru. Darkness surged around Blackbeard, sweeping directly towards the 8-foot Magatama that was shooting towards him. After the darkness and golden light passed by each other, the 8-foot Magatama was completely absorbed. At the same time, Blackbeard kicked Kizaru in the sky with a whip. Tempest kick Jo Duan. Tisk. The next second, a blue-black moon blade tens of meters long rose into the sky and struck Kizaru. Tian Kong Yun sword. Seeing this scene, Kizaru also frowned and pulled his hands together. A golden lightsaber appeared in his hand and then slashed at the incoming tempest kick. Exclamation mark, exclamation mark, exclamation mark. Kizaru's attack and Blackbeard's tempest kick exploded in the air, emitting huge air waves and smoke. Blackbeard didn't stop at all. He directly pulled out the 7-star sword from his waist and pointed it at Kizaru in the sky, slashing at the level of a great swordsman. Crescent moon clash. As Blackbeard shouted, a purple-black moon blade hundreds of meters long rose directly into the sky and struck Kizaru, who was still in the smoke and dust, directly cutting him down from the air. Boom boom boom. After Kizaru's body smashed into several rocky hills, he finally hit a large mountain and exploded completely. As soon as Blackbeard saw it, he knew that this was not Kizaru's true form. He had already used the light particle clone to improve himself while he was being slashed away. Clang. The next second, a cold light came from behind. Blackbeard raised his hand without hesitation and used the 7-star sword to block it backwards. At the same time, he grabbed back with his left hand full of black mist and said coldly, "Kizaru, have you forgotten the consequences of being close to me?" Kizaru, who appeared behind Blackbeard, suddenly changed his expression when he heard this. Snapped. But it was still too late, his shoulder was once again grasped by Blackbeard. Poof. The next moment, blood spurts out. Open black lens bracket 065 close black lens bracket. Leave safely, the world is in shock. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Hiss. Everyone watching the live broadcast gasped wildly when they saw this scene, making the air in the whole world become a little thinner. Kizaru was seriously injured. That Marine Admiral Kizaru was beaten like this by Blackbeard. The faces of everyone who were originally just lazy people became serious. They never thought that Blackbeard would be so powerful. Why doesn't Kizaru have elemental dodge? His armament hockey can't possibly be worse than Blackbeard. Even if it's a little worse, it's still impossible to cause such serious injuries. At this time, Kizaru had a hideous wound from his right shoulder to his left rib that was splattering with blood. Ordinary people would have been shocked and pale. But at this time, Kizaru was extremely calm. Instead of retreating, he advanced and entangled the senior armament. Hockey kicked Blackbeard in the stomach. Boom. Blackbeard's reaction was also not slow. In an instant, a layer of purple-black armor wrapped around his body to block the move. Call out. Boom. But even so, he was still kicked away by Kizaru's powerful and heavy kick, causing blood to flow from the corner of his mouth. This time, the two of them almost exchanged injuries for injuries, but it was obvious that Blackbeard was slightly better. Zilla. After Kizaru kicked Blackbeard away, he fell back 100 meters away again. Standing on top of a rock, looking at his own hideous wounds after elementalization, he looked in the direction of Blackbeard with a twitching expression and said in shock, "Your ability is a bit too scary, and I accidentally fell into it. Plus the first time. I finally understand. Can your ability negate the abilities of the espers you capture?" How terrible. This kind of ability is simply the nemesis of ability users. Wow. As soon as Kizaru said this, everyone watching the live broadcast was in an uproar. Really or not, that Blackbeard's ability is so terrifying. Even Admiral Kizaru suffered a big loss. Hiss. No wonder this guy dares to fight Marine Admiral. It turns out he is confident. Blackbeard. Another top-notch combat power is coming to the sea. How could it be just one person? You forgot about the Thunder Fruit ability user, that is also the third top ability. While everyone was talking endlessly, there was another movement on the battlefield. I saw Enel, who was fighting with Kizaru's previous clone in the distance, changed his posture of flying a kite in the distance, lightning flashed all over his body, and countless arcs of electricity spurted out from Enel's body in all directions. At the same time, the thunder net in the sky was triggered to cover Kizaru's clone. 3,000 thunders and 10,000 thunders heavenly prison. Enel transformed into a thunder phantom and rushed to Kizaru's clone in the blink of an eye. The surrounding rich network directly immobilized Kizaru, who wanted to use light particles to leave. Tisk tisk tisk. The next second, endless thunder burst out along the thunder net, and the powerful current instantly engulfed Kizaru's clone. After lasting for several seconds, a huge boom explosion completely engulfed countless boulders within hundreds of meters around it, leaving a huge crater with a diameter of several hundred meters on the ground. At the same time, Kizaru's clone also disappeared. Kizaru, who was standing on the top of the boulder in the distance, couldn't help but groan. He looked at Enel, who appeared beside Blackbeard, with a solemn look and sighed. "Didn't you expect that my clone wouldn't be able to stop you for a long time? As expected of Thunder Fruit's ability, it is too restrained for me. We have no choice but to delay it for a while longer, which is really terrible. Marine Admiral can only delay you for a while. 8-foot Magatama." After Kizaru finished speaking, his figure rose into the sky, dazzling with golden light, and his power was breathtaking. Enel saw this and immediately said, "I come." Snapped. Blackbeard grabbed his shoulders and threw him back to the broken ship where the camp was located and said, "Advertisement. Do you think it's still the same power as before?" When he was ready to withdraw, I stopped him for a while. Wait until the two Marine admirals surround us, then we'll be in trouble. Understood. Enel also understands the importance of things. After the previous battle with Kizaru, he already understood how big the gap between himself and Marine Admiral was. People were playing the whole time, and he was trying his best the whole time. Judging from the attitude of his captain in the previous fight with the opponent, if he was accidentally kicked by Kizaru's high-level armament haki, he would probably be half disabled. Is it true that the body is the cornerstone of a person with abilities? When I go back, I still need to strengthen my physical skills and haki training. As for fruit development, well, my own captain has provided himself with enough ideas. It can't be finished. It can't be finished at all. Enel, who was thrown back to the camp, said, "Get ready to retreat, there is another Marine Admiral on the way." When everyone in the black group heard this, they immediately understood and began to execute the plan. Everyone got on the old ship. At the same time, faced with the 8-foot Magatama, that was several times more powerful than before, Blackbeard did not panic. He held the 7-star sword and his whole body was wrapped in ink-black airflow. Sephiroth's demon sword flashed in his mind, and he immediately slashed out with one sword. Wanjian Chaozong. Tisk. The next moment, the sight and color locked, and hundreds of jet black sword energies soared into the sky, directly colliding with the falling 8-foot Magatama in midair. Boom boom boom. A huge explosion resounded across the sky, and terrifying air waves spread out, causing the surrounding sea to roll. Equally matched again. Everyone watching the live broadcast was shocked after seeing this scene. Is this Blackbeard so powerful? Kizaru's figure in the sky fell on the mountain and looked at Blackbeard below with a solemn expression. Even if the fruit's ability is so powerful, is your swordsmanship still at the level of a great swordsman? That guy Whitebeard actually had such a monster on his ship. How terrible. Laser chop. Zila. After Kizaru finished speaking, he closed his hands, and the golden Tiankongyan sword appeared in his hands again. Then he raised his hands high and pointed at Blackbeard below, and struck down with the sword. Zilla. The golden sword energy with the uniqueness of Kizaru laser slashed downwards towards Blackbeard. Blackbeard was not timid at all. He held the 7-star sword tightly with both hands, and the figure of my king flashed in his mind. Immediately, the corners of his mouth raised, and the 2-color haki was injected. The strong airflow around him blew his hair upwards, a terrifying momentum was brewing in it, and then he slashed diagonally with his sword. Excalibur. He. A purple-red sword light instantly rose into the sky, and instantly swallowed up the golden sword light that Kizaru had slashed down. Then, without losing its force, under Kizaru's shocked eyes, the mountain peak 100 meters below him was directly submerged by the purple-red sword light. Then the sword light shot up into the sky and exploded several kilometers into the sky. Rumble. The terrifying sound of the explosion echoed in the sky, and more than half of the previous mountain peak hundreds of meters high was directly eliminated by this sword light. Kizaru's figure had long since disappeared into it. Click. Blackbeard put away the 7-star sword, soared into the air, and flew to the bow of the dilapidated pirate ship and sat down under the gaze of everyone in the world. Immediately, he put his fingers together and waved at the camera and said, "Well, dear viewers, today's live broadcast ends here. I hope next time I see you, I am not the one who got this. Finally, I hope you will remember. There is no God in the world, you are your savior. The times are about to run wild. The window period for the throne of heaven has arrived. Come on, compete with me in the frosty sky." Advertisement. The throne can be touched by both you and me. Snapped. After saying this, Blackbeard snapped his fingers. 2. The next moment, under the shocked eyes of everyone around the world, one of the Blackbeard pirates jumped up and turned into a 100-meter-long bloody dragon rising into the sky. Flying together with it was the ruined pirate ship that was enveloped by the bloody flame cloud. When the ship took off into the sky, its speed accelerated again and rushed towards the distant sky. In a few breaths, it turned into a small black dot and disappeared from the live broadcast screen. Everyone who originally thought the live broadcast was over was stunned when they saw the huge bloody dragon. After that, all the world's top experts were stunned. Hey, what happened to that giant bloody dragon just now? It's too outrageous. Does the legendary dragon really exist? No, why do I think that bloody dragon looks so much like Kaido? Stop joking, how could Kaido be on Blackbeard's ship? Damn it, do the Blackbeard pirates still have such fighting power? It doesn't matter if you have the ability to fly, but it's too fast, isn't it? What's going on? What the hell? Where is Kizaru? Where did Kizaru go? Was he killed by Blackbeard? It doesn't feel like it, right? But Blackbeard and the others all ran away and that guy didn't come out either. Maybe he was injured. While the people watching the live broadcast were arguing endlessly, the live broadcast screen was still not closed. Zilla. A golden light fell from the sky, and Kizaru's figure appeared on the half-cut mountain peak. Then he couldn't help but scratch his head and said, "Now things have become troublesome. They actually ran away. It's really scary. The Blackbeard pirates." Kakaka. At this moment, the sea surface on one side of the desert island was suddenly frozen, and immediately a figure with white cold air rose into the sky on the moonwalk and jumped in the direction of Kizaru. At the same time, Aokiji's iconic lazy voice sounded. "No, Porsalino, you let them escape, it's really troublesome." You were injured. Stop joking, Porsalino. Blackbeard, is there anyone in this new pirate group who can hurt you? Aokiji, who was originally very lazy, couldn't help but change his expression when he saw the ferocious scar on Kizaru's body. He knows very well that Kizaru is even stronger than him. Is there anyone in the Blackbeard pirates who can hurt him like this? Tisk. Kizaru raised his hand and tore off his suit to expose his arms. He raised his hand and pointed at the knife wounds on his body and the punch mark on his stomach and said, "Don't say you don't believe it, I can't believe it myself. These are all caused by Blackbeard. Asking for flowers. I will take a longer vacation this time. I am giving you my body in exchange for information about Blackbeard's abilities." Blackbeard. Is he so strong? Aokiji was a little in disbelief. It's hard to believe, but it is true. Kizaru shook his head and said, "He also has a Logia ring on his ship. People with thunder fruit abilities are also terrifyingly powerful." Brew brew brew. As soon as Kizaru said this, Aokiji heard the voice of a phone bug. Aokiji frowned and answered the call directly, but before he could speak, a yelling voice came from the other side. "You two idiots, could you please pay attention before you talk? The live broadcast signal has not been cut off yet. You two guys, please pay attention to what you are saying, and Kizaru, please turn off the live broadcast. Marine Admiral was injured. Is this something worth showing off? It doesn't matter if the person didn't stop me, the shame will be thrown to the world." Nani. Hearing Sengoku's yelling curses coming from the other side of the phone, the two of them showed stunned expressions almost at the same time. Then the model line of the live phone bug was destroyed by Kizaru's laser beam. For a while, the two just stayed on the ground and looked at each other. Advertisement. At the same time, Wanokuni, Ghost Island. Buzz buzz. The terrifying Conqueror's haki was currently erupting on the entire Onigashima Island, causing some weak pirates to roll their eyes and faint with foam at the mouth. In the room where Kaido is, there are only 3 big boards of Beast's pirates at this time: Flame Jin, Plague Quinn, Drought Jack. The 3 of them are facing Kaido's Conqueror's pressure here. Can any of you 3 tell me what the Blood Dragon's ability is? Quinn, haven't you seen the full version of the Devil Fruit illustrated book? Can't you recognize what this ability is? Find out the source of Laozi's abilities quickly. After Kaido roared for a while and started to pour himself wine, Quinn on the side said in a deep voice, "Boss, I have an idea. Do you think there is a possibility that that ability is that Zone Fish Fruit Phantom Beast species Blue Dragon form you once ate?" "Stop kidding, Quinn," Kaido said speechlessly. "Have you ever seen 2 identical devil fruits appear in the world at the same time? Not to mention you have seen them, you have never heard of them." "But, boss, his fruit is different from yours." Quinn looked weird and said, "For Vegapunk, as long as the color is different, it is different." "What?" Kaido's eyes widened and he looked at Quinn in disbelief. Jin and Jack also looked shocked. "Why?" Quinn sighed and said, "If 2 devil fruits were to appear in the world at the same time, this is the only possibility I can think of. Because when I was on the Mads team with Judge and Vegapunk, I once heard Vegapunk talk about the blood factor. That is, devil fruit research. Although Vegapunk didn't explain it too clearly, I think he may have succeeded. Isn't that what the semi-finished artificial devil fruit we use now is? Plus, boss, you have been arrested so many times by the world government. If Vegapunk uses your genes and bloodline research, coupled with his bloodline factor theory, he may actually be able to copy one fish fruit phantom beast species, it may not be. Quote. Kaido immediately fell silent after hearing this. After a long time, he finally spoke. Try your best to find the Blackbeard pirates for me. Laozi wants to capture the blood dragon to see what's going on. You may not understand it, but Laozi will understand it at a glance. The blood dragon is now about 100 meters long, which is exactly the state it was in when Laozi just ate the fish fruit phantom beast species. If my guess is correct, the guy probably just ate it not long ago. I want to see where he got this fruit. Quote. Yes. The three big signboards nodded in agreement. Toto Land Sea Area. Wangguo Cake Island. At this time, there was a photo on the wall in the castle. It was the scene where Badgers transformed into a blood dragon and used the flame cloud to take off the ship. After Charlotte Linlin stared at the photo solemnly for a while, he turned to Katakuri and said, Katakuri, call Kaido's number. Yes. Katakuri immediately did so. The call was quickly answered. Kaido's rich and joking voice sounded. Old woman, why are you thinking of contacting me at this time? But on the other side of the phone came Charlotte Linlin's yelling curse. Kaido, you bastard, did you kill Guy when you saw the results of artificial devil fruit research? And also destroyed the punk hazard research base. Kaido's expression suddenly changed when he heard this. Whitebeard C. Aboard the Moby Dick. Whitebeard looked at a total of 16 team captains and said something in a deep voice that shocked everyone. Ace is Roger's child. He has been secretly arrested for half a year. Open black lens bracket 066 close black lens bracket. Transformation of Ark's motto, 3 fruit ability. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Night. The capital of 7 Rivers, abandoned shipyard. A dilapidated pirate ship fell from the sky and landed among countless abandoned ships. There are already several people waiting there below. A minute later, a group of more than a dozen people jumped off the dilapidated pirate ship. After seeing the person coming, the man who was the leader of the people waiting below took a step forward and said with a complicated expression. Mr. Teach, you really made a big fuss. Ha 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 ha. I didn't scare you, Mr. Bingshan. Blackbeard smiled and walked up. Bingshan didn't speak yet, but Frankie said excitedly. How could it scare us? I watched the whole live broadcast. Mr. Teach, you are so handsome. I really like it so much. Scumbags like celestial dragons should be executed. That's what makes it enjoyable. I still feel super happy. As Frankie spoke, he put his arms together and made an exaggerated pose to express his feelings. Compared to Frankie, who was excited, Barry, the boatman on one side, looked extremely complicated. He is actually a relatively conservative person at heart. Although he also hates the celestial dragons, he is still a little worried about the actions of the Blackbeard pirates. Worried that they will bring disaster to the iceberg. But when he saw the expressionless expressions of Lucci and others, he swallowed what was on his lips. On the contrary, after seeing him, Kaku immediately came up and hugged his shoulders and smiled. Barry, your injury is not serious, right? I was so sorry at that time. Kaku, you. Barry looked at Kaku with some surprise, and then looked at Blackbeard. Seeing his expression, Kaku spread his hands and said helplessly. We have already boarded Master Teach's pirate ship, and there is no way we can get off. You should have seen me during the live broadcast that day, right? When Celestial Dragons was executed, 163, and we CP9 stood in the middle. Now we can't go back to be spies even if we want to. It's such a pity. Quote. Are you regretful? Are you eager to do this? Jabra on the other side directly exposed it. I wish I could do this. Fukuro clapped happily. Obviously these CP9s are not very accepting of the fact that they no longer have to be spies for the world government. After a few days of getting along with everyone in the black group, coupled with the enjoyment of food and wine every day, and the guidance of top teachers like Blackbeard, they would never want to go back to the life of a spy. Adventure at sea is much more exciting than being a spy. As for being a pirate and being evil, forget it. Compared to the celestial dragons, the pirates look kind-hearted. Of course, it is impossible for Blackbeard to completely believe everyone in CP9 at present. He did not shed the seeds of mind-lock technique deep in their consciousness. If one day someone defects or has dissatisfaction with him, he will be able to feel it. It's not too late to deal with it then. After glancing at the others, Bingshan smiled and changed the subject. Mr. Teach, why don't you first take a look at the ship that Frankie and I have strengthened together? Oh, have you also enhanced the Ark Proverbs? Before Blackbeard could speak, Enel became excited when he heard this, and immediately turned into a blue lightning and appeared between the iceberg and Frankie. Bingshan and Frankie naturally watched the live broadcast that day, so they had a new understanding of Enel's terrifying strength. To be able to fight Marine Admiral to that extent, Enel's strength is also unfathomable. However, because Enel is also a master shipbuilder, the three of them had a lot in common, so they immediately started chatting without any grudges. The people in the black group soon arrived at a huge harbor deep in the abandoned shipyard. Here, the Ark's motto stops here. Advertisement. It's just that at this time, Ark Proverbs' divine face made of gold was covered with black cloth. Iceberg opens. Shikai explains. Mr. Teach, your ship is too ostentatious, so we have no choice but to build it up first. We haven't made too many changes to the appearance of Ark Proverbs. Just add a guardrail above the side of the ship. Then 6th gate gun barrels were added to both sides of the bow, 3 on each side. As for other functions, let Frankie introduce it to you. After all, weapons and waterproof diving are his main contributions. I am responsible for spending money and helped you buy a huge atom tree trunk from the black market for 500 million belly to use for diving and waterproofing of ships. Hearing this, Blackbeard's eyes suddenly lit up. Can Ark Proverbs still dive? After looking at the iceberg, he immediately turned his attention to Frankie. Enel and other black group members were also curious. After all, this is the place where they will live daily in the future, so naturally they are still very curious. Seeing this, Frankie also said excitedly, let's talk about weapons first, because there is an electromagnetic gun made by Mr. Enel in Ark Proverbs, so I didn't make too many. As a weapon, I just made the 6th gate cannon. But this 6th gate cannon is not just a weapon, it can also be a propeller for the Ark's Proverbs. The gun barrel is at the bow of the ship. Using the power of the cannon, there is also a propulsion port at the stern of the ship, which can greatly accelerate the ship. The same is true whether it is in the sky, on the sea, or under the sea. Quote. I just made an observation. It seems that the 6th gate heavy artillery does not use gunpowder weapons. Enel also discovered the clue. Snapped. Frankie snapped his fingers and said proudly. That's right, the fuel used in heavy artillery is cola. No one would think of this, so others can't restrict our fuel. Enel was immediately surprised when he heard this. He didn't expect that the delicious cola drink here in Qinghai could be used as fuel for ships. It really taught him a lesson. Seeing Enel's shock, Frankie was very satisfied and continued to introduce. Then there is the waterproof function of Ark Proverbs. We used the Adams tree bought from the black market to not only greatly strengthen the hardness, density and defense of the Ark's Proverbs, but the Adams tree is no less waterproof than steel. Coupled with Mr. Enel's electric drive system, there is no obstacle to directly using Ark Proverbs for diving. Finally, I also added Soldier Dockyard System to Ark Proverbs. This Soldier Dockyard System is divided into 3 parts. One is Sky Island Arms Dockyard. The second is Daily Procurement of Docks. The third one is Submarine Diving Dock. I will focus on the third Soldier Dock system, the other 2 are as their names suggest. The third submarine diving dock is a small submarine I made separately, which can meet the diving requirement of 5,000 meters and can carry 5 people. It is also prepared for special circumstances. Quote. Everyone in the black group nodded with great satisfaction after listening to Frankie's transformation of the Ark's motto. In order not to cause too much trouble to Bingshan and the others, Blackbeard planned to leave directly tonight. As early as when the ship was handed over to Iceberg for renovation, he handed over 1 billion Baileys to him and asked him to find the treasure tree atom, and the remaining money was used directly to fill the living things on the ship. Now that everything is ready, it's time to leave. However, before leaving, Blackbeard suddenly turned to look at Frankie, who was discussing quietly with Enel, and grinned. Frankie, why are you standing here discussing this all the time? Why don't you just get on my ship and you and Enel can change it however you want from now on? What's more, such a good ship can't survive without an excellent ship repairman like you. How? Come aboard my ship and be my partner, Frankie. Frankie, who had been having a heated discussion with Enel, couldn't help but trembled when he heard this. Bingshan also showed a surprised look. He didn't expect that Blackbeard would invite Frankie. Advertisement. But then I thought about it and it was normal. Thinking of this, Bingshan looked at Frankie with a firm look in his eyes. Hey, stop joking, Captain Teach. There was a trace of struggle in Frankie's eyes, and he forced a smile and said, a person like me wants to board your ship. What's more, I have a group of younger brothers to support, and they don't have me too. Stop being so nagging, Frankie. If you're a man, just be happy. Blackbeard waved his hand to interrupt. Are you going to let your little brothers fool around with you for the rest of their lives? Why don't you hand them over to Mr. Bingshan? Will he still have no work for your younger brothers? Not to mention, don't you want to be like your master Mr. Tom and sail to the end of the world on your favorite ship? The sea is far more exciting than the seven waters. Furthermore, it's not like you'll never come back once you go out. Follow me to the top of the world, and then my Blackbeard flag will be the standard that protects all. Frankie was silent when he heard this, but the blood in his chest was stirring and burning. Who among men doesn't yearn for the sea? What's more, he has been influenced by his master, Mr. Tom, since he was a child. The kind of magnificent and wonderful adventure stories filled his childhood. What Blackbeard said now made his silent heart completely agitated again. Snapped. At this moment, Frankie felt his shoulder being pushed and his body staggered. Turning around, he saw Bingshan looking at him with a smile and saying, as Mr. Teach said, your little brother doesn't have a better future with me than with you. And it's not like he won't come back, it will only take a few years at most. Go to the sea you long for. Bingshan, you guy. Frankie covered his tearful eyes with one big hand, and waved with one hand. Everyone in the black group looked at this scene with smiles. After a while, Frankie said goodbye to his two sisters and younger brothers, then boarded the Ark and never came out again. Although Blackbeard and the others did not leave so quickly, Frankie had no intention of coming out. However, Blackbeard's observation hockey sensed that Frankie was in his room, lying on the window crying while looking at the people below them. Brew brew brew. At this moment, the phone in Blackbeard's pocket suddenly rang. He was a little surprised after seeing the phone bug. Is it a call from Baroque Studio? He didn't hesitate and picked up the phone immediately. Soon, a somewhat familiar voice came from the other side of the phone. Mr. Teach. Yes, you are. Ah, I'm sorry, I'm Belle. I was entrusted by Princess Vivi to come to the capital of Seven Waters to deliver something. Now I can see the capital of Seven Waters. Are you still there? Of course, you will be able to see me when you arrive at the abandoned dock in the back street of the Seven Waters capital. Okay, I'll be there soon. Chaka. After hanging up the phone, Blackbeard smiled. My team will soon can enhance one's strength. Of course, the premise is that this unknown zone phantom beast species is not suitable for him. After obtaining the munch fruit, he has been very cautious and did not choose to devour other devil fruits, just to wait for better fruits to appear. Advertisement. The phantom beast species is undoubtedly his first choice. But it is a pity that except for the fish fruit phantom beast replica, that Badgers ate, he has never encountered any fruit of the phantom beast. Of course, except for the strong sky form. In fact, the fantasy beast species among pirates are very rare to begin with, and by the end of the animation, there were only a few of them, and they were all in the hands of famous people. It is really difficult to get additional fantasy beast species. The unknown phantom beast species that Baroque Studio spent 1.5 billion to buy at a high price in the underground world is what he is looking forward to most. He absorbed all of Blackbeard's memories and knew that he was one of the experimental subjects of the celestial dragons in the Valley of Gods. He had seen the most complete Devil Fruit illustrated book of the celestial dragons version. And Blackbeard also memorized it. Otherwise, Blackbeard wouldn't have been hiding on Whitebeard's ship for so long. He himself said in the previous life plot that if he had not met Dark Fruit, he would have stayed on the Whitebeard ship for the rest of his life. It was Dark Fruit who chose him. It's a bit like Nika choosing Luffy. As for whether there is such a thing as fatalism, it's hard for Teach to say. After all, he has already traveled through time and has the Devil Fruit, so what else is impossible? Thinking of this, Blackbeard flew directly into the sky and summoned Belle. Afterwards, Belle handed Blackbeard a small treasure box in his hand. After arranging for Belle to have a banquet with everyone in the black group, Blackbeard returned to his captain's cabin with the treasure chest in his belly. Click. The small treasure box was opened, and an ice blue fruit with a strange spiral pattern lay inside. The fruit's rhizome was T-shaped and the snow-white sides looked like wings. After seeing this devil fruit, Blackbeard's pupils suddenly shrank. There is indeed a record of this fruit in the Celestial Dragon's version of the Devil Fruit illustrated book. Zone Cat Fruit Phantom Beast Species Winged White Tiger Form. Celestial Dragon's version of Devil Fruit illustrated book introduces. After eating this fruit, the appearance will not change much, and there will be 2 pairs of white wings tattooed on the back. After using the fruit's ability, the hair color will first turn white, and then the tattoo will turn into blue-white frost wings. The wings can also release a strong wind-like sword energy, which can penetrate deeply. Highly developed. Moreover, after using the ability, blue and white ice tiger claws will appear on the hands and feet of the ability user, as well as a blue and white striped tiger tail. If developed properly, he can also become an ability user. One of the most effective weapons. 3.4. At the same time, it will release frost and cold air as it moves, which can freeze enemies upon contact. It can also spit out freezing light from its mouth, and can also release it through its hands, which can freeze the sea in an instant. All in all, this is a phantom beast species that can not only greatly enhance the physical strength of the Esper, but is also a devil fruit with the power of freezing, flying ability, and wind slashing. Its fruit status is also at the top of the phantom beast species. Compared to Kaido's zone-point fish fruit phantom beast green dragon form, it is only stronger but not weaker. It's you. Hahahaha. After reviewing the introduction of the devil fruit in his mind, Blackbeard growled excitedly, and the corners of his mouth slowly raised, the smile continued to expand, and the heavy laughter filled the captain's room completely. Blackbeard never expected that Baroque Studio would bring him such a huge surprise. My original plan was indeed correct, and the information from Baroque Studio is also one of the important puzzle pieces for the future. After thinking about this, Blackbeard's mood completely calmed down. Looking at the devil fruit in his hand, he smiled. Then he thought, the ability of the original fruit called God-Eating Power was used by him. The next second, Blackbeard's whole body was wrapped in purple light, and immediately his mouth opened wide, and there was even more purple light with rich connotations. Then he directly threw the devil fruit in his hand into his mouth. Without him chewing it at all, without even tasting it, the devil fruit was sucked into his body by the purple light in his mouth. Then, Blackbeard slowly closed his eyes. Immediately afterwards, he felt that Munch Fruit's God-Eating Power had changed from 0/2 to 1/2. Seeing this, Blackbeard knew it was done. From now on, he will become an unprecedented owner of the 3 fruit ability. Open black lens bracket 067 close black lens bracket. Moria was beaten. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. After the banquet in the evening, everyone in the black group said goodbye to Bingshan and the others. Frankie didn't collapse in the end. He hugged a group of boys and cried until they died. Then he was caught by Blackbeard and thrown into the boat. The iceberg below stood in the abandoned dock, looking up at the black mass gradually disappearing into the sky. Everyone sighed. Mr. Teach, where will you go? Barry heard this and laughed. Mr. Bingshan, you should ask, where is that guy in the world? Then the two couldn't help but look at each other and laugh. Wah wah wah. Above the sky, the propeller of Arc Proverbs is spinning rapidly. The people in the black group were sitting or standing chatting in the entertainment room on the top floor of the Arc. This entertainment room is located in the center of the top floor of the Arc. There is a huge glass above the head to see the starry sky at night. Since Arc Proverbs is above the sky, there is no need to worry about driving problems at all. As for thunderstorms and storms, there is no need to worry. There are magic soldiers standing guard at the detection station on the ship at all times. They and other cadres only need to take action at critical moments. After Arc's Proverbs flew for a while, Nami, who was lying on her side on the red sofa, revealed her increasingly graceful curves. She held up her little head and looked at Blackbeard and said, Teach, can you tell us our next destination now? Whoosh. After hearing Nami's words, everyone turned to look at Blackbeard, who was sitting on a high-backed chair with his legs crossed. Today, Blackbeard changed into a white outfit, a white cloak, a white suit, and white leather boots, which made him look inexplicably cold and arrogant. This made the black group members feel a little strange. But now that Nami is asking about the route, it's hard for others to interrupt at this time. Devil's Triangle Sea Area. Blackbeard smiled. Now we just have to wait until the big event breaks out, so we, the Blackbeard pirates, had better settle down. In addition, Badger's and Carmen's fruit abilities have not yet been fully developed, so it is time to take a break. But I don't think this period of peace will last long. Quote. After hearing Blackbeard's words, Nami and others immediately exclaimed. The Devil's Triangle Sea area. Is it the legendary place where ghosts exist? Hey, isn't it? Are there really such scary things as ghosts? Who knows? Ghost, isn't it the kind that is pale and bleeding from its 7 holes, and crawls out of the TV? Haha, I'm really looking forward to it. Hey, Robin-chan. Ah, ghost. No. Seeing their laughter, Blackbeard shook his head and laughed. Dong dong dong. Blackbeard raised his hand and knocked on the handrail. Stop making trouble, we haven't finished talking yet. Is there anything else? Nami tilted her head in confusion. Of course, there is an owner of the Devil's Triangle Sea now. Blackbeard grinned and said, Gecko Moria, one of the Shichibukai, is over there. I won't make any mistakes this time. This time it was Badger's turn to be excited. Enel also showed an eagerness to try. Having been in Qinghai for so long, he has basically understood the distribution of strong people in Qinghai. However, after thinking about his fight with Kizaru, he seemed a little less interested in Shichibukai. After thinking about it, let's leave it to Badger's and the others. Badger's, Crow, Oka and Bartolomeo started rock paper scissors again to decide their opponents. This leaves Khalifa waiting for CP9 in a dark position. These guys had done this to them before, but Enel got the better of them and killed them with one move. But they were really in awe of Enel, especially the scene where he fought against Marine Admiral Kizaru yesterday. Advertisement. Of course, what really shocked them was the sword strike that seriously injured Kizaru, their captain. It was then that they realized that their captain's real strength was definitely not much worse than Marine Admiral. Ability, physical skills, hockey, and even swordsmanship are all top-notch. Isn't this a pure hexagonal warrior? At this moment, Enel on the side suddenly said, Captain, why do I feel that the aura on your body is different? There is always an inexplicable chill when I look at you. Hey, I feel the same way. Badger's immediately came over to express his opinion. The others also nodded and looked at their captain curiously. Hey, this is a secret. I'll tell you after you finish going to Moria. Blackbeard let it slip with a smile. Everyone pouted. Nami has already begun to board the inspection platform to watch the heading. Soon, after the course was determined, Arc Proverbs headed towards the Devil's Triangle. Arc Proverbs now has Enel's lightning storage. Basically, you only need to determine the general direction and don't worry about it, because it can drive automatically. This is also the high-end shipbuilding technology mastered by Enel. Don't ask, it's the black technology of the Moon people. Based on Blackbeard's speculation about pirates in his previous life, there is definitely an extraterrestrial civilization in the pirate world. It's just that when he traveled through time, the plot hadn't reached that point yet. Thinking of this, Blackbeard returned to the room and prepared to continue practicing hockey. Then he further developed the Zone Cat Fruit Phantom Beast species Frostwing White Tiger form, devil fruit that he had eaten. But just after developing it for a while, Robin knocked on the door and entered his room, and then he developed Robin. This development took place in one night. I can only say that the happiness of flower fruit is unimaginable. At noon the next day, Arc Proverbs entered the Devil's Triangle Sea, which was still filled with heavy fog. After entering it, Blackbeard and Enel began to use their knowledge to capture the world's largest thriller bark that exists in the Devil's Triangle waters. With Blackbeard and Enel's ability to scan hundreds of sea miles, it wouldn't take much time to find the thriller bark, which was as big as an island. This thriller bark is the second secret base Blackbeard has set for himself. After all, this thriller bark is not only well hidden, but more importantly, it is extremely huge. With this thriller bark, Arc Proverbs also has a port to dock at. In the future, after Blackbeard has his own territory, there will be no problem in considering flying thriller bark directly there. If he hadn't eaten this Phantom Beast Frost-Winged White Tiger form, Devil Fruit, Blackbeard still wouldn't have the confidence to fly a thriller bark as big as an island, but after eating this Devil Fruit, his physical body and physical strength would have improved. A qualitative leap. There is no problem in flying with an island and even fighting at the same time. He can do what Kaido can do. With these thoughts in mind, Blackbeard's eyes suddenly flashed red, and the corner of his mouth curled up and he said, "Found it. 4 o'clock direction in the southeast, moving forward." Receive. Frankie, who was steering the ship, responded immediately. Wah wah wah. As the Ark's motto turned and disappeared into the fog, the huge propeller wind pressure quickly blew away the fog in front of it. Immediately afterwards, a giant three-masted sailboat like an island appeared in front of everyone. Even the Ark's proverbs, which is several hundred meters long, is as small as a small sampan in front of this thriller bark. Oh my god. Is this really a ship? It's completely an island. It's so shocking. Sure enough, I was right to go to sea. How could I have seen such a huge ship in the world? This may be the goal that the iceberg idiot wants to achieve in the city of seven waters in the future. Hiss. Shanghai is indeed very interesting. It's indeed shocking. But the captain said that there are Shichibukai living on it. As long as we kill them, this ship will be ours. Hahahaha. Bartolomeo, you're right. Hahahaha. Brothers, rush with me, defeat Moria, Shichibukai, and seize the thriller bark. Go 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 go. The people's morale was high and their blood was boiling with the Ark proverbs. At this time, everyone was lying on the railing of the ship's side, looking in amazement at the huge thriller bark on the sea in front of them. Advertisement. Now they are still in the perspective of the sky, and the closer the Ark proverbs gets to thriller bark, the more shocked everyone becomes. It wasn't until the Ark's proverbs arrived over the castle square in the center of thriller bark that Badgers could no longer bear it and jumped off the boat. When he fell, Badger's whole body had turned into a dragon-like form covered with blood-colored scales. Boom. Immediately afterwards, the bricks and stones on the castle ground in the square shattered, and a huge pit immediately appeared. Moonlight Moria, get out of here Laozi, our captain has taken a liking to your thriller bark. Way hahahaha. Moria, who was eating hot pot and singing in the castle, suddenly found herself being knocked on the door. This made Gecko Moria confused. What's the situation? The entrance to my thriller bark should not be open. Where did this arrogant guy come from? Call out. Just when Moria was confused, Perona, who was wearing a gothic Lolita outfit and holding a small umbrella, came through the wall and said with panic on her face. No, 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 Lord Moria, there is a flying ship in the sky outside the castle. A very scary guy came down from above. That guy is like a monster, covered in blood and growing horns. Hey, is there such an interesting guy? Absalom held his chin and thought. Is it possible that some special creature accidentally came to us? Hehehehe. Moria patted his fat belly and laughed loudly. Horns on your head. That sounds interesting. Huh. If you have horns on your head, it sounds like a demon clan. Hogback's sharp voice sounded from the side, his face full of curiosity. Moria's smile immediately froze on his face when he heard Ghost Clan, because this race made him immediately attacked by dead memories. Damn it. Everyone from the Ghost Clan deserves to die. Moria was instantly angry. He stood up from the ground at a height of 6.92 meters and walked towards the outside of the castle. Laozi wants to see which blind guy dares to mess with me. Anyone with horns on their head deserves to die. Perona. Moria-sama also has horns. Moria. That's okay. Perona. You are still so ignorant. Absalom followed and lectured. I want you to take care of me. Perona was immediately angry and raised her hand, and a negative ghost penetrated Abu Shalom's body. Plop. Absalom knelt down and said in pain. I'm sorry, I'm worse than a fly. Seeing this scene, Perona immediately covered her mouth with pride and laughed. Drink, drink, drink. Hey, Perona, you're going too far. Absalom immediately jumped up to accuse after recovering. Phew. Plop. Absalom kneels again. I'm sorry, I'm really wasting air while living and wasting fields with death. Hogbark. It's up to you. The three of them were still laughing and laughing on the spot, and then they heard a loud shout from outside. Is your name Gecko Moria? So what if it's Laozi? Tempest kick broken star. Boom. Whoosh. Advertisement. Boom. Immediately afterwards, Perona, Absalom and Hogbark saw with astonishment on their faces that the magic duck who had just walked out with great momentum flew back directly and smashed the table where they were eating hot pot. Damn it. Who the hell are you? CPO. Why would the CPO take action against Laozi? Moria stood up a little embarrassed, staring at the blood-red figure with dragon horns outside the gate with a confused face. At first he thought it was Kaido who was coming, but the opponent turned out to use Marine 6 styles. This time everyone in Moria was stunned. In his impression, apart from the veteran Vice Admiral, only the World Government CPO group of Marine 6 styles can achieve this level of strength. But just as he thought, why did the members of the CPO want to fight with him? CPO. Don't compare that scumbag with me. Remember it. Laozi is the captain of the Blackbeard Pirates 1st Division, and Badgers the dragon. Badgers, who had transformed into a human dragon state, now had dragon horns, blood-colored scales and a swinging dragon tail, giving people an extremely evil feeling. He walked towards the hall in confusion. Moria grinned. Whoosh. The next moment, a figure appeared behind Moria in a flash. Boom. Then, Badgers kicked Moria away without hesitation and said at the same time, "The ship asked me not to destroy the castle. If that's the case, let's go out and fight." Boom. Moria flew backwards, smashed several boulders on the ground, and plowed a ravine before stopping. At this time, he raised his head and saw the huge strange ship suspended in the sky, as well as the eye-catching picture of a pirate made of white skulls on a gold background and Blackbeard above the ship. Flag. The Blackbeard Pirates Nose Group. Moria looked shocked. He has naturally seen the live broadcast that shocked the world 2 days ago, and the news is also flying all over the sky these days. How could he not know about the Blackbeard Pirates? There are 2 top-level ability users in a pirate group, and both of them are capable of fighting Marine Admiral. This pirate group is no worse than the 4 Emperors. But why would a pirate group of this level target him? Moria doesn't understand. Although he didn't understand, he knew that he still had to fight first. Thinking of this, Moria raised his hand and slammed it to the ground and shouted, "No matter whose pirate group you are, if you dare to mess with me, don't blame me for killing you." Kakuta Cage. Badgers, who was charging towards Moria again, suddenly had a flash of red in his eyes, and immediately felt a terrible attack coming from the ground in front of him. The next moment, a huge horn knife formed by a black shadow rose from the ground, looking like it was going to stab Badgers through. But Badgers had no intention of avoiding it. He roared excitedly, and his fist wrapped in the black air flow hit the huge black horn knife with one punch. Iron body arms hacken. Tisk. Boom. The next moment, the huge horn blade shadow was shattered by the punch of armament hockey entangled by Badgers. What? Impossible. Badger stepped on the air with both feet and exploded. His body suddenly accelerated and came in front of Moria. He wrapped around armament hockey with 10 strokes of the Shenlong tail swinger, and slapped the side of the shocked Moria's face. Tempest kick breaking waves. Bang Ming. Boom boom boom. The next second, Moria flew hundreds of meters upside down and was kicked directly into the forest, breaking dozens of big trees before stopping. Absalom, Perona, Hogbark and a group of zombie soldiers behind were all dumbfounded. They never thought that the powerful Lord Moria would be hung up and beaten like this. Open black lens bracket 068 close black lens bracket. Conquer Moria, the 5th Emperor. The Black Group is offering a reward. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Seeing Moria being blown away, Badgers had no intention of stopping. Bang bang bang. The next second, Badgers soared into the sky on the moonwalk, and swept towards Moria's landing point with several kicks. Tempest kick storm. Swish swish swish. While breathing, Tien Shudao's huge blue slashes struck towards Moria's landing point like a gust of wind. Lord Moria. Careful. Get out of the way. Perona, Absalom and Hogubik in the rear couldn't help but exclaimed when they saw this scene. They didn't expect this guy to be so ruthless and not give his opponent any chance to breathe. Moria, on the other hand, was beaten so hard that she just sat up and saw a dozen huge blue slashes coming down on her. Feeling the terrifying power of those slashes, Moria's hair stood on end. He knew it was too late to dodge, so he immediately slapped the ground with both hands and shouted, "Shadow Warrior." Whoosh. The next moment, a figure that looked exactly like Moria stood upright from the ground. Instead of retreating, he advanced forward. He jumped into the air and rushed forward to meet the slashing attack. Boom boom boom. For a moment, a huge explosion sounded in the sky. Moria below was relieved, but his expression soon changed. Because the substitute Shadow Warrior he had just used had been completely destroyed by the opponent's attack. Moria is not a vegetarian either, she is a Shichibukai after all. Immediately shouted again, "Shadow Mage." Another black shadow that was exactly the same as Moria stood upright and attacked the charging Badgers. Whoosh. But Badgers didn't even look at the shadow, and stamped his feet in the air. Bang. A sound of air explosion suddenly occurred, and Badger's figure instantly disappeared in front of the Shadow Mage. Nani. Moria also didn't expect that the opponent's speed was so terrifying. You're too slow. Iron body arms steel fist. Before he could react, Badgers had already appeared in front of him, and the dragon claw wrapped around armament hockey hit Moria hard in the abdomen. Bang. Aha. Moria was hit by this punch and her body instantly hunched over, and she vomited out a mouthful of stomach acid filled with blood. Then his bulky figure rose up from the ground again and flew hundreds of meters upside down. It was shattered for several months before it hit a big tree and stopped. After striking out, Badgers followed up again and came to Moria, who was lying on the ground. He kicked his huge body into the air, and then followed up with another combo. Bang bang bang. Boom boom boom. Wow. Moria spat out several mouthfuls of blood in pain, and then lay on the ground completely motionless. He knew that at the opponent's speed, his ultimate move, Shadow Gathering Ground, would not be able to be used at all. Moreover, even if it is used, it is useless. As your body gets bigger but your speed slows down, you will only become a target. Moria felt that he might be doomed today, so he immediately waved his hand and said, "No, I won't fight. I cough cough. I admit defeat. Chi chi chi." Hearing Moria's words, Badgers, who had just rushed halfway, applied the brakes and plowed a long ravine on the ground until he stopped a few meters in front of Moria. Shichibukai. That's it. You don't seem to have been beaten very much. Badgers had returned to normal from the human dragon state. He scratched his head. Why do I feel that you are much weaker than Crocodile? Is it really Devil Fruit's problem? Nani. Did you also attack the sand crocodile? Moria coughed up a mouthful of blood and said in shock. Badgers. This seems to be kept secret for the time being. Moria sighed, and then he looked in the direction of the castle. You can take my head, but I hope you can let go of my men. They are all weak fools, and their heads are worthless. How? You're not losing money on this deal, right? Advertisement. Use my Shichibukai Gecko Moria's head in exchange for the lives of my weak subordinates. What do you think? Blackbeard. While speaking, Moria turned her head and looked at Blackbeard, who was flying slowly from the other side. Badges opened his mouth and said in his heart that we are not here to kill you. Since the other party has misunderstood, let the captain solve it. Ta ta ta. At this moment, a figure suddenly rushed over from a distance, opened his hands, blocked Moria, who was covered in blood and dying, and shouted. No. If possible, trade my Absalom's life for that of Lord Moria. Anyway, I am also a person with superhuman ability, transparent fruit ability. This head is still worth some money. Maybe, after you kill me, the devil fruit that all men in the world dream of will be reborn in the thriller bark. By that time, Master Teach, don't you already have this fruit that makes countless men salivate? Hey, Absalom, you bastard. Moria was moved when he heard this, but he still gritted his teeth and yelled. The people in the black group watching the battle on the Ark Proverbs above could not help but sigh. Being able to see this scene on a pirate is really admirable. Compared to their emotions and admiration, Blackbeard looked weird. Why does this scene look so familiar? Especially. Thinking of this, Blackbeard suddenly looked behind a big tree in the forest and grinned. Shichibukai Bartholomew Kuma, do you want to come out on your own, or should I ask you to come out? And a Shichibukai. Hearing Blackbeard's words, not only everyone in the black group was stunned, but even the seriously injured Moria turned his head and looked in one direction with difficulty. He himself was very confused. Why did the tyrant bear appear here? Real or fake? Understand this. But soon, Moria saw the familiar figure walking out of the woods with slow steps, which made him startled and said, Bear, why are you here? The bear ignored Moria, but stared at Blackbeard for a while, and then spoke in his soft voice. Pirate Supernova. No, it should be the 5th Emperor of the Sea now. Blackbeard with a bounty of 3.5 billion Baileys. Marshal D. Teach, I didn't expect to meet you here. Nani. The 5th Sea Emperor. What's the situation? Everyone in the black group was full of questions. Even Blackbeard himself didn't expect it, and he couldn't help but show a look of dumbfounding on his face. It's over, I'm the king. Is Luffy a substitute? But when I think about it, I feel relieved. After all, he made such a big noise before, first killing the celestial dragons, and then seriously injuring Marine Admiral Kizaru. and left easily while being pursued by the world government and marine. With this kind of strength, it is not an exaggeration to call him the fifth emperor on the sea. Ignoring the shocked people, Blackbeard looked at the big bear curiously and said, "Bear, as a Shichibukai, why are you here?" Shang paused when he heard this, but he didn't hide anything. By order of the world government, Shichibukai Gecko Moria went to naval headquarters for a meeting. Oh, Blackbeard showed a meaningful smile and said, "Then Moria may not be able to leave today. Shang, do you want to take action?" "Of course not, I just came to inform you." The bear shook his head bluntly. Moria's face turned dark. Although he knew that even with the addition of Tyrant Bear, they would still be beaten by the Black Group, but he still did not expect that this big bear would go so far. "We are all colleagues, so we really don't give them any face, right?" The bear looked at Blackbeard and said curiously, "So are you going to kill Moria? Or are you going to do what a man does and agree to Absalom's request?" Hearing this, Blackbeard laughed and said, "I don't choose either one, but I want to ask you a favor." "Oh, how can I help you?" Shang also became interested. He wanted to know, as a fellow pirate, how would the newly promoted pirate emperor choose when faced with such a loyal companionship? Advertisement. Your meatball fruit ability can bounce off everything, right? Blackbeard pointed at Moria and said, "Can you help me pop out all the injuries in Moria's body?" Buzz. Hearing this, Big Bear's eyes lit up with golden light, then he nodded and said, "Can. Hey, Blackbeard, you can kill me if you want. Why do you have to humiliate me?" Moria didn't understand what they wanted to do, but he was beaten so badly that he could only rage. "You'll know soon. Thief hahahaha." Blackbeard smiled like a villain. Everyone in the Black Group was also curious about what their captain would do. Bang. Laugh. Soon, the bear grabbed Moria and popped out a huge red air-shaped bear paw directly from his body. After seeing this scene, Blackbeard's smile became even bigger. He turned to look at Absalom and said, "Don't you want to save your captain? Did you see that thing? That's all the damage Moria has suffered before, and the old wounds in his body. If you want to save him, go inside and feel the pain Moria once felt. Of course, this kind of pain is likely to cause you to die in excruciating pain. So, Absalom, what are your choices?" Hearing these words, Moria, who was tightly held by the bear, shrank her pupils and started to struggle. But although his injuries were ejected, his body has not recovered so quickly. He could only roar helplessly. "Bear, let me go. Absalom, don't do anything stupid to Laozi." "Captain, needless to say, I am the one who deserves to die. It was you who saved me from the brink of death. Give me a chance to repay your kindness today." Absalom's ugly lion face showed a relieved smile. Then, under the watchful eyes of the Black Group and the secretly observing zombies, he jumped up and jumped into the huge red bear's paw. He. Blood splattered everywhere. Ah. The next second, Absalom's shrill screams echoed on the terrifying spinnaker. A few hours later, Absalom woke up from the hospital bed. "Ask for flowers." He opened his eyes and found that the ceiling was a familiar castle building. The first impression in his mind was that this was Hogback's medical room. "Not dead yourself? What's happening here?" His ears moved, and he seemed to hear loud noises coming from the distance. This made him very confused. Difficult. After struggling to hold himself up, he found that his injuries seemed not as severe as he thought. After a while, Absalom limped open the door of the medical room and looked towards the central square of the castle. "Yo ho 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 ho. Bring Binks's wine to you. Like the sea breeze, ride the wind and waves as you please. On the other side of the sea, the sun is noisy. The songs of birds draw circles in the sky. Goodbye harbor, home of silk. Skull and skull flag, flying in the wind. Under the boundless sky, the strong wind blows. The waves are dancing and the drums are beating. If you are frightened, you will be doomed. It's not that there's no such thing as tomorrow's rising sun. Is that the singing voice of that skeleton? That guy is back again. What's happening here?" Absalom looked confused, but he was very familiar with this singing voice. Advertisement. Is it the song of a skeleton in the Devil's Triangle whose shadow was taken away by Master Moria? He is back to steal his shadow again. What a persistent guy. Thinking of this, Absalom limped towards the bustling square. Then, he was surprised to find that Lord Moria was not only fine, but was happily toasting with that Blackbeard. Even the Shichibukai tyrant bear who arrived later did not leave, but sat and drank in silence. Perona was among several other beautiful women. He took one look and immediately looked away. 0.0. No matter how stupid he is, he still knows who to look at and who not to look at. What about Hogbark? Soon he found Hogback, who was happily communicating with another old man leaning on a big blue horse. What's the situation? Am I in a dream? Absalom looked confused. At this time, a little bat flew over. It was a zombie he knew, named Sergei. Lord Absalom, are you awake? Great. You are fine. Sergei circled around Absalom excitedly, and then he said solemnly, Lord Absalom, I misunderstood you before, thinking you were just a lion in heat. I didn't expect you to be such a loyal person. I saw the whole moment when you died for Lord Moria, it was so hard. I, Sergei, would like to call you the toughest man in Thriller Bark. Absalom. Thank you so much. After a brief understanding, Absalom finally understood the whole process. It turns out that Master Teach didn't come here to get the captain's head, but to let him join the Blackbeard pirates. The captain finally agreed. The reason is that the Blackbeard pirates will one day go to war with Kaido of the Beasts. With these words, Moria joined without hesitation. In this regard, Absalom understood that Master Moria has never forgotten his friends who were killed by Kaido. This made him very moved. This time there was finally no group destruction. It's such a blessing. Just when Absalom was sighing, he heard excited voices coming from the distance again. Hahahaha. Kong Changeling of our Blackbeard pirates is finally out. Let me come. Let me read. The first is our 5th Emperor of the Sea, Lord Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach, with a bounty of 3.5 billion belly. Next is Thor Enel, with a bounty of 1.5 billion Baileys. Next is Blood Dragon Badgers, with a bounty of 1.1 billion Baileys. Oh, I read that right. CP9 Rob Lucci, bounty, 300 million Baileys. What? He's actually taller than me. Bartolomeo, bounty, 200 million belly. CP9 Kaku, bounty, 150 million belly. CP9 Jabra, Taiwan bounty, 100 million Baileys. Son of the Devil, Nico Robin, bounty, 100 million Baileys. CP9 Snuggle, bounty, 80 million Baileys. CP9 Bluno, bounty, 65 million Baileys. CP9 Fukuro, bounty, 45 million Baileys. PFF hahaha. Crow, your bounty is so pitiful, only 35 million Baileys. The same goes for Oka, with a bounty of 35 million Baileys. Poison Q is even less, only 20 million Baileys. Nami, like Carmen, has a bounty on her head, 10 million Baileys. Zhuang is the most pitiful, still 500 Baileys. Quote. Everyone laughed immediately after hearing this, especially badgers chasing Crow and Oka and taunting them, which left them speechless. And right now, Big Bear stood up, nodded towards Blackbeard and said, Thanks for the treat, I haven't had such delicious food in a long time. In return, I will give you some information. In half a month, Marine and World Government will publicly execute the leader of Whitebeard's 2nd Division, Fire Fist Ace B. Open black lens bracket 069 close black lens bracket. Pre-war plan, Proverbs diving into the deep sea prison. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Wow. After hearing Tyrant Bear's words, the entire banquet square first fell into a strange silence, and a few seconds later a huge sound of surprise erupted. Hi, that's the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. The world is going to be in chaos. Hey, is this kind of thing true or false? Isn't it a little outrageous? Didn't the captain also obtain information before? Fire Fist Ace has been secretly captured by the world government. It seems that it is not impossible to execute him. Indeed, and that Fire Fist Ace is also the son of Pirate King Roger. There is no need to doubt it. We were once part of the CP organization, weren't we? It is a fact that Fire Fist Ace was arrested. He must have been arrested for so long without announcing it for some reason. In addition, what Tyrant Shang said before about the Shichibukai recruitment order, it's almost inseparable. At first, everyone was still doubtful, but with the testimony of Lu Chi, Kaku and Khalifa from CP9, the matter suddenly became more believable. Only then did Shang remember that there was actually CP9 in the Blackbeard pirate group. He turned to look at Blackbeard and said, Captain Teach, You are such an unpredictable person. I hope that next time we meet, we won't become enemies. So, goodbye. That's hard to say, Mr. Big Bear. Blackbeard glanced at the bear meaningfully, thinking that we might see each other again in half a month. Whoosh. After Shang finished speaking, his figure disappeared. The originally lively banquet also became quiet. Everyone in the black group, as well as Moria and his group who had just joined the group, all turned their attention to Blackbeard. They knew what their captain would say. I have a plan. Blackbeard looked up at them and grinned. But before that, please allow me to keep it a secret, and I will give you a surprise after a while. As for the next half month, everyone should practice hard on this terrifying 3-masted, 433, sailboat. Yes, that's right, I'm talking about you, Magic Duck. While speaking, Blackbeard turned his head to Moria, who was covered in bandages. Do I want to practice too? Moria, who was enjoying the meal, looked confused. Don't be ridiculous, Moria, look what you've become now. Back then, you were the man who beat 4 emperors Kaido. Blackbeard stared at him and said, don't you want to avenge your subordinates with your own hands? Look at you, you look like a fat pig now. Do you still have a little bit of hockey from before? Among the Shichibukai, you are the weakest. As soon as these words came out, Moria fell into silence. Everyone in the black group couldn't help laughing. After a while, he looked up at Blackbeard and laughed. Hahahaha. Captain, your words are really hurtful. Then, please. Very good. This is the Gecko Moria I once knew. Hahahaha. In the next few days, everyone in the black group once again entered into their own cultivation. Halfway through, Blackbeard called Vivi and asked Mr. 3 from Baroque Studio to take a trip to the Devil's Triangle. After that, Blackbeard began to develop his own fantasy beast fruit. For now, the abilities of Zone Cat Fruit Phantom Beast species Frostwing White Tiger form are divided into 3 parts. The first part is the ability of the wings. 1. Use the wings to fan up the strong wind like a slash. 2. Use the wings to blow out strong winds and tornadoes with the power of freezing. The second part is the ability of the tail. It can attack like both hands and feet, and it also has the power of freezing. The third part is the fruit's ability. 1. Freezing light spouts light from the mouth that can freeze the sea instantly. 2. Sky Frost Fist Kick. After using the ability, the fist's feet are equipped with extremely strong freezing power. When touching water, they turn into ice. When attacking, they can hit a freezing fist to freeze people. 3. Frost Body strengthens the body's strength, giving the body itself the power of freezing. Attacks also have the power of freezing, and it turns into ice when it touches water. Advertisement. After Blackbeard mastered these abilities, the outside world was basically in turmoil. Just 3 days ago, the announcement of Ace's execution had already caused a stir in the world. News of the world headlines. Hashtag World Government and Naval Headquarters Joint Statement will publicly execute Fire Fist Ace, the leader of the Whitebeard Pirates 2nd Division, at Naval Headquarters Marineford in 1 week. Whitebeard said. Naval Headquarters, Laozi will go. A big war is about to begin, Whitebeard Pirates. Marine. World Government. Who will win in the end? Hashtag 4 Emperors Change. Hashtag the era is about to run rampant. Are you ready? At that time, the popularity of Blackbeard, the 5th Emperor of the Sea, was immediately covered by the news of Chuxi. Soon some people forgot about this new Sea Emperor who had disappeared without a trace again. Naval Headquarters and World Government are most happy to see this. The most fortunate thing for Naval Headquarters and World Government now is that Blackbeard has separated from the Whitebeard Pirates. Otherwise, if they start a war with the Whitebeard Pirates this time, they will definitely have an incredible experience. The battle will become even more brutal. Just as Blackbeard was thinking about what to do next, Moria walked over with the sound of stamping on shit. Captain, the ship of Mr. 3 from Baroque Studio you mentioned is arriving soon. Oh, are you here? Blackbeard's eyes lit up. His next plan would not be possible without Mr. 3's help. It happened that Arc Proverbs was also going to do a diving experiment, so everyone in the black group went directly to the dock of Thriller Bark. Crunch. Kakaka. When everyone in the black group arrived at the pier, they saw at the entrance of the Thriller Bark 3 huge iron chains measuring thousands of meters slowly pulling up the gate that was several hundred meters high. Wah wah wah. The sea water brought up is like a waterfall hundreds of meters long, so spectacular. A group of people from the Baroque studio standing at the pier also saw this scene and were all amazed. Teach. Just when Teach arrived at the port with the black group, a clear and sweet shout came into his ears, followed by a golden and blue figure speeding up the store and threw himself into his arms. Looking at the pretty blue-haired beauty in his arms, Teach couldn't help but smile. Isn't this my Princess Vivi? How come you have time to run out? Of course I miss you. Vivi couldn't help but blush when she looked at the three beauties Nami, Robin and Carmen behind her who were looking at her with half smiles. But when she saw Khalifa, who had blonde hair and wore a white suit, short skirt and white lace, she frowned again. Seeing this, Teach couldn't help but cough dryly and said, "Let's go. Let's take you to see our new ship. This ship is also the main ship of our Blackbeard pirates." "Oh, I saw it just now. Is it that one?" Vivi immediately turned to look at Noah, who was docked alone in a harbor not far away. "That's right." Blackbeard nodded. 10 minutes later. Seabed. Oh my god. Vivi looked at the big ship sinking to the bottom of the sea in disbelief, her eyes filled with wonder. She never imagined that such a big ship could actually dive. Not only Vivi, but also the new Baroque studio executives and Moria's group were stunned. A pirate ship that can dive and fly. It's really hot. This is also my first time on a diving boat. The bottom of the sea is so beautiful. Frankie, you and Bingshan are simply the most powerful shipbuilders in Qinghai. It's great to be able to integrate diving with my power system. Snap, snap. After being surprised for a while, Blackbeard clapped his hands to attract everyone's attention. Seeing that the captain had something to say, everyone else also cast their gaze over. Advertisement. After these 10 days of practice, everyone in the black group has somewhat returned. The captain will definitely participate in the war between the Whitebeard pirates and Marine, but they don't know how to intervene. Now it seems that the captain is going to make his plan public. Looking at your expressions, you must have been holding this in for a few days. Blackbeard smiled and said, "Then, let me tell you the next plan of our Blackbeard pirates. First of all, I think you all know about the Summit War, which will be held in 5 days. You should also understand that I have not actually left the Whitebeard pirates. As for Fire Fist Ace, as my beloved brother and friend, I must save him. Therefore, we, the Blackbeard pirates, will also participate in this Summit War." Even though they were well prepared, after receiving the confirmation from Blackbeard, everyone in the black group was still in an uproar. As expected of our captain, the things he does get bigger and bigger every time. Hahahaha. Are you going to participate in such a big war? I'm still a little scared. This war is definitely very tragic, so be careful. Fortunately, my observation hockey has improved a lot these days, otherwise it would be really dangerous. Ms. Carmen, you and Nami, don't think too much. There is no way the captain will let you join the war. That's right. The battle must be left to us. If navigators and chefs are needed to fight, then what are we talking about? Hearing everyone's discussion, Blackbeard said directly, "I have already planned the non-combatants this time: Nami, Robin, Carmen, Leo, Jose, Perona, Hogback, Poison Q, Bluno, Khalifa, Fukuro, Frankie, plus 50 magic soldiers." At this point, when the person named was hesitant to speak, Blackbeard waved his hand and said, "Don't be anxious. Don't think that the mission will be easy if you don't fight. You must also pay attention to our arc motto, otherwise the escape route will be cut off and it will be really dangerous. Next, I start assigning customers." When everyone in the black group heard this, they immediately nodded to express their acceptance. Blackbeard looked at the people named before and said, "First, Nami, Robin, and Frankie. You three are responsible for taking care of the ships, signals, and evacuation matters." Clear. Nami, Robin and Frankie immediately nodded seriously. Blackbeard looked at the other 3 people and said, "Carmen and your 2 apprentices are responsible for preparing meals for the brothers and replenishing food and energy for those who need supplements at any time." "Leave it to us." Carmen, Jose and Leo replied in unison. "Then there are Perona, Hogback, and Poison Q. The 3 of you serve as the medical team and are always ready to treat injured companions." Blackbeard looked at the CP9 trio again. "Road, Bluno, Khalifa and Fukuro, you 3 serve as the rescue team." At that time, If our black group members are injured and need treatment, Bluno will use the gate fruit to open and locate them, and Khalifa and Fukuro will help rescue the injured. Maybe it's not just us, the Blackbeard pirates, but also the members of the White Corps who fight alongside us. When the time comes, I'll leave the rescue mission to you. Blackbeard looked at the three of them extremely cautiously. Clear. Bluno, Khalifa and Fukuro were all shocked. When they heard these words, they understood that their captain finally trusted them completely. Otherwise, such an important task of rescuing the wounded would not have been entrusted to them. On one side, Rob Lucci, Kaku, Natsutori and Jabra also had rare smiles on their faces. Ever since they were forcibly taken by Blackbeard to participate in the execution of the Celestial Dragons, they knew that their CP9 group had no way out and could only follow Blackbeard. Hung Lu walked by. But how to say it? After boarding the ship, they actually didn't feel very comfortable. After all, they had not made any contribution to the black group, and other people were somewhat wary of them. Advertisement. This makes them naturally uncomfortable. Fortunately for them, Blackbeard's belly was much broader than they thought. Not only did he personally teach them how to use hockey, he even gave the devil fruit of the two CPOs they had captured before to Kaku and Fukuro respectively. Now entrusting such an important rescue mission to the Khalifa trio obviously shows that the captain has always trusted them. The two fruits that Kaku and Fukuro ate were the zone ancient species mountain giant ape, and the Paramecia air cannon fruit. There is no doubt that after the two of them ate the fruit, it brought another wave of improvement to Haituan's strength. As for Khalifa and Nami's devil fruit, Blackbeard already has an idea. But it should be Khalifa who gets the fruit first. Fan Oka's fruit also has a clue. Everything is going in the right direction. Okay, the logistics staff have been arranged. Blackbeard glanced at the crowd and said, as for the rest of us, let's enjoy the battle. Blackbeard showed a wanton smile and said, there is no enemy ahead of us. Oh. Hearing Blackbeard's words, everyone in the black group suddenly felt aroused, and everyone roared excitedly. Okay, let's set off now and go to the deep sea sky prison Imperton. When Blackbeard saw this, he immediately smiled and waved and shouted. Deep sea prison. The people in the black group suddenly let out a stunned uproar. 4 days later. Night. There are still 10 hours left before Summit War starts on 2.9. When the whole world fell into a turbulent atmosphere. A giant ship lurking on the bottom of the sea, with blue electric light and escorted by more than a dozen giant sea kings, finally arrived at this place. Looking at the huge deep sea prison in the darkness ahead, which is larger than an ordinary island, the people in the black group standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling glass windows of Ark Proverbs let out a sound of exclamation. He was even more impressed by his captain's plan. Originally, they thought they were going to use the flying ability of Ark Proverbs to fly over the deep sea prison, but they didn't expect that it was a false shot. Undersea diving, escorted by giant sea kings. This pomp is simply too awesome. It is precisely because of the escort of more than a dozen giant sea kings that Blackbeard and the others are still as stable as a rock on the seabed full of sea kings' lairs. Frankie, start measuring the distance now. Standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling glass window, Blackbeard stood with his hands behind his hands and spoke calmly. The distance calculation result is 500 meters. Frankie's voice immediately came from the earphones. Very good. Blackbeard raised his hand and waved. Go forward another 100 meters and stop at the deep valley in front of you, turning off the lights. Receive. The voices of Frankie and a group of magic soldiers came from the headphones. Soon, as the Ark of Proverbs docked at the designated location, Blackbeard looked at the deep sea prison on the seabed in front of him, waved his hand and said, Bluno, are you ready? No problem, Captain. Bluno also stepped forward confidently at this time. Seeing this, Blackbeard showed a smile and said, then open the door and let's go take a look inside the deep sea prison. Open black lens bracket 070 close black lens bracket. Eternal Hell, the fruit of the hunt. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. After hearing Blackbeard's instructions, Bluno immediately agreed, taking a step forward and pressing his hands on the void in front of him. Open the door. Following Bluno's low shout, a 7-meter-tall air gate suddenly appeared in the space in front of him. Inside the gate is a green space and a black road leading forward. Seeing this, Bluno grinned and said, Captain, the door to Eternal Hell, the 6th floor of the deep sea prison, has been opened, and we can move out. Well done. Blackbeard nodded with satisfaction, then raised his hand and waved. Children, let's go and take you to see the most vicious criminals imprisoned in the world. Oh oh oh. Everyone in the Blackbeard pirate group was suddenly excited. Ta ta ta. As Blackbeard stepped into the door first, the cadres of the Black group immediately followed. The 300-meter road soon came to an end. Bluno, who was standing next to Blackbeard, pointed to a huge dark space in front of him and said, Captain, we are now at a wall of the eternal hell at the bottom of the deep-sea prison. I haven't opened the door yet. Standing here, we can take a look at the situation outside for now. Quote. This is a good idea and very sound. Blackbeard expressed satisfaction. Then he began to observe the situation in eternal hell through the space in front. The door space they are in is like a piece of light green glass separated from the eternal hell outside. You can think of it like the kind of window glass in an urban suite. Can clearly see the situation outside. But you can only see what you can see. Blackbeard had already thought about this, and said to Bluno on the side. You first open a hole the size of your fist, and I will use observation hockey to explore the situation in this eternal hell first, so that we can choose our target. Good. Bluno immediately understood Blackbeard's thoughts. He, the gate fruit, can only use his eyes to see the outside situation, but observation hockey cannot penetrate it. After all, it is not in the same space. But as long as a small door or crack is opened, observation hockey can penetrate and start to explore the situation in eternal hell. In this case, it will be safer. After all, the front is where the world government has imprisoned countless of the world's most vicious criminals. For hundreds of years, only the pirate admiral, Golden Lion, a ruthless man, has escaped. Of course, this is a person known to the world. There is another unknown escapee, and that is the commander of the Western Army of the Revolutionary Army, Mori of the Giant Clan. Not only did he use his ability to push fruits to successfully dig a hole underground to escape from the deep-sea prison, but he also created a 5.5-story secret space for the Shemale King Ivankov and others to live. Judging from this situation, there must be various groups of people imprisoned in the deep-sea prison. It is also the real goal of Blackbeard's trip. And here is where the new member of the Black group, Gecko Moria, gains strength. On this trip, Blackbeard came here firstly to see if he could find some reliable partners, secondly to cause trouble, and thirdly, naturally, to hunt demon fruit power. What could be more worthy of his hunt than a group of these vicious, defenseless pirates chained by seastone cuffs? Even though celestial dragons are garbage, Marine is not a good bird either. But among the guys who can be imprisoned in the deep-sea prison eternal hell, if you pick out 10 of them and kill them, none of them will be innocent. Therefore, Blackbeard is very at ease with his ability to hunt their fruits. However, Blackbeard will not really go into eternal hell and kill all those people. Advertisement. With his ability to hunt fruits, Moria hunts shadows. The remaining big pirates and vicious criminals were all calculated by Leah to cut out their shadows and stuff them into the zombies. When Moria completely controls the shadow army that was cut off from the deep-sea prison, the strength of the Blackbeard pirates will immediately expand to a terrifying level. Even Kaido, who has the strongest military strength at that time, will not have anything to worry about. With this in mind, Blackbeard immediately targeted several targets he had seen in the plot in his previous life. The first is about the hunting of fruit abilities. The first one is the ability prepared for Fan Oka. The hunting target is World Destroyer Burn-D World, Devil Fruit ability is Momo Fruit. The second one is the ability prepared for Khalifa. The hunting target is Katarina Diame, Devil Fruit ability is Zone, Dog Fruit Phantom Beast Species, 9 tails fox shaped. These two are undoubtedly the top beings among Devil Fruit. In this case, the strength of Henka and Khalifa can be greatly improved immediately. Several other targets are the partners Blackbeard needs to find for this trip. One is the giant San Juan wolf who eats the expansion fruit and can expand to 1,780 meters. One is his predecessor Shichibukai Kaisha Jinbei who was captured for Ace because he refused to fight the Omen. As for the other few people, it's up to chance. You have to go out and see what they are talking about first. Just as Blackbeard's wisdom color swept across an area, suddenly a powerful wisdom color also scanned along the place where his wisdom color emitted. This surprised Blackbeard. Although he had expected it, he still didn't expect to be discovered so quickly. But Blackbeard didn't take it seriously, so what if he found out? Wasn't he always imprisoned with incompetence and rage? Sure enough, not long after discovering their situation, there was a burst of surprised laughter in the eternal hell. Ha 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 ha. Interesting, really interesting. I didn't expect that someone would dare to come to this place. Sure enough, there are all kinds of strange abilities in this world. After this wild laughter sounded, it seemed as if the switch of the entire eternal hell was triggered, and all the vicious criminals laughed crazily. Hey, what makes our Red Earl so happy? Does the old guy want to get his gold coins blown? Speak with respect, you bastard. Stop joking. You were still eating shit when Laozi was crossing the sea, bullet. Ha ha ha, it's another lively day in eternal hell. Have all the old immortals come out to bubble? I thought you were all dead of old age. Ha ha ha. For a time, the entire Conqueror's hockey on the 6th floor of the deep-sea prison surged out like crazy, and red, black, blue and purple lightning of various colors intertwined in the sky above the eternal hell, like a power grid. Extraordinarily spectacular and terrifying. Even just through a fist-sized hole, everyone in the black group standing behind the door space instantly felt a powerful and terrifying sense of oppression. Especially the weaker Sky Island priests were knocked unconscious by the collision of more than a dozen Conquerors' hockey. Seeing this, Blackbeard frowned and sighed. Bluno, close the door first. Yes. Click. Bluno was so frightened that he immediately closed the door, then wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said, "Is this the eternal hell on the 6th floor of the deep-sea prison? It's too terrifying. I'm afraid I won't be able to hold it any longer." The other people in the black group also looked solemn. They now understand the horror of this eternal hell. Who are the people imprisoned here? There are so many powerful Conquerors hockey. Don't worry too much. It's normal for you to feel strenuous now. Blackbeard smiled and said, "You can't expect that after practicing for a year and a half, you can catch up with others who have practiced hard for decades, right? Let's wait for this to settle down for a while." Advertisement. Find a place to practice hard and improve your strength even more. By that time, you will also be world-class experts. As for Wong Luffy, he has accumulated strength from being thrown into the deep mountains and forests by Garp to fight wild beasts since he was a child. Only in this way can Luffy be able to accumulate a lot of experience. It doesn't matter if it's Luffy, Sanji, or Zoro. Although it seems that it only took them 1,000 years to reach the world's top and first-class strength, this is also the result of their hard training in the past 10 years. Everyone in the black group became excited again after hearing Blackbeard's words. Seeing this, Blackbeard smiled. Then he thought for a moment and pointed to the two cells near Burndy World and Catalina and said, "Bluno, let's go out from between the two cells and hunt the fruits of the frozen Burndy World first." After finishing speaking, he paused and looked at Vivi and Mr. 3 aside and said, "Although so many Conquerors hockey broke out in eternal hell before, which put you under a lot of pressure, there are also benefits. That is, after that level of Conquerors hockey collision, any phone bug monitoring eternal hell will definitely be knocked unconscious. Therefore, this is the best time for us to act. After a while, Vivi, you and Mr. 3, use the fruit power to block all the elevator passages and stair passages leading to eternal hell, trying to buy us as much time as possible." Quote. Clear. After hearing Blackbeard's arrangement, Vivi suddenly smiled. She was very happy that she was finally able to help this man. It seemed that her decision to follow him this time was the right one. "Open the door." As Blackbeard finished speaking, on the wall in the corner between the two cells, 10 huge 7-meter-high space doors slowly opened with a creak. Then Blackbeard and his group walked out of it. Just after coming out, Blackbeard and Enel looked at each other and nodded. The two of them immediately began to scan the surrounding surveillance situation with their sense of knowledge. Soon they discovered the surveillance phone bugs who had been knocked unconscious. It was exactly as Blackbeard expected. Seeing this, Blackbeard nodded with satisfaction and went directly to the cell door in front of Burndy World. Base. Click. Then he slashed out with his sword, directly cutting off the seastone and iron lock at the door, opened the iron door and walked in. Blackbeard's movement here immediately alerted other powerful criminals in eternal hell. They quickly discovered Blackbeard, a group of people who suddenly appeared in eternal hell. Even though these people were once big pirates and vicious criminals, they were still shocked. Hey, what's going on? Where did these guys come from? A group of people suddenly appeared. Is this also a special devil fruit ability? Could it be that they are also jailbroken? No matter how many there are, just ask first. Hey, you guys, let Laozi out quickly. Laozi can take you out of the deep sea prison. Yes, you just need to help us open the seastone lock. Chain, we will definitely help you escape. Please, take me out of this hellish place. I can't stay any longer. After discovering the possibility of escaping from prison, these ruthless people who were detained in eternal hell began to beg for mercy one by one. No matter how powerful or unruly they are outside, at this time each one of them is pleading loudly. Obviously they don't want to be locked up in this dark place forever. Blackbeard ignored the pleadings of these people for the time being. He walked directly to Brandy World's cell, waved to Oka and said, Oka, come here. With Blackbeard's previous notification, Van Oka also knew that it was finally his turn to improve. Blackbeard also showed him the illustrated introduction to Momo fruit. Advertisement. There is no doubt that this is an extremely powerful devil fruit. Especially for a sniper like him, it is simply one of the best fruits. No wonder his captain never prepared any fruit for him. It turned out to be placed in this place. By this time, Oka understood his captain's foresight better. Poof. As the 7-star sword directly stabbed Brandy World's heart together with the ice cube, the next moment the entire cell was shrouded in black snow. Everyone outside could only see a flash of purple light, and Oka walked out of it with excitement on his face. Blackbeard didn't stop and went directly to Catalina's room not far next door. Seeing Blackbeard and the others appearing at the door of her cell, Catalina thought that Blackbeard and the others had heard her begging for mercy and let her go. The doe is whirring. Sir, as long as you let me out, I, Katerina Dieming, will be at your disposal from now on. Katerina Dieming said proudly. Don't look at me like this, my lord, I have the form of Zone, phantom beast species, Nine-Tails demon fox, so I can definitely help you. Nine-Tails is in demon fox form, right? Not bad, very good. Ha ha ha. Blackbeard grinned, cut off the seastone and chains with a sword, opened the cell door and walked in. Catalina, who was originally smiling excitedly, watched Blackbeard walk in with his sword in hand. Suddenly something was wrong with her smile. She stared at Blackbeard and said, Hey, what do you want to drive? Poof. Blackbeard didn't hesitate at all, and cut off Katerina's head with one sword. Catalina didn't understand until her death why the other party wanted to kill her. Upon seeing this, Khalifa quickly entered the cell. 1 minute later, Khalifa's face turned crimson and he walked out of the dark mist of the cell with great excitement. At this time, in the cell, Katerina Dieming, who had become one of the main cadres of the Black Group in her previous life, was already dead. Hey, what is your purpose? Why are you killing people here? Another Shiryu. Damn guy. No, these people are obviously here well prepared. Don't you guys even have the courage to tell us your names? We also saw a sand fruit ability user here, who seems to be this guy's companion. They have destroyed the elevator entrance and stair entrance to eternal hell. Interesting. Let me see what you little guys want to do. After hunting the target here, Blackbeard slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Early goals achieved. After hearing the voices coming from various prisons, Blackbeard also raised his eyebrows. He couldn't be bothered to pay attention to these noisy guys now. For now, the main purpose is to recruit your target first. Soon, Blackbeard led a group of cadres and followed Blackbeard towards another cell. At this time, Blackbeard and the others did not hide at all. Big guys in black suits walked struttingly on the main road of eternal hell. Although everyone in the Black Group looked around curiously, no one spoke casually. After all, before they came here, they heard from their captain that there might be someone here who has mastered the special observation hockey. As long as you talk to him, the other party will be able to read your memories and thoughts. This is an ability word even more special than devil fruit. Therefore, although everyone in the Black Group is curious, they are very cautious. Soon, their silent group came to a huge cell. Looking at the fat blue man bound by iron chains in the cell, Moria suddenly felt that he was okay again and couldn't help but said. Hahahaha. Isn't this our Shichibukai Kaisha Jinbei? How come you are locked up here? Open black lens bracket 071 close black lens bracket. The celestial dragons that dominate the world. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Jinbei, who was leaning against the wall quietly with his eyes closed, was as calm as his mouth after hearing such a harsh mocking voice. Kakuzu couldn't help but twitch. But after he opened his eyes, he ignored Moria, who smiled evilly at him, but looked at the man in front of the iron gate with sharp eyes, and then he exclaimed in shock. Teach. Why are you here? Thief, hahahaha. Blackbeard laughed and said, of course I'm here to rescue my old friend. Jinbei first grinned when he heard this, and then seemed to think of something again. He looked at Blackbeard solemnly and shouted. Wrong. Teach, why do you want to betray your father and leave the Whitebeard pirates? You are the captain of the Whitebeard pirate group. Do you know how sad it will be for Dad if you do this? Don't you know that Brother Ace has been arrested? He will be executed soon. Of course I know, otherwise why do you think I am here? Blackbeard also said solemnly. As for me leaving the Whitebeard pirates, of course it's fake. I have been angry with my father for a long time. You don't even look at what I've done before. I got a little carried away because of Ace being captured. No, I happened to encounter celestial dragons again and I simply captured them. Later, I saw so many slaves tortured to death by him on the celestial dragon's slave ship, and I was so angry that I just let this pig go. So, in the end, let's just do a live broadcast around the world. Let the celestial dragons smash these to make him lose face, and then kill him. Don't they want to execute Ace? Aren't they unwilling to exchange hostages? Well, I will publicly execute the celestial dragons and completely crush their aura of gods. Smash these guys to pieces and pull them off the altar. I have to say, this feels great, Jinbei. Thief, hahahaha underscore. As Blackbeard laughed, the violent Conqueror's Haki surged out with him as the center. Nani. Conqueror's Haki. Teach, you guys have mastered it too. You are indeed the guy who was crazy enough to dare to execute celestial dragons, hahahaha. Jinbei was shocked and opened his mouth wide at first, and then he laughed heartily along with Blackbeard. Before he could react, the entire Eternal Hell was paying attention to the vicious criminals and strong men here, and there was an uproar. Holy shit. What did I just hear? That brat said he executed celestial dragons. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Live streaming the execution of celestial dragons. How did he survive the Marine Admiral? Hahahaha. He's just a liar, bragging and not drafting. Kill celestial dragons, he'll be done with it long ago. Stop joking. How could a man who owns Conqueror's Haki lie about something like this? Live broadcast the execution of the celestial dragons and completely pull them off the altar. Hahahaha. What a crazy guy. But I like it. Laozi has never admired many people in his life. That kid named Teach. No, Mr. Teach, you are crazier than Captain Rocks, ha. Everyone in the black group witnessed these extremely arrogant and vicious criminals from the beginning disdainful of their own captain to now admiration, which made everyone in the black group feel proud. Yes, our captain is so awesome. I'll tell you no more. Haven't you been convinced by our captain? Everyone in the black group was very proud at this time. Base. Chang. Blackbeard ignored the cries of those in eternal hell. Instead, he first cut off the iron chains on Jinbei's body, then stretched out his hand and said, Brother Jinbei, how dare you go to naval headquarters with me, my old love? Jinbei just stood up and moved his wrists, and was about to thank Blackbeard, but after hearing his words, he couldn't help but be startled, and then he understood what Blackbeard said. Teach, you guy, advertisement. Jinbei's eyes flashed with emotion. If he had some doubts about Blackbeard in his heart before, now that he heard these words, he had no doubts at all. Snapped. If you want to save Ace, of course you have to include me. Jinbei said solemnly. Since I can no longer reconcile the conflict between the two parties, I can only deal with it. Hearing this, Blackbeard was also dumbfounded. Reconciling the conflicts between world government, Marine and Whitebeard pirates. Jinbei, how do you want me to say hello? If I don't come this time, won't your life be in vain? You are still too naive. Quote. Jinbei also sighed and said. Of course I know it's impossible, but whether it's for the Fishman Island or Dad and the others, I have to give it a try. Even if the conflict between the Whitebeard pirates and world government cannot be reconciled, the influence of world government on the Fishman Island can be reduced. Therefore, even if it costs my life, I will protect the Fishman Island. If I don't stand up, the Fishman Island will probably suffer from the fish in the pond. Therefore, I have to do this. But this is the limit of what I can do. Quote. Hey. 11. Blackbeard just sighed and patted Jinbei on the shoulder, without promising him anything. If you want to conquer Jinbei, you need an opportunity. As for the people in the black group who originally thought Jinbei was ridiculously naive, they were immediately in awe after hearing Jinbei's words. No matter what, for Ace, for the Whitebeard pirates, and even more for the Fishmen Island, Jinbei was able to come and be arrested by the world government even though he knew he was going to die. This kind of loyalty is so respectable. Blackbeard admires this kind of person. But he had to admit that he couldn't do it. Even for the Whitebeard pirates, he mostly used them. As a person who has traveled through the 21st world, his soul is proud. Perhaps he would look up to others in order to survive at first, but a series of situations after he went to sea were all planned by him. The moment Ace was captured, Blackbeard knew the world line had ended. Although he negotiated with Whitebeard to quit the Whitebeard pirates, it can actually be said that he killed first and played later. Because this is part of his plan. And since the Whitebeard pirates have announced that they will participate in this summit war, it is not surprising to him. Now that Whitebeard has decided to join the war, Blackbeard understands that this is the final destination Whitebeard has chosen for himself. It can be said that so far, his plan has not gone wrong. If Whitebeard really died in Marineford, he would be the only one who can take on the important responsibility of the Whitebeard pirates. As for Marco, it's okay for him to be the second boss, but he's not that good at all as the first boss. And Ace. He is too young. The future is his. Of course, the premise is that they successfully rescue this time. Although the summit war is coming, Blackbeard doesn't know if he can successfully save Ace when the war starts this time. You must know that he himself is a variable. If so, the summit war really starts a full-scale war, and the Marine 3 admirals, plus Garp and Sengoku, a total of 5 peak admirals take action. Blackbeard can't imagine how the Whitebeard pirates will respond. Not even the Whitebeard from 2 years ago in the previous life. What's more, this time it alarmed the 5 elders. After he came to Eternal Hell, he immediately started looking for traces of Ace. Unfortunately, he didn't sense any aura related to Ace. Coupled with the information obtained from the CPO prisoners and CP9, it can be understood that Ace was not sent to the deep sea prison at all. This is another variable. If the 5 elders also sent experts to Marineford, then this summit war will be unprecedented. This is why Blackbeard's heart is heavy. Although his plan has not gone wrong so far, if he makes a mistake this time in summit war, he may lose everything. Advertisement. Nothing else. Because he is a time traveler, judging from his knowledge of the celestial dragons in his previous life, the celestial dragons are simply too powerful. First of all, there are 7 or 8 people in the Knights of God. Among them, Sheng's father, Garen Sheng, is definitely an admiral-level strongman. As for the other members of the Knights of God, it is not known whether there are admirals in his previous life when he traveled through time. But he felt that there was. The Knights of God have the highest combat power as the bodyguard of the celestial dragons, and their target is the Marine 3 Admiral. How could it be possible without 3 Admiral-level experts? So Teach guessed that even the Knights had at least 3 Admiral-level experts, and the remaining 4 or 5 were probably quasi-Admiral-level beings like Enel. There is no doubt about this. Celestial dragons have been in control of the world for 800 years, and they enjoy the world's top resources. And they have a mature system for getting stronger. There are also 5 elders, 5 immortals who have undergone immortality surgery. The bottleneck of being strong does not exist at all for the elites of celestial dragons. Because they have the guidance of 5 elders, 5 4 emperors level experts, they don't have to worry at all. That's right, those 5 old men in the 5 elders are definitely 4 emperors level beings. Based on the information revealed in his previous life, Teach has basically determined that the thick level is higher than the general level. Perhaps 4 emperors cannot cope with the siege of 2 admirals, but they still have the upper hand against 1 admiral. Whether it is Garp, Green Bull, Kizaru, or Akainu, when they face the 4 emperors group or the 4 emperors, they are much weaker in momentum. But in this world, momentum means courage, and courage is related to hockey. In the previous life, many people said that Whitebeard lost half of his head to Akainu, but in that situation, Whitebeard still almost killed Akainu. The Peak Admiral and the top Logia ability were used to cheat and attack a 70-year-old comrade who was sick before the war and was stabbed during the war, and was beaten so badly. But then again, Akainu still has merit, At least his tough attitude towards pirates after becoming a marshal is something Sengoku does not have. However, in this terrible world of pirates, Akainu could not see the way forward after all. Especially with the terrifying power of the celestial dragons. Akainu, after all, is just a dog of the five elders. In the previous life, before Blackbeard traveled through time, the most memorable scene was when Akainu faced the five elders and expressed where he wanted to put his face. Please give me flowers. A saying from five elders at the time was, your face is nothing. From this sentence, we can see that Martial Marine is nothing to these five old men. And, they do have this kind of strength and confidence. Then here comes the problem. As someone who is above the five elders and can make the five elders kneel down in fear and sit on the throne of heaven. What level has that person reached? Under such terrible strength. No matter how hard Akainu struggles, he is still a dog. Can't make waves. The same is true for the four emperors above the sea. It's just a plaything in Im's hands. Therefore, after traveling to this world, Blackbeard made his goal very clear. That is, the strongest in the world. In this world where force can overwhelm everything, everything else is false, and only fists are the last word. Just as Blackbeard was thinking, Jinbei had already calmed down. He looked at Blackbeard and said, Teach, you are here to see Ace, right? But I can be sure that Brother Ace has never been caught. Maybe he has been imprisoned in the Holy Land, after all, his identity is so sensitive. Ace is not found now. So what are you going to do next? Leave now. Thief hahahaha. Blackbeard laughed when he heard this and said, It's hard to come to the eternal hell of the deep sea prison, how could you just leave like this? What we need to face this time is the highest combat power of naval headquarters. I have to find some help here and cause some trouble for Marine and the world government. Advertisement. Jinbei was very confused. Blackbeard waved his hand directly and said, 0. Just follow me. Ta ta ta. After saying that, Blackbeard turned around and walked towards the dark depths ahead. Upon seeing this, Jinbei and everyone in the black group immediately followed. There is basically no light in that area, at least not now. However, the darkness gave everyone in the black group a tingling feeling. This feeling was just like the first time they were targeted by the Sea Kings that were thousands of meters away. Even scarier. Snapped. Blackbeard, who was walking in front, seemed to have thought of something and snapped his fingers. Enel, use flash. Hey, I am Enel of God. Enel's mouth twitched when he heard this, and he suddenly spoke dissatisfied. Even so, he still started the light from his heart. Sizzling. A burst of blue electric light flashed, instantly illuminating the darkness ahead. PFF'd. Everyone in the black group laughed out loud when they saw this scene. Illuminating the darkness and dispelling fear, you are indeed the Enel of God. Well done, Vice Captain. As expected of the Deputy Captain, he is so reliable. It's like a human-shaped light bulb. Is this the strongest Logia's thunder fruit? It's well deserved. I admire it. Yo ho 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 ho. You bastards. Hearing the teasing of his friends, black lines appeared on Enel's forehead. If it weren't for the wrong place and time, he would have wanted to hit these bastards with heavenly prison. Ha 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 ha. Blackbeard also laughed happily. The atmosphere here was joyful, but the big pirates and criminals observing them in eternal hell around them all gasped. Hey, the ability of that guy who discharged electricity shouldn't be the legendary thunder fruit, right? Nonsense. Didn't I say that myself? Hiss. This pirate group seems to be a little bit strong. Can a user with thunder fruit's abilities only be the deputy captain? How strong does a captain have to be? The captain is the guy named Teach, right? The guy who dares to live stream the beheading of celestial dragons is probably also a monster. I thought I heard just now that that guy is still the captain of Whitebeard's staff. Hey, stop joking, these monsters are all Whitebeard's captains. Has he already conquered the sea? Ignoring the exclamations and incredulous looks around him, Blackbeard went straight to a cell, looked into the dark depths of the cell, put his arms on his knees, and also. He was always staring at his man. The two just stared at each other in the darkness. Su 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 su. Immediately afterwards, endless darkness surged out from under Blackbeard's feet, instantly engulfing the double gate of seastone and iron gate in front of him. Darkness fell, and the double doors in front disappeared without a trace. After 10 seconds passed, Blackbeard suddenly laughed and said, Bullet, let's make a deal. I'll take you out of eternal hell, and you help me stop a Marine with the highest combat power when I save Captain Roger's son. After that, we'll be clean. How? Isn't this a good deal? A few seconds later, a rich and slightly hoarse voice came from the depths of the darkness. What did you just say? That Fire Fist Ace is Roger's son. Ah, don't you know? Blackbeard grinned with success. Nani. Before Bullet could say anything in the depths of the prison, the entire eternal hell had already exploded. 072 close black lens bracket. Red Earl joins the gang. Take the initiative to vote for another one. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Huh, what did I just hear? Roger's son. That Roger. The guy who just spoke is Douglas Bullet, right? If it's him, that's right. Did that guy Roger actually have a child? And he was caught by Marine. How sad. Roger himself died at the hands of Marine, now it's his son's turn. It's a bit sad. This news is really exciting. But what's even more exciting is that Roger's child has been captured and the Whitebeard pirates have to rescue him. Since Roger's child is in the Whitebeard pirates, the relationship is a bit complicated. Hahahaha, is there any fun to see again? Hey, Captain Teach, can't you let us out? We also want to see this kind of fun. The entire Eternal Hell seemed to be in a state of panic, and people began to discuss the upcoming summit war crazily. Blackbeard still ignored those guys, he just looked at Bullet and said, "Yes, Ace is my brother, my beloved relative and friend. How could I lie? Moreover, Marine will definitely announce this kind of thing when the summit war starts in a few hours. Do you think they went to great lengths to find Roger's descendants, captured Ace, and then secretly detained him in the Holy Land, Mariajoy for what? The purpose is not to publicly execute the bloodline of the Pirate King, but to increase the reputation of the world government and Marine." After Blackbeard finished speaking, Bullet in the darkness ahead fell silent. After a while, he answered the question again. I used to think Roger was a coward, until the era of great pirates came. Only then did I realize that I not only lost to him in terms of strength, but also in terms of courage. This time, I will go with you. Regardless of whether I can save Roger's child, I will do my best. Just think of it as a reward for helping me. Quote. Good. Blackbeard smiled. Immediately, the black mist around him shot into the darkness like a sharp arrow, directly sucking all the chains around Bullet into the darkness, allowing the gravity of the black hole to pull it into powder. Kakaka. Feeling the sudden surge of power in his body, Bullet slowly stood up and relaxed his muscles, and suddenly there was a burst of explosion. But in the next moment, Bullet's tall figure turned into a black lightning and rushed in front of Blackbeard in the blink of an eye, punching him in the face. Oh, the big pirates and criminals who were paying attention here with their knowledge were suddenly excited. They had long known that Bullet, a ferocious beast, could not be easily persuaded, so they wanted to have fun watching it. Just when everyone thought that Blackbeard was going to make a fool of himself due to his carelessness and was accidentally attacked by Bullet, the next moment, all of them widened their eyes. Because they saw that Blackbeard didn't even move in the face of Bullet's punch. He just said calmly, Shinra Tenjang. Buzz. With an explosion in the air and a surge of darkness, Bullet's body seemed to be frozen in midair. After less than a second, his body flew backwards faster than the sneak attack. Whoosh. Boom boom boom. Boom. Bullet's tall body smashed through several walls like a cannonball, and finally stopped when it hit the double steel seastone door of a cell. Bullet, who was thrown away, was still a little confused at this time. He didn't even understand what was going on, so he was directly blown away. And he can feel not only the power of Devil Fruit, but also the top armament hockey. Is this guy also a monster? Cough cough cough. After Bullet coughed a few times, he wiped the bloodline from the corner of his mouth, looked at Blackbeard with excitement on his face and laughed. Ha ha ha, you are very strong. I didn't expect that more than 10 years later, a monster like you would appear on Whitebeard's ship. Although I don't know how strong it is yet, I feel like you didn't use your full strength. This makes me even more motivated to defeat you. Hearing this, Bartolomeo, the little fanboy standing next to Blackbeard, suddenly became upset and put his hands on his hips and said, Aren't you talking nonsense? Even Marine Admiral Kizaru suffered a loss on our ship. How dare you defeat our captain? Stop dreaming. The captain just used his abilities, and he hasn't even used his best attack method yet. He's just a pirate who has been imprisoned for more than 10 years. Who are you looking down on? And the same goes for those guys around you who are peeping with the color of knowledge. Who are you looking down on? Advertisement. Our captain is Blackbeard. The only person with dual fruit abilities in the world today. The strongest man in the future world. Bartolomeo's angry voice echoed in this eternal hell. This made many pirates who had been angry before suddenly shut up. If Bartolomeo had said this when he first came in, others would have laughed crazily. But at this moment, the entire eternal hell fell into an eerie silence. What did they just hear? The only person with dual fruit abilities in the world today. How can this be? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Some people want to refute. But they discovered that after the boy roared, the man named Blackbeard did not refute. Is it necessary for such a man to deceive them? That's true. But this is too crazy. A user with double fruit abilities. It can be said that it is truly unprecedented. Ha 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 ha. After hearing Bartolomeo's words, Bullet was not only not angry, but even more excited. He looked at Blackbeard and laughed. I didn't expect you to be a monster. Double fruit ability. Interesting. So interesting. Very good. I promise to go with you. But let's face it, my body, which has been imprisoned for decades, cannot last long if I want to stop a Marine Admiral. You'd better know what's going on. Quote. Thief ha ha ha. When Blackbeard saw Bullet agreeing, he immediately laughed and said, it's okay. You don't need to hold him back for too long. It's really not possible. It's okay to hold Marine's backup admiral by then. And, I still have guys I want to take away. Let's go. He must have been waiting for me for a long time. You say so, Mr. Red Earl. Quote. While speaking, Blackbeard turned his head to look at another dark place. It's just that there hasn't been any movement since Blackbeard and the others were first discovered in that place. Ha ha ha, are you actually targeting that old man from Redfield? Bullet directly pulled himself out from the dented iron door, then grinned and joked. I don't know if that old man died of old age. Eh? Just as Bullet and Blackbeard were talking and walking, Brooke in the black group suddenly said in surprise. Captain Teach, if I heard you correctly, is the person you are talking about Beloric Redfield? Blackbeard, who was walking in front, paused when he heard this, and the corners of his mouth could not help but raise slightly. Did you finally remember Brooke? He had already had this plan in mind when he invited Brooke on board the Terror Spinnaker. Of course, the Blackbeard pirates are indeed missing a musician. Brooke is undoubtedly the best choice. Since they were all friends who were given to him, how could Blackbeard let him go? As for King Luffy, who cares about him? Let him and Lou Zoro fall in love with each other. Blackbeard smiled evilly in his heart, but a look of surprise appeared on his face. He turned to look at Brooke and said, yes, Bullet and I were talking about him before. What? Do you know Brooke? Well, how should I say? Brooke held the crutch sword with both hands, stamped his feet and said, Advertisement. Captain Teach, the name you just mentioned is exactly the same as the name of a boy I once knew who had the same ideals as me. But now this is eternal hell, where the world's most vicious criminals are imprisoned. So I am a little hesitant. I don't know if the person you are talking about is the person I once knew. Quote. Snapped. Blackbeard directly put his arm around Brooke's shoulders and laughed. Thief ha ha ha. It doesn't matter if he is, we just have to go and see. Anyway, your captain and I will try to invite him. That's right. Yo ho ho ho. Brooke also laughed. Afterwards, the Haituan group walked several hundred meters and came to a prison with only one cell around it. It seemed that this place was specially created for him. Mr. Redfield, you must have noticed my previous actions. Blackbeard came to the prison door and said directly. How? For my thoughts. After hearing Blackbeard's words, the dark depths of the cell did not speak immediately. But after a minute of silence, an old voice with some uncertainty came from inside, answering something that was not what was asked. Are you, really Mr. Brooke? Brooke's body trembled when he heard this, and then he walked directly to the door of the cell, as if to see clearly what was going on inside the cell through the darkness. Unfortunately, this cell was too deep and he couldn't see anything. Tisk. Just then, Enel used Flash. He is indeed the strongest Logia's Thunder Fruit user. Brooke liked it. Then, he saw the old face with white beard and hair, and he could also see from this face that he looked at the young man in his memory. Beloric, I didn't expect that we would meet again in this way. Brooke let out a long sigh and said, You have become senile, but I have become bones. It's really heartbreaking for me. Although the skeleton has no heart. Yo ho ho ho. The initially sentimental atmosphere was immediately swept away by Brook himself. This made everyone in the black group laugh out loud. This was the Brook they knew. At this time, laughter also sounded inside the cell. Ha 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 ha. It is indeed you, Mr. Brook. I really didn't expect to see you again. I wanted to look for you after I went to sea, but there was no news about you. I knew at that time that something unexpected might have happened to you. However, I still did not give up searching. In the end, decades later, I still found nothing. I felt uncomfortable for a while. So, Mr. Brook, have you retired? Or what's the reason? Brook, who was originally a skeleton with a smile, after hearing Redfield's words. He fell silent immediately. He did not speak immediately, but took a few steps back, knelt on his knees, supported his knees with both hands, and knocked his head heavily on the ground and said in pain. Mr. Beloric, I can't thank you enough. I broke the appointment. Seeing this scene, everyone in the black group fell silent. In the cell, after a few seconds of silence, Redfield's loud laughter came. Ha ha ha, Mr. Brook, we are already this age, and you are a skeleton. Do you still need to be like this? What's more, haven't we met again every few decades? It's great to see old friends. At this point, Redfield changed the subject and said, Teach kid, I'm very grateful to you for saving Mr. Brook, and even more grateful to you for allowing us to meet. Therefore, I agree to your request. Let's take a trip to Marine headquarters with you. When I was besieged by Sora and Garp, I was also disheartened because of some situations in which I got the Lumba pirates. Now is the time to go and see if those two immortals are still there. I will help you block one of them. Just think of it as a thank you gift for this time. Quote. Advertisement. Thief ha 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 ha. When Blackbeard heard this, he burst out laughing. With the addition of Redfield, I will be a little more confident when facing Marine's highest combat power and world government this time. After saying that, Blackbeard waved his hand and endless darkness surged out, instantly swallowing up all the seastone and steel gates. Ta ta ta. Immediately, the Red Count Beloric Redfield, who was wearing a blue and white striped prisoner's suit and Madara white hair, walked out. Then he and Brook hugged each other tightly. For a promise, Redfield went to sea for decades and never gave up searching. Maybe this is the romance of men. 743. Blackbeard did not interrupt the two old men who were almost 100 years old to reminisce about the past, but turned to look at Moria aside and said, This trip to the deep sea prison is relatively complete. Next, Moria, take action yourself. Pick whichever one you like. Let Brook help you position the shadow and send it back. I'll find another partner, and this time the formation will be over. If you delay it too long, it will be troublesome for Impel Down to react. Hahahaha. Moria licked her lips excitedly and said, I'm just waiting for your words, Captain. After saying that, Moria ran away with Bluno. There are big pirates here with hundreds of millions of bounties on their heads. There are also old pirates and various powerful characters from the past. These shadows are simply not too strong. When the time comes, find one of the strongest among them to arm Demon Oz, and his combat power will simply explode. Moria was trembling with excitement just thinking about it. Ignoring Moria, Blackbeard led the black group in another direction. Soon, they came to this huge cell with a height of 100 meters. Everyone in the black group was surprised when they saw this huge cell. When they looked over, they found that there was only a giant more than 10 meters tall in the cell. Moreover, this giant clan seems to be a bit naive. With Enel, the strongest Logia, shining here, Blackbeard and the others can clearly see the clear stupidity in the eyes of this giant man. Seeing this idiot, Blackbeard immediately came face to face with the memories of his previous life. He immediately nodded with satisfaction, looked at the giant and grinned. Juan, are you interested in becoming my partner? As long as you promise me, I will take you out. Hearing Blackbeard's words, the San Juan wolf inside was surprised and said, How do you know my name? I just know it. Blackbeard smirked. Oh, okay. Juan thought for a second and then said, Can I eat enough if I go out with you? Every meal is enough. Blackbeard gave a thumbs up. Then I'll hang out with you. Juan grinned, revealing a mouthful of white fang. The peach heart that matches his butt and chin looks very happy. Does this mean you agree? Everyone in the black group was full of questions, thinking that this was too casual, right? When San Juan Wolf came out, Redfield, who was reminiscing with Brooke, showed a surprised look and said, "A huge battleship. It's you. No wonder I haven't heard from you since that incident. Was it because you were arrested?" Blackbeard couldn't help but be a little surprised when he heard this. Could it be that these two people knew each other? Before Blackbeard could ask about the situation, a slightly frivolous laughter came from the cell dozens of meters away. Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach. Is he the last free D in the world today? How about adding me to your ship? Open black lens bracket 073 close black lens bracket. Monsters escape from prison. The director is in trouble. Crying. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Whoosh. The sound of words coming from the distant cell immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the black group, and everyone cast their gaze over. Even Blackbeard couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Does anyone know about him? Moreover, from his tone, he seems to know something about the D clan. Who is this guy? Does this guy still exist in eternal hell? Blackbeard went through it in his mind, and there seemed to be no such person in his memory in his previous life. When Blackbeard came to the cell door and saw the man in the cell, he couldn't help but look surprised. Even he didn't expect that this guy would be locked up here. In his previous life, he was very confused as to why this guy took the initiative to save the Blackbeard pirates. Without his intervention, the Blackbeard pirates might have been wiped out by the Magellan group at that time. This shows the horror of Magellan's poison. Aim no Shiryu. Blackbeard deliberately looked surprised and said, "Aren't you supposed to be the warden of Impel Down? Why are you locked up here? I didn't expect you to know me. It seems that you know Impel Down very well." Shiryu chuckled and said, "As for the reason why I'm locked up here, it's just for killing some garbage pirates. Let them waste food and resources here, why not let me send them to hell? This can still be of some value and become the cornerstone of Kendo." Blackbeard looked at this guy thoughtfully. After thinking for a second, he made his decision. "Why do you think so much? He is a pirate. No matter how evil Shiryu is in Rain, how can he be as evil as the celestial dragons? Compared with celestial dragons, he looks very handsome. Let him get on the ship first. If he messes with your own people in the future, don't blame him for cleaning up the house. Now it is also an immediate combat force, just in time to get on board. After all, this guy is definitely a quasi-admiral level being. In his previous life, he remembered the knife this guy gave Garp, which was almost the main reason for Garp's defeat. And Garp's strength completely fell from the altar in the battle on Beehive Island. At that time, Garp could only be regarded as an admiral-level expert in physical skills, and was no longer anything special. It was precisely because chicken sauce was smashed to pieces by Kuroduan and Aokiji on Honeycomb Island that many One Piece fans were able to completely determine the direction of this version of One Piece. Not a taijutsu, not a haki, but a phantom beast that can do crazy sit-ups. Only the fantasy beast species is the answer. Even though he was as strong as Jijong, he was crushed to pieces by Shiryu without being able to sit up. Chicken sauce has completely become the object of ridicule by many sea fans. After the Beehive Island incident in the previous life, the value of Summit War Whitebeard is still rising. It can also be concluded that the strength of 4 emperors is still higher than that of Admiral. But the 4 emperors couldn't withstand the siege of the 2 admirals. 517 Wow. With these thoughts in mind, Blackbeard did not hesitate in his movements. He just raised his hand and swallowed up the iron door of the cell and the huge chain on Shiryu of the Rain. Then, Blackbeard smiled and said, "Since you said so, there's nothing wrong with getting on my ship. But there's something I have to remind you. I don't like killing innocent people indiscriminately, and I don't like people who attack their own people. You know what I mean. Shiryu. Ha 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 ha." Shiryu burst out laughing and said, "Of course it is, don't think of me as that kind of murderous maniac. The people Laozi killed were just a bunch of garbage pirates. Shouldn't they be killed?" Advertisement. Blackbeard didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he heard this. "You said in front of me that pirates deserve to be killed. Isn't that a little bad? Well, some garbage really deserves to be killed. Let's go then." Shiryu was also happy when he heard this, then he waved his hand and said, "Wait a moment, I'm going to get my thunderstorm. It should be placed in the supply room on this floor." Good. Blackbeard was not in a hurry. After all, he still had some things to do before leaving. Immediately, he waved to Mr. 3, who was not far away, and said something that made everyone feel numb. Gardino, prepare to use your ability to open half of the cell doors of this eternal hell and all the chains on those guys. Nani. Mr. 3 was so shocked that his eyes widened. I was so scared that 10 snots came out of my nose. Did I hear you right, Captain? Do you want to release all these monsters? How can it be? Blackbeard glared at him. Oh, I just said I heard wrong. Mr. 3 breathed a sigh of relief, patted his small chest. Blackbeard smiled and patted his shoulder and said, didn't you hear? What I said was only to release half of them. Don't open where Moria and the others have been. Mr. 3. Wow. Before Mr. 3 could even realize what the difference was between half opening and full opening, the whole eternal hell went completely crazy. What did they just hear? This guy named Blackbeard. No, Master Blackbeard actually decided to let them go. Some big pirates and criminals who were originally planning to die here were already filled with excitement. Hahahaha. Blackbeard, I have recorded your kindness. No matter what, I will repay you. Don't speak too early. Let's jump out and talk later. If you can't escape even after being released, then you might as well just die. Ha ha ha. Are you too happy too soon? Do you really think Magellan's poison is a joke? Gia, unfortunately, my ability is just right to restrain Magellan's poison. If I can get out, I will make that guy look good. Ha ha ha, is the world going to riot again? I love it so much. Hearing the crazy and excited howling criminals and big pirates in eternal hell, everyone felt a little frightened when they felt the crazy black group. Hexia Jinbei on the other side wanted to speak out to dissuade him, but in the end he did not speak. Although he is called Hai Sha, he is not a saintly person. If releasing these monsters can give the world government a headache, then that's not a bad thing. While Jinbei was thinking about this, Moria brought Bluno back with satisfaction, and then smiled at Blackbeard. Captain, I've almost reached the limit here. Okay, Bluno, get ready to evacuate. Blackbeard looked directly at Bluno and spoke. Open the door. The latter didn't hesitate at all, and directly shot a huge air door 7 or 8 meters high a few meters in front of Blackbeard. Seeing this, Blackbeard smiled at everyone in the black group and said, you go in first. Everyone in the black group had already understood Blackbeard's plan, so they immediately walked into the space door without hesitation. When Redfield saw this, he couldn't help but smile and said, if a guy like you masters this ability, the world government will probably have a headache. Blackbeard crossed his arms and looked ahead. Eternal Hell smiled and said, that's exactly what I want to see. Chaos is the ladder to ascend, Mr. Beloric. Thief ha 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 ha. As chaos the ladder to ascend. Redfield chewed on these words and walked into the passage. Bullet was also thoughtful. Soon, everyone in the black group walked into the passage, only Blackbeard and Mr. 3 were left outside. And the latter has also divided out dozens of wax clones, ready to stand by at all times. Seeing this, Blackbeard waved his hand and said, let's start. Advertisement. Yes, boss. Mr. 3 immediately activated Wax Fruit's ability. Click 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 click. Soon, the sound of unlocking was heard throughout eternal hell. Bang dang. Bang dang. Bang dang. Then there was the sound of chains being thrown to the ground. Seeing this, Blackbeard nodded towards Mr. 3, who quickly rushed into the space channel. Blackbeard took one last look at eternal hell, then smiled and said, well then I wish you good luck everyone. Let's have fun next time. Turn the world upside down. Thief ha 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 ha. After saying that, Blackbeard turned and left. Crunch. The door to space is completely closed, and eternal hell seems to be still the same as before, if there are not those excited and crazy roars and the shattering of countless cells. Standing in the door space and watching the lively scene of eternal hell for a while, Blackbeard laughed and turned to leave. No matter what happens in this trip, Blackbeard is the biggest winner. Although there is currently no way to conquer Bullet and Red Earl, he already has a plan in mind. After this summit war, these two people will inevitably be tied to death by themselves. As for Jinbei, it's even simpler. As long as the Fishmen Island is brought out from the bottom of the sea, what else will he not agree to? The current Blackbeard pirate group is basically composed of ability users, and they are in urgent need of a marine team. There is no doubt that fishmen are the best choice. After returning to the Ark's proverbs through the space gate, Jinbei, Wan, Bullet and the Red Earl were shocked, and the Ark's Proverbs BBEI was activated again. Escorted by a dozen giant sea kings, it slowly sailed away from the bottom of the deep-sea prison. Just after Blackbeard and the others left the confines of the deep-sea prison, everyone in Imperialton finally discovered something strange. At this time, a group of people were gathering at the entrance to the Imperial 55-5 elevator. They were the group of Impel Downs with the highest combat power, headed by Director Magellan. At this time, each of them looked at the elevator shaft that was already covered with yellow sand with solemn expressions. At this time, another Impel Down jailer came running from the other direction. At this time, he was already sweating profusely and said with some fear. Report. Report to the director, the stairs to eternal hell have also been destroyed. No, it should be said that it was blocked. Just like here, they are all sand mounds formed by yellow sand. The yellow sand has solidified into stone, and we can't get down at all. And we can still vaguely hear the cheers and roars of countless people coming from eternal hell. Damn it. Magellan's expression was extremely gloomy. He glanced at everyone present and said, no matter what, even if there is a jailbreak in eternal hell, they can only get out through these two places. Haniabal, Sadi Chan, take Jailerman to the stairway. If you encounter an escapee, arrest him directly. After I fill this elevator shaft with venom, I'll go find you again. I don't believe these guys can escape my venom. Yes. Impel Down. After everyone agreed, they immediately started taking action. Poison Dragon. Magellan did not hesitate, and his whole body immediately turned into purple liquid, and then the lines were more than 10 meters long. The long purple poisonous dragon rushed out from behind him and fell into the elevator shaft below. Within a few moments, the elevator shaft was filled with purple venom. In this way, even if someone escapes from prison, they will still be poisoned by his venom. By that time, the combat power of these guys will be at least reduced. Moreover, the longer it takes, the more severe the nerve paralysis, pain and hallucinations will become. Magellan's eyes were cold. He didn't understand how those guys were able to do it when their whole bodies were locked with huge chains and sea stones. But now is not the time to think about this. Poison Passage. Magellan no longer even wanted to walk, and turned into a purple venom channel and slid towards the entrance of the building. But when he came over, there was no accident at the stairs. This made Magellan very confused. However, he quickly filled the stairwell with venom. Advertisement. Just when everyone felt at ease, there was a huge explosion from the elevator shaft. Boom. Magellan and others just breathed a sigh of relief when their expressions suddenly changed. No. They came from the elevator shaft. I'll go first, you guys will follow immediately. Poison Channel. Magellan immediately slid away again. Ha ha ha. Those idiots will definitely not be able to escape if they are poisoned by the director. Haniabal immediately boosted morale and said, even if the director dies, I can still take over his position, so my family doesn't have to worry. Do we worry about this? Everyone else rolled their eyes and ignored the ambitious deputy director and ran towards the elevator shaft. But when they ran over, the guards at Impel Down were all dumbfounded. Director Magellan, who they thought was invincible, was fixed in place like a statue. The purple venom he used was now solidified on the ground like purple stones. If it weren't for the slight twitching of Magellan's eyes and facial muscles that indicated that he was still alive at this time, these Impel Down jailers would have almost thought that he had been killed. But even if he wasn't killed, Magellan's combat power was basically useless. Because there were already several penetrating sword wounds on his body, although the blood was still solidified at this time, if his ability was removed, his injuries would never allow him to pursue again. Hurry up and inform the government. Magellan uttered a few words with difficulty and then completely passed out. No one knew or encountered any monster. Haniabal and others were horrified. The director is provoking you. Crying voice. Stop crying. You losers. Sadi Chan, who was wearing a fun pink leather jacket, immediately swung his whip and whipped Haniabal and the jailers several times, and then shouted angrily. Hurry up and notify Marine and the world government. Ah. Sadi Chan whipped me. Oh. Yes. Haniabal just got angry for a second, and immediately got down to business. He took out his phone and dialed the number of Marshal Naval Headquarters office. Brew brew brew. At this time, Sengoku was discussing the war in the office with a group of Marines top combatants with a serious look on his face. At this moment, the phone suddenly rang. Exclamation mark. Seeing that it turned out to be a call representing Impel Down, Sengoku frowned. He suddenly had a bad feeling. He first raised his hand to stop everyone, and then directly answer the call. Magellan, why are you calling me at this time? Ah, how did you know that I was going to be the director? No, report to Marshal Sengoku, something big happened to Impel Down. Haniabal looked solemn. The director is provoking you. Crying. Sati-chan roared. Stop crying and talk to me about business. A few minutes later, all Marine senior executives looked horrified. Impel Down LV6 Eternal Hell, have all the prisoners escaped? Still at this juncture. What kind of hellish joke is this? At this time, all the Marine executives felt their scalps numb. How did those prisoners do it? Even Magellan couldn't stop him for a moment and was defeated. That's Magellan. What monster escaped from Eternal Hell? A few minutes later. Holy Land. Mariajoy. Pangea. In the conference room, the roar of the five elders sounded again. What did you say? All the prisoners in Impel Down Eternal Hell escaped. Sengoku, are you sure you're not kidding me? Where's Magellan? What on earth is that loser doing? That's what he uses the fruit we gave him. Magellan petrified. Damn it. That monster escaped from prison. What happened? Whitebeard. It can only be Whitebeard. Open black lens bracket 074 close black lens bracket. The door of justice disappears. Shocked by Tuan. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. News of the world headquarters. In the sky, above a huge airship. In the president's office. Brew brew brew. Hearing the sound of the phone bug, Morgans, who was busy proofreading tomorrow's manuscript, suddenly saw a phone bug that had been silent for more than half a month suddenly ringing. This made Morgan's eyes suddenly light up and he immediately answered the phone. Moses. Morgans, it's me, your old friend Teach. Quack, Teach, I knew it was you. Tell me what big news there is. I can't wait. Ha ha ha, it's you as expected, Morgans. Yes, I really have big news. Just prepare the live broadcast signal to spread. I will contact you again in a few hours. Okay. No problem, I'll wait for your call. Chaka. Looking at the dead phone, Morgans fell into deep thought. Blackbeard is making big news. Or in a few hours. What the hell, isn't it the time for Summit War to start in a few hours? Could it be that this guy? Hiss. Morgan's scalp went numb just thinking about it. Is this guy going to participate in Summit War? But didn't he leave the Whitebeard pirates? Etc. What if Blackbeard didn't break away from the Whitebeard pirates? Hiss. Morgans couldn't help but gasp. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. He immediately called a few old friends in the underground world. They could make a lot of money again this time. At the same time, Naval Headquarters Marineford in the office of Marshal Marine. Seeing that Sengoku was silent for a long time after hanging up the phone, Garp on the side said directly. Sengoku, what did those 5 old men say? Aokiji, Akainu, Kazaru, and the other 8 veteran vice admirals also looked at Sengoku with dark eyes at this time. Sengoku was silent for a while, then sighed and said. They said it might be the Whitebeard pirates, 947, who were responsible for this, in order to contain some of the world government's power. Lord Five Elders has sent CPO and the Knights of God from the Holy Land to support. This time there are several monsters among the group of guys who escaped from Eternal Hell. Magellan must have encountered Paramecia condensed fruit, which was completely restrained by his fruit. Unexpectedly, this old monster was not dead yet. If they come to Marineford to cause trouble, it will be really troublesome. Is this guy Whitebeard really going to ignore him? There is a riot in the deep sea prison. If all the prisoners escape, then the world will really go crazy. Hearing these words, the Marine executives all looked extremely ugly. Kaku and he Vice Admiral looked even more solemn. They never expected that the monster not much older than rocks would survive. How can this be? Crane Vice Admiral still looked at Sengoku in disbelief and said. Are you sure it's the monster? If calculated in terms of years, he is almost 200 years old, right? This guy is not a giant, nor does he have giant blood. How could he live for so long? I thought he was already dead. Sengoku smiled bitterly. How do I know? That guy must have some secret, otherwise he wouldn't have forced those 5 old men to use the Knights of God. Advertisement. Hearing the words, Knights of God, The Marines and Admirals all looked at each other, obviously they knew these people. It's really scary. What kind of monster would make 5 old men and even the Knights of God send doctors? Allah Allah, the Knights of God. It gave me some bad memories. These guys are idiots. Since we caught that kind of monster, not killing him would be the biggest mistake. Sengoku rubbed his eyebrows and said, no matter what, the government may not be able to spare any money this time. The most it can do is send scientific troops and pacifists to assist. The main force will still depend on our naval headquarters. Hearing this, Yan sneered 3 times and said, Marshal Sengoku, are we taking the Whitebeard pirates too seriously? If Blackbeard hasn't left the Whitebeard pirates yet, it may still be a thorny problem. Now the only one that the Whitebeard pirates can reach our level is the old man himself, right? As for Phoenix Marco, his fruit ability is very tricky, but his strength is definitely no match for the 3 of us. Plus Shichibukai comes with signs. The Whitebeard pirates have already completely failed in terms of high-end combat power. What's more, what about the backup plan we arranged? All the Marine executives heard Akainu's words and nodded in agreement. This is also the reason why they dare to openly wait for the Whitebeard pirates to come. Marine's high-end combat power has completely surpassed the Whitebeard pirates. As for troop strength, Marine has the upper hand. How can Whitebeard lose 50,000 and Marine 100,000? Can't lose a bit. While the Marines were discussing countermeasures, the Blackbeard pirates' Armada was already approaching the naval headquarters. Captain, the door of justice is ahead, what should we do now? Blackbeard looked up at the glass skylight above his head and saw a huge black shadow deep into the seabed. Seeing this, he waved his hand and said, let the Ark Proverbs ascend. Yes. Frankie started working immediately after agreeing. Soon, the Ark's motto slowly rose from the bottom of the sea. At the same time, Frankie's report kept ringing in the central entertainment room. The Ark Proverbs power system has been activated. The drainage system has been activated. There is no marine found within a few kilometers, prepare to take off. Wah wah wah. After waves of water discharge sounds, a huge golden ark slowly rose from the bottom of the sea. But the huge ark's motto is still as different as the gap between an elephant and a mouse in front of the gate of justice. Oh my god. What a big door. How the hell is this thing built? And how does it start? This is too exaggerated. This kind of technological power is simply incredible. Indeed, but this can't stop us. I can't believe that we can fly over, ha ha ha. Blackbeard felt the same as everyone in the black group at this time. Although I have watched Doors of Justice many times in anime in my previous life, this was my first time watching it up close and I still felt very shocked. I have to say, isn't this a great power of science and technology? However, thinking about the subsequent Summit War, he still had to deal with this gate of justice in order to eliminate future troubles. Since the world government has this technology, let's create another one in the future. Thinking of this, Blackbeard, who was standing on the bow of the ship, took a step forward. Behind him, there immediately appeared a halo of merit like the one behind the gods in previous lives, or a black disk with black mist rising like an aura. Then, under the surprised eyes of everyone in the black group, Blackbeard flew straight towards the gate of justice. Seeing this scene, Nami couldn't help but be surprised and made a trumpet shape with his hands and asked, Peach, what are you going to do? Shouldn't I fly over directly? Advertisement. You'll find out soon enough. Blackbeard did not look back, but flew directly to the gate of justice. Blackbeard, who came to the door of justice, felt as small as an ant compared to it. But who knew that ants might not be able to swallow elephants? Swallow everything. Swallow the heaven and the earth. When he was in Thriller Bark before, Blackbeard used the 2 scales accumulated from Sky Island in the expansion of Dark Sky. Because although the ability of Dark Sky can swallow up most attacks, there are still many attacks that exceed the upper limit that cannot be swallowed up. A powerful 8-foot Magatama similar to Kizaru. This is why Blackbeard had to use swordsmanship to fight Kizaru's 8-foot Magatama at that time. If he had mastered the swallowing heaven and earth skill at that time, he could have swallowed up the Marine Admiral's attack with a wave of his hand just like using the Dark Sky. Of course, this premise is that the speed of darkness coverage is fast enough. This is also the drawback of the skill, swallowing heaven and earth. Because after using the skill, swallowing heaven and earth, the surging speed of darkness cannot be as fast as a finger. Although the area covered by darkness is not slow, when compared to the world's top powerhouses, it is simply not enough. This skill seems a bit useless, but it is still very useful most of the time. Because of this skill, even if Blackbeard does not actively swallow other people's attacks, it is still very happy for Blackbeard to use the ability of swallowing heaven and earth in defense. For example, under Kizaru's powerful power, Hachiku Magatama, although the darkness that devours the world cannot keep up with the speed of the 8-foot Magatama, it only needs to be wrapped in darkness. Those attacks that fall on the body will be immediately swallowed up by the darkness. It is equivalent to Blackbeard wearing a layer of dark armor that can swallow all attacks. This also greatly reduces the effect of double damage caused to him. After all, this is one of Dark Fruit's biggest weaknesses. If the ability user himself is attacked by someone, double damage will be caused continuously, and he may die from the pain. It can be said that this devouring heaven and earth is most appropriate to be used as a defense. However, there is no problem in using this ability in the current situation. Even if it is the Gate of Justice, in the face of the devouring power of a black hole that can swallow even stars directly, how can a Gate of Justice be enough? Thinking of this, Blackbeard has already raised his hand and pressed against the door of justice. Su su su. Then, endless darkness and darkness poured out from his hands and began to cover the door of darkness in all directions. Redfield from behind was surprised when he saw this scene, and then asked, "What is your captain doing? Does he want to use his ability to open the door of justice?" "Stop joking. Can the door of justice be pushed open by power?" Bullet rolled his eyes. Hearing this, the corners of Redfield's mouth raised, and his gaze cast back to San Juan Wolf, who was still holding a piece of Haikai coupon and feasting on barbecue. "That's not necessarily true, Bullet." Bullet was not an idiot. After seeing Redfield's hint, he couldn't help but frown. This silly giant clan, does he have such terrifying power to push open the door of justice? However, this giant race is now nearly 200 years old. It can be said that he is in a completely different era from him. Perhaps this guy once had an incredible adventure. Otherwise, it wouldn't be called a huge battleship. Just as Bullet was thinking about this, he heard the exclamations of everyone in the black group. "I saw the Gate of Justice in front of me." After the darkness surged out of Blackbeard's hands and spread, darkness finally covered the entire Gate of Justice. Seeing this scene, both Bullet and Redfield could not help but shrink their pupils. This scene is so familiar to them. Blackbeard had used this move before to devour all their cells and chains in eternal hell. Does this guy want to? And everything was just as Bullet and Redfield thought. The Gate of Justice, which was like a small island, was slowly sinking as the darkness descended, and the huge door of the Gate of Justice also descended with the darkness. And little by little it disappeared before our eyes. Just a few minutes later, this 800-year-old Gate of Justice completely disappeared in front of everyone. Oh my god, he really disappeared. Isn't the captain too strong? This is the Gate of Justice, and it was swallowed up by him. Advertisement. Hahahaha. World government is having a headache now. You are worthy of being our captain. Woohoo. The Gate of Justice is gone. Brothers, rush forward. Go, 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 Naval Headquarters. All the Black Group members were very excited. There is no doubt that Blackbeard's terrifying ability to swallow up the Gate of Justice with this move really adds a lot of confidence to everyone in the Black Group. Blackbeard looked at the empty scene in front of him, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but curve. As the curve gradually expanded, his laughter also echoed in the sky. Thief hahahaha. World government, Marine, are you ready? Guys, let's go. Head to Naval Headquarters. There is no enemy ahead of us. We will go there without any rival. A group of Black Group members also roared excitedly. Wah wah wah. As the Ark's motto slowly rose into the sky and disappeared above the white clouds, the sea area became calm again. At the same time, one step behind the Blackbeard pirates, the Whitebeard pirates' 6 identical Moby Dicks are rapidly approaching the Gate of Justice in the sea. If Blackbeard were here, he would have discovered that the White Group had actually prepared 6 Moby Dicks this time. You must know that there were only 4 Moby Dicks in the previous Summit War. These are the changes brought about by his appearance. And just behind the Moby Dick, on the sea surface, a total of 43 large pirate groups are leading their respective pirate fleets toward the naval headquarters. At this time, the sound of constant communication was coming from the phone bug communication channel on their ship. Dad, they set out ahead of us. They said they wanted to solve the trouble ahead first. Is this the gate of justice? Nonsense. Apart from the gate of justice, is there anything else we need to solve first? It should be almost there now, right? But how to solve the gate of justice? I have no clue at all. Indeed, if the door of justice cannot be opened, we will not even be able to reach naval headquarters. That's the gate of justice that has stood for 800 years. It's really a bit troublesome. 0.7 Just when the captains of these pirate groups were looking distressed, the contact number of the Moby Dick on their respective ships rang. Notice to all captains that the gate of justice in front of you has mysteriously disappeared. There is no trickery, you can go straight through. Notice to all captains that the gate of justice ahead has mysteriously disappeared. There is no trickery and you can go straight through. Notice to all captains that the gate of justice in front of you has mysteriously disappeared. There is no trickery, you can go straight through. This series of news on the Moby Dick immediately made the captains of Whitebeard's pirate groups look confused. What the hell? The door of justice disappeared. How can it be? This thing has been standing for 800 years, how could it suddenly disappear today? Definitely not an accident. Apparently there were flying members of the White Regiment who flew over the gate of justice yesterday to check on the situation, but why did they disappear today? This seems to be news to the Whitebeard pirates, but is it really that simple? What follows is a life and death battle that shocks the world. They all think it is possible that Marine and the world government will use any despicable means. However, even if conspiracy is used, the door to justice is destroyed. Isn't the cost too high? In this way, the captains of the Whitebeard pirates passed by the original location of the Gate of Justice with an uneasy mood. The smooth ocean current almost made them forget that there once was a giant gate like an island in this sea area. Many Murloc crew members on pirate ships jumped into the water to check, and there were indeed traces of the Gate of Justice on the bottom of the sea. Moreover, depending on the situation, it may not take more than a few hours for the Gate of Justice to disappear. This made the captains of the pirate ships even more confused. Is the sudden disappearance of the door of justice a loss of morality or a distortion of human nature? No matter what, the 43 pirate groups under the Whitebeard pirates and the Whitebeard main ship Moby Dick fleet have all passed through the Gate of Justice. Marineford is right around the corner. Open black lens bracket 075 close black lens bracket. Teach, is this also part of your plan? Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Naval Headquarters, Marineford. At this time, the square below was already filled with a group of Marine general-level officers wearing righteous cloaks. They were densely packed, with as many as 100,000 people. These general-level officers are all elite soldiers trained by Marine over the years. Behind these soldiers, 8 giant vice admirals, more than 10 meters tall, stood holding various exaggerated huge weapons, which looked very oppressive. Behind these 8 giant vice admirals, there are 8 Marine veteran vice admirals. They are Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral, Ghost Spider Vice Admiral, Stowberry Vice Admiral, Fire Mountain Vice Admiral, Doberman Vice Admiral, Dalmatian Vice Admiral, Bastiu Vice Admiral, and Dual Swordsman Shimi. Waist. These 8 Vice Admirals are all Grandmaster Marine 6 styles, 2-color hockey's top Marine Masters. These people standing at the rear immediately made countless Marine soldiers feel at ease. On the high platform behind these people, there are 3 high-backed chairs. At this time, the 3 men in yellow, red, and blue suits sitting on these 3 high-backed chairs are none other than the 3 Marine admirals who are currently the most powerful Marines: Kizaru, Akainu, and Aokiji. Behind and above the 3 admirals is the execution platform. If the Whitebeard pirates really want to rescue Fire Fist Ace, they must cross these 3 chasms. That's right. Marine Admiral, as the top combat power of the 4 emperors, is 3 natural chasms for the Whitebeard pirates. What's more, on top of these 3 chasms, there are Marine heroes Garp and Marine Marshal Sengoku who are also not weaker than them. 5 of the world's top combat powers. Even if the 4 emperors are all here, I still don't dare to be careless when facing them. What's more, Whitebeard is the only one in the Whitebeard pirates who has the power to compete with even one of them. Therefore, for Marine, the advantage in this battle lies with Marine. What's more, Marine also has 100,000 elite soldiers. Their numerical strength is twice that of the Whitebeard pirates. All the Marine generals and officers were so confident that they didn't know how to lose. And on the execution platform, Sengoku was not as optimistic as the generals and officers below. He had a bad feeling in his heart. Especially as the first barrier to the Whitebeard pirates, there has been no news yet. The execution live broadcast will start in a few minutes. Could it be that the Whitebeard pirates can't even cross the gate of justice? Sengoku frowned. It shouldn't be like this. Garp, who was standing next to Ace, seemed to have noticed something. He turned to look at Sengoku and said in surprise. Sengoku, what is this? Brew brew brew. Just as Sengoku was about to speak, the phone in his hand rang. Click. Sengoku answered the phone immediately. But the next second, the voice coming from the words caused Sengoku, Garp, and the three admirals below them to suddenly change their expressions. Oops, Marshal Sengoku, the gate of justice. The gate of justice is missing. Nani. Hearing this, Sengoku, Garp, the three admirals, and Ace who was kneeling aside were all shocked. What did they just hear? After a few seconds of silence, Sengoku immediately yelled at the phone. You bastard, if you haven't woken up yet, why don't you jump into the sea and wake up? No, Marshal Sengoku, I'm awake. The person on the other side of the phone swallowed his saliva and said with some horror. The door of justice has indeed disappeared. We are now rushing to the original location of the gate of justice to explore the reason. No matter what, Marshal Sengoku, this must be the fault of the Whitebeard pirates. They're probably coming soon. Get ready. Chaka. Advertisement. Hearing the other party hang up the phone, Sengoku's face sank into the water. This situation was definitely beyond his expectation. He has already made plans for the gate of justice. Even if the Whitebeard pirates cannot open the door of justice, he will ask his subordinates to open it for them. After all, Marine had been preparing for this public execution for so long just to fight the summit war with Whitebeard. If the rightful owner is blocked from the door of justice, how can the Marine side carry out this drama? What Sengoku didn't expect was that the Whitebeard pirates could even make the gate of justice disappear. What a terrifying power this is. The gate of justice that has stood for 800 years has disappeared. Does this mean something? Three Admiral was also shocked. Garp's eyes were solemn. Sengoku looked far away. Boom. At this moment, a roar suddenly erupted from the sea at the port in the center of Marineford Square, followed by a splash of water hundreds of meters high. Wah wah wah. As the water splashed down, four-coated Moby Dick suddenly appeared in the port. And the man standing on the bow of the Moby Dick in the middle, holding a naginata, wearing a cloak, and wearing a signature white crescent beard, is clearly the man known as the strongest man in the world today, Whitebeard Edward Newgate. Hiss. Seeing this scene, although the Marines had already prepared for the Whitebeard pirates, they never expected that they would appear from under the water. Gula la la la. What followed was Whitebeard's heroic laughter that echoed in Marineford Square. Ace, are you okay? We're here to pick you up. Then, the captains of the major pirate groups who followed them shouted in the direction of the execution platform. Ace, we're coming too. Wait for us, Ace. I'll rescue you right away. If you dare to touch the members of our Whitebeard pirates, we will still dare to break into the naval headquarters. Marine, just wait for me. Ace on the execution platform couldn't help but trembled when he saw this scene. Seeing hundreds of pirate ships appearing immediately behind the Moby Dick, Ace's eyes turned completely red. He said painfully, I'm sorry, Dad, it's my problem that makes everyone come here to fight. Stop talking nonsense. Whitebeard interrupted Ace directly. Gula la la la. You are my Whitebeard's son, even if it is a sea of swords and fire, Laozi will not give up on you. What father would blame his son for making a mistake? Wait for me, Ace. Oh. Whitebeard's words immediately made everyone in the Whitebeard pirates roar excitedly. Their morale seemed to be stronger than that of the Marines in naval headquarters. Seeing this scene, Kizaru, who was under the execution platform, couldn't help but pout. The Whitebeard pirates are really scary. Can they still have such a turbulent momentum in the face of such a naval headquarters? Allah, there is indeed some trouble. Aokiji scratched his head. Akainu was still contemplating. He looked at Whitebeard in the distance, and then looked up at Ace, who was kneeling above him. He didn't know what he was thinking. On the execution platform, Sengoku's heart sank. He didn't expect these mere pirates to have such a high momentum. This is not okay. Thinking of this, Dang Guo immediately nodded in a certain direction, and then the live phone call was immediately activated. At this time, The scene of the confrontation between the Whitebeard pirates and Marine in Marineford suddenly appeared on live broadcast screens around the world, or the TV some people were watching immediately changed to this scene. Many people who had been waiting for this scene suddenly showed interest after seeing the live broadcast. Ordinary people, on the other hand, are a little nervous looking at this scene. The collision between the pirate emperor and naval headquarters, who will win? Before the major live broadcasts, a bunch of reporters have been prepared in order to spread the news to other places at all times. Advertisement. Even though the pirate world has many large islands and a variety of black technologies for live streaming, as a world dominated by islands, there are still many places where people on the islands are very congested with information. Therefore, the information delivered by these reporters plays a key role. At this moment, Sengoku was holding a phone bug, but he did not open it. Instead, he looked at Garp aside and said, "Listen Garp, I'm going to tell you all." Garp looked gloomy and said, "As you wish." Sengoku glanced at Garp and then turned back to face the 100,000 Marines below and the Whitebeard pirates in the distance. He wanted to use this opportunity to lower the morale of the Whitebeard pirates. Especially after seeing that the captains had arrived at Whitebeard's side, Sengoku had a cold look in his eyes. He looked forward and turned on the loudspeaker phone and said, "Whitebeard, you're still here, but you shouldn't be. Because the identity of Fire Fist Ace will completely disappoint you, your Whitebeard pirates, and those pirates who trust you and follow you to fight regardless of their own safety. Whitebeard, this is the worst decision ever made. Stop joking, Sengoku. After my son was kidnapped, how could I, as a father, still ignore him?" Whitebeard laughed and said, "Gula la la la. Sengoku, if you have anything to sow discord, just say it. We, the Whitebeard pirates, are not afraid of challenges." After Whitebeard finished speaking, the captains behind him also yelled enthusiastically, followed by the pirates behind him. "Not afraid of challenges. Not afraid of challenges. Not afraid of challenges." For a time, the morale of the pirates increased a bit. Seeing this scene, Sengoku's heart suddenly skipped a beat. He subconsciously glanced at Akainu below, who nodded vaguely. Shen Guang fell on the captain named Skuyard, standing next to Yuhu, holding a long knife. Seeing this, Sengoku sneered without any hesitation. "Whitebeard, you better not just say nice things. Wait until Fire Fist Ace's identity is revealed, then don't blame me for not reminding you." "Fire Fist Ace, you said it yourself, let me help you say it. Come and tell everyone. Who is your father?" Hearing this, Garp on the side was shaken, but Ace shouted calmly. "My daddy is Whitebeard." "You are lying," Sengoku shouted. "Your name is Portgas D. Ace. Your mother's name is Portgas D. Rouge. And your father is the former pirate King Goldo Roger. Yi." After Sengoku said this, not only all the viewers watching the live broadcast and the pirates under the Whitebeard pirates were shocked beyond measure, but even the Marine soldiers on the Marineford Square were all dumbfounded. This news is really exciting. Whitebeard's 2nd Division captain, Fire Fist Ace, is actually the son of One Piece Roger. Real or fake? Everyone. As soon as this idea came up, they were immediately rejected by themselves. Since Marshal Marine announced this news to the world at this time, it must be true. What's more, many ordinary people and ordinary Marine soldiers know that Marine captured the pirate King Roger 20 years ago and executed him. Is it any wonder that Roger's son has been captured now? Many people who saw Roger's execution scene in Logue Town 20 years ago couldn't help but feel a little complicated when they saw Ace kneeling on the execution platform. Is this the cycle of fate? Sengoku's solemn voice continued. Do you think you hit it well? In fact, Whitebeard already knew it. Let the son of your former rival board your ship, in order to give full play to your qualifications and train you to become the next overlord of the sea. Advertisement. That's right, he's the next pirate king. Wrong. Ace roared angrily. I boarded Whitebeard's ship to make him the pirate king. Stupid. You are the only one who thinks so. Sengoku interrupted Ace again and shouted. In fact, the reason why we can't attack you at will is because of Whitebeard's protection. Otherwise, how do you think you can be safe until now? If you just ignore it, you will definitely develop your talents to become the next pirate. If the time comes, you will be allowed to inherit Whitebeard's position. Then, the next pirate king will be born again. How can we, Marine, allow evil to continue? Therefore, it is very necessary to execute you here today. For justice. Even if there's a fight with Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world, I won't hesitate. Ace was immediately confused by Sengoku's confusion of right and wrong. In fact, not only Ace, but also the pirates under Whitebeard were all confused. They subconsciously turned to look at Whitebeard. Whitebeard, on the other hand, was still grinning, showing his white fang, and was not touched at all by Sengoku's words. Oh oh oh. As Sengoku finished his passionate speech, all the Marine soldiers in Marineford Square roared with excitement. For justice! For justice! For justice! At this time, Marine, who was full of morale, immediately made the pirates on the pirate ship feel trembling. Many of them followed Whitebeard because they admired him. It's not because of Roger the Pirate King. Are those words true before? Why doesn't Dad speak? Just when countless pirates were worried, and Sengoku and Akainu sneered as if they were watching a show, Whitebeard's loud laughter rang out. Gula la la la. Ha 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 ha. Following closely behind were the 14 captains under Whitebeard, as well as the 43 pirate ship captains under Whitebeard, who all laughed in unison. Seeing this scene, not to mention Sengoku and the others, even the pirates under the captain looked confused. At this moment, Skeward, who was standing behind Whitebeard, suddenly stood up and held a loudspeaker phone in his hand and mocked. I didn't expect that as Marshal of Marine, he would actually carry out such a conspiracy even though his military strength and geographical location are superior to ours. If it weren't for Dad's foresight, I'm afraid we would really have fallen for you. You actually tried to sow discord between me, Dad, and Ace. So what if he is Roger's son? Roger is dead a long time ago. Ace and our friendship were built by fighting side by side. What does Roger have to do with him? As a Marine Marshal, he still sows dissension. Shameful. At this time, Marco, the captain of the first team on the side, sneered. I didn't expect it, Sengoku. Dad told us Ace's identity a long time ago. We came to save Ace not because he is Roger's son, but because he is our brother. If we weren't worried about being detected by your spies in advance, we would have announced Ace's identity long ago. Ha ha ha. After Marco finished speaking, the captains of the 43 pirate groups under Whitebeard laughed again. When their subordinates saw the captain's expression, they knew that they had received the news a long time ago. At this time, they finally understood Whitebeard's approach. After all, it's not as good as on the Moby Dick. There are still many talkative people among them. If Ace's identity is really leaked, how can it have such a miraculous effect? After witnessing the changes in expressions and morale of Whitebeard's pirates, as well as the astonished look on Marine's side, Whitebeard's lips curled up again. Teach, is this also part of your plan?